Y'all status Bill Hubble. I bought Lennox Mall for my brothers. 4-yard bag, tote the cutter. I got it out the field, fuck Russell. Going ask Lori about the paddock, then going ask Jordan, that's dead. For leak water, trying to drown a bitch. That's a habit, tricking on a bitch. Shit, I'm thinking I'm clipping a pimp. Shit, I'm cooking up dope like a dump. Shit, like her first gon' sit nigga trim. Shit, I'm floating, I'm out in the blimp. Shit, it look like I'm swimming in glass. Shit, I turn on my bitch cause she bad. Shit, I'm making her ex nigga mad. Shit, they go for that coming to man. Real nigga learn them, in the bag. Piping a bitch and they nail like I can. Turn up the shooters with switches go bad. Stay with some scammers, but dogs for pain. Trapping no rap with my dog, he fall off. No capping, no bound.
Pushed her back into the system. He discouraged her from working and threatened to expose her. When she resisted, he threatened her with videos. Less than a year ago, he went to her home. They argued. She hit him. He became enraged. She tried to hide, locked herself in her bedroom. He kicked it open, then the bathroom, the guest room, the closet. He chased her, kicked her to the ground and told her, "You're not gonna f up my night." He demanded she call an escort and perform. She did. You will hear Cassie tell you that the defendant forced himself on her. You will hear from Mia, his employee, about how he forced himself on her too. Hand up her dress, penetrating her. Amid all this, he and his inner circle worked tirelessly to cover it all up. You'll hear about the LA hotel surveillance video, about how the defendant offered a hotel guard a brown paper bag with $100,000 in cash to stay quiet. You'll hear how his staff helped hide Cassie for days. For all of this, the defendant is charged with multiple federal crimes, including racketeering conspiracy. Cassie and Jane will describe the most painful experiences of their lives. You'll also hear from the defendant's employees, like Mia, his personal assistant, who says he sexually assaulted her. You'll hear from the employee he forced into an SUV at gunpoint, and from a chef. These workers put in punishing hours, often without sleep. They delivered drugs for him, and they were expected to stay silent. Some of these witnesses have already received settlements. You'll hear from escorts too. Escorts who say the defendant directed them, paid them, and filmed everything. One escort saw him assault Cassie, dragging her by the face during a freak-off. You'll see hotel records, receipts for damage, car service logs. You'll see text messages in which the defendant instructs staff to bring cash for escorts. You'll read Jane saying she didn't want to do the freak-offs, and you'll see videos. In them, the defendant can be heard directing Cassie and Jane, high on ecstasy, on what to do. You'll see the video of him brutally beating Cassie during a freak-off at an LA hotel. You'll see photos of the physical damage, including the 4 doors in Jane's home. You'll see what was found in his residence: guns, a medical bag filled with drugs, lubricant. You'll see the written agreement barring the hotel guard from ever speaking again after he accepted $100,000. You'll hear how the defendant manipulated Jane into saying she wanted it. You'll see texts where he threatened not to pay her rent. You'll hear the messages he sent to staff making all of it happen. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to do 3 things. Pay close attention to the evidence. Follow the judge's instructions on the law. Use your common sense. And you will reach the only possible verdict. Sean Combs is guilty.
Now it is the defense's turn.
This case is about love, jealousy, and money. The government is trying to turn it into a racketeering case. It will not work. You, the jury, will evaluate the witnesses. And finally, the full story will come out. This case is not about what you've heard on the news. Sean Combs is a fascinating individual. He grew up in Harlem and built lawful businesses. He worked for everything he achieved. He created culture and produced music that defined a generation. Witnesses will tell you about his charisma, People were drawn to him. If you wanted to rise in music, apparel, or beverages, you wanted to be around Sean Combs. He gave people opportunities. He had a vision that few had, and most of the witnesses loved him. The text messages will reflect that. He's 55 years old. He's going to be Sean Combs. I'm Tenny Garagos, and I'm honored to represent him. The only people who will say this is a racketeering case are the prosecutors. There was no conspiracy. This case is about Sean Combs' private sex life. The government has no business policing that. The people who worked for him were hardworking and well-educated, from Harvard to Howard. Yes, Sean Combs has a temper. He has gotten violent. He's not proud of that. We own that. Sometimes he gets so jealous or angry that he's out of control. You'll hear that he lied to girlfriends. You may think he's a jerk or mean, but that's not what he's on trial for. He's on trial for running a racketeering enterprise. This is domestic violence, not sex trafficking. If he were charged with domestic violence, we wouldn't be here in an 8-week federal trial. The government is overreaching, and we won't shy away from calling that out. Sean Combs has a different kind of sex life. The alleged victims were adults. They were getting things from him: money, travel, status. They made choices. And like anyone who makes choices, they bear some responsibility. You will have to evaluate these women. Ask yourself, what options did they have? What were they getting? What did they want? Jealousy drove many of the choices made by these women. Sean Combs never married. He was always in multiple relationships. He was not always honest. And that dishonesty created jealousy, primal jealousy. Cassie, Gina, Kim Porter, all of these relationships overlapped. Sean Combs is extremely jealous. You might think it's hypocritical, but it's not criminal. These women remained in multi-year relationships with him. They loved him. Violence in the relationship, when it occurred, was driven by infidelity and jealousy, fueled by alcohol and drugs. But Sean Combs is not a racketeer. This case is about his personal relationships with Cassie and Jane. You'll hear testimony about swinger parties, about things that may make you uncomfortable, things that maybe shouldn't even be heard in a federal courtroom, but that's not a crime. That's not sex trafficking. He liked to watch. You might not like it, but that is not what this trial is about. Yes, Sean Combs paid for homes, vacations, and lifestyles. That doesn't make him guilty. These women fought to be in relationships with him. Cassie, whom I expect you'll hear from this week, was in a relationship with him for 11 years. He was also with Kim Porter, the mother of 4 of his children, until her passing in 2018. His relationship with Cassie was toxic, yes, but it was mutual. They loved each other. Cassie will talk about her jealousy of Kim Porter, then about Gina, the day of the hotel hallway incident. It was jealousy on display. You'll see the footage today. Yes, what Combs did in that video is indefensible, but it is not evidence of sex trafficking. Cassie walked out of that hotel room with 2 bags. Sean Combs came down wearing only a towel. He stomped her. He dragged her by the hoodie. Then he went back upstairs just to get a phone. Why would someone fight over a phone? Because phones hold secrets. Secrets of infidelity. Once he had the phone, he sat down, visibly disgusted. Cassie called hotel security. You'll hear from that guard later today. He told Combs to leave the public area. And then what happened? Cassie stayed. They stayed together for 2 more years. Even into 2018, they were trying to make the relationship work. They were fighting to stay together. When Cassie saw a photo of Sean with Gina, things fell apart. But Cassie still had a choice every day. She chose to stay. She was not coerced. When she left, there were no repercussions. She left and entered a relationship with the physical trainer Combs himself had hired. The only so-called freak-offs you'll see in this trial are on Cassie's phone, not Sean's. In November 2018, when Kim Porter passed away, Cassie flew to Georgia to be with him. Amidst a breakup, she still showed up for him because she cared. Combs told her Kim was his soulmate, and that broke Cassie. She realized she would never be what she wanted to be in his life. She wanted to be his wife. She spent 11 years trying to be that. She married the trainer, and she is now pregnant with their 3rd child. You'll need to evaluate Combs' intent over those 11 years. The messages will show that Cassie was a willing participant in their sex life. Her testimony cannot change the years of evidence you'll see. With Jane, in 2020, Sean Combs was upfront. He told her he was dating other women. She was still jealous. She wanted a public relationship. He proposed a consensual threesome. They went to a private hotel. I expect she'll say she enjoyed it. Jane was desperate to please him. She wanted to offer something no other woman could. She tried to make it more than physical. This was their time together. Jane did it for the closeness, the intimacy. She couldn't resist him emotionally. Even after a difficult phone call in November 2023, she flew out to see him again. And again, it was toxic. But it was also mutual. That's not trafficking. That's not coercion. It was jealousy, not control. She saw him on social media with another woman and sent him messages of regret. That's not criminal. Jane wanted to be in first place. That was her motive. That's why she stayed. Not because she was trafficked. There was an incident about a year ago when Jane hit Combs. He hit her back. She slammed his head on the kitchen counter. Months later, she flew to see him again. She invited an escort. She will describe it as one of her best nights, a wild king night, whatever you want to call it. Yes, it will be uncomfortable, but it was intimate. As for Mia, why now? Why is she making these claims? She never said anything at the time. Not even when she began cooperating with the government. Think about that. Everyone in this courtroom has a motive, including her. If it was also hostile, why didn't they call the police? They didn't. Why? Because they are vindictive. Because their motive is simple: money. Cassie filed a public lawsuit in November 2023. She was living in her parents' modest home in Connecticut. She went to a civil lawyer. That lawyer is in this courtroom right now. Cassie demanded $30 million. Another alleged victim asked for $22 million. So ask yourself, how many millions of reasons do these witnesses have to lie? The evidence won't support these charges. On bribery, yes, Combs paid a security guard at the Intercontinental Hotel. Why? To make footage go away. It was for PR, for Combs, and for Cassie. There was no criminal investigation. On kidnapping, the woman allegedly worked for him for 10 years. She later asked to work for him again. On drug trafficking, these were drugs for personal use. Everyone worked hard. They were building something ambitious. It was their choice to be there. There was no conspiracy. Combs paid adult men for their time and experience. Porn actors get paid. Escorts get paid. Hulkamania, Cowboys for Angels. This is a real industry. You can pay for time and an experience. That's what Sean Combs was doing. This trial is not about your personal feelings towards Sean Combs. You are not here to impose your morality on him. You are here to apply the law. If you listen to the evidence and not the headlines, you will find him not guilty of these crimes. Thank you.
We call LAPD Officer Israel Flores.
I'm also a reservist for the Army. I was a guard with Securitas in 2016 at the Intercontinental Hotel near Century City.
What happened on March 5th, 2016?
I was told about the 6th floor. There, I recognized Sean Combs. He is there, wearing a gray sweater.
What was your title?
Assistant Director of Security.
Let me show you a photo of the Intercontinental Hotel.
It's shaped like a pyramid.
What kind of incidents did you respond to?
All kinds. We had a couple of there. We'd prepare incident reports, the 5 Ws.
Would you attach photos to the reports?
Yes, but not video. We did not have the password.
When did this incident take place?
11 a.m. I got a report of a woman in distress on the 6th floor. I closed the security base and checked the cameras. There was an African-American man pacing back and forth. I didn't see a female. I rushed there.
What did you see on the 6th floor?
Mr. Combs in a towel and some light-colored socks. He's a rapper, producer, and Cassie on the floor.
Let me show you photos.
At this moment, the prosecution shows Flores a picture of Diddy in a tuxedo and in a separate photo, Cassie Ventura smiling.
What did you tell them?
That if they were arguing, they'd have to take it back to their room, and that the broken vase would be charged to the room. Cassie said she wanted her phone and her bag. Ms. Cassie said she wanted to leave. Mr. Combs said, "You're not leaving. I saw inside the room a male black wearing dark clothing."
What did Mr. Combs do after Cassie left?
He called for me. He was holding a stack of money, not to tell anyone.
What did you say?
I said, "I don't want your money. The damage is going to be charged to your room."
Where did Cassie go?
After I spoke with her, she left. A car pulled up. She left in a black SUV.
Was there a driver?
7 feet. He said, "She wants to leave." I said, "I'm talking to her, not you." They left.
Then what?
We went up to Mr. Combs's room to remind him of hotel rules. He opens the door and grabs the phone and says, "Are you recording me?" I pinned him to the wall. I took photos of the broken vase to tell them to come clean it up. I went to write the incident report.
Is this it?
My report with my name on it. At this moment, the defense objected and the judge said, "Noted." Then they continued.
Then did you review the video?
Yes.
I'm handing you a thumb drive with videos. Did it have audio?
No.
Let's walk through it. Who is this?
Cassie.
And this?
Mr. Combs.
What's happening here?
She picked up the wall phone.
What did you find when you got there?
The broken vase.
What is at the end of this video?
Me coming out of the elevator.
Let's pull up the incident report again.
Here, we reminded him that the checkout time was approaching.
What did you add to the incident report after you reviewed the video?
I described what I saw in the video.
What else did you do with the video?
I recorded 2 videos of it with my iPhone to show my wife at home. At this moment, Flores's video of the Cassie Hotel incident he recorded on his phone with his voiceover, including about how shiny his shoes were, is played for the jury. Then they continued.
Did you work the next day?
No, I had the next 2 days off.
When you came back in, did you look for the video?
I did, but it was gone.
Did you ever see it again?
Yes, recently.
Nothing further.
At this moment, the cross-examination began, and the defense were asking questions now.
You said your report was the 5 Ws, right?
Yes,
You mentioned that when you get off the elevator, 11:14 or 11:15, you describe Mr. Combs as having a devilish expression on his face.
that's my opinion.
When you get off the elevator, what's in your hand?
My radio.
Mr. Combs did not attack you, did he?
No.
And was there any law enforcement involvement?
No,
You videoed for your wife and kept it, right?
I did.
But law enforcement was never called?
They were not.
You told the jury Mr. Combs said to Cassie, "You're not leaving," but your report didn't say that, right?
At that point, I did not believe it was a significant fact. I'm not going to put down the back and forth.
So it wasn't important 9 years ago, but only now.
At this moment, the prosecution objected, but was overruled. I did not put it in the report at the time.
You said you were offered a bribe, but hadn't you told him he had to pay for the vase?
Yes,
The gentleman you say you saw in the room, you described to the jury things not in your report.
he didn't engage.
Why didn't you ask him his name?
He wasn't talking to no one.
Did you tell anyone at the time?
No,
And the 7-foot driver, do you know who it was?
I don't know, but Cassie knew him.
You didn't put in your report that you offered to call law enforcement, but she refused. Why not?
She said no, so there was no reason to include it.
You said you put Mr. Combs against the wall. That's aggressive, isn't it?
It could be, but I only put my forearm against his chest.
But you didn't put that in your report.
You're asking me to have put more detail in my report.
Do you remember the layout?
No, just a corner room.
Was it a normal hotel room like I would stay in? Just one room? Or did it have a living room?
I don't know.
The third party, you said he was on a bed?
It was a pullout.
You were in the hospitality business as well as security, right?
Yes.
Mr. Combs, it was clear to you that he wanted to pay for the damage, right?
At this moment, the prosecution objected, and the judge says, ask in a different way. After that, the defense said,
It can be embarrassing for a guest.
after this moment, the prosecution objected, and the judge sustained. Then the defense said,
One moment, nothing further.
and then the redirect began.
Did you typically include every single detail in a report?
No.
Did he seem drunk or high?
No.
When he offered you money, what did he say?
That he didn't want anyone to know about it, pretty much.
Which way was Mr. Combs dragging Cassie?
Back toward the room.
Nothing further.
At this moment, the judge asked if the defense wanted a recross, and the defense only asked one more question.
They are motion-sensitive cameras, so there are gaps, right?
Yes.
Nothing further.
After this, the judge asked for the next witness, and the government called a male dancer to the stand.
What did Ms. Ventura pay you for?
To have sex with her. Sean Combs was there too. My boss called me and said he couldn't find any of our black dancers, so could I go to a bachelorette party at the Gramercy Park Hotel in downtown Manhattan?
What did you expect to do?
A little stripper dance. She was in the hotel room in a red wig, stockings, and sunglasses. She gave me a few $100s.
What was the room like?
Red couches, Astroglide, a lubricant. There was a man on the right side of the room. The man had on a white robe and a bandana over his face, below his eyes, and baseball cap. From his voice, I recognized him as Sean Combs.
What did he say?
That he was into importing and exporting. He said he was having problems with my boss.
At this moment, the defense objected, and then they continued.
I'll get back to that. After the sex was over, what happened?
Cassie gave me a couple of $1,000s more. He said to give them my phone number. I did. Cassie called me and asked me for a photo.
Then what?
She called me to go back. I did, for a few hours. And then a few times after that.
Combs always present.
Yes,
Any other locations?
Essex House, his residence on 56th Street, I believe 210 at the time, and at her residence on West End Avenue, I think number 10.
What name were you to say you were there to see?
Black. I would send her vulgar text messages.
Like what?
You want me to say it?
Give an example.
I'd text, I want to fuck you right now.
How often did you use baby oil?
Every time. Sean Combs said we didn't have enough baby oil on. He'd say, y'all slow down, separate from each other. One time he tried to have us role play, like we had just met at an airport. We weren't good, so we skipped that.
What direction did Mr. Combs give you?
He'd tell me to step off and back off.
How many times, if any, were you told to urinate on Ms. Ventura?
At this moment, the defense objected on the grounds of suggestive, but was overruled.
They told me not to do it all at once.
At this moment, the defense objected, saying, objection, to him saying they. Then the judge said, I've got it. Then they continued.
What happened afterward?
They'd leave me waiting for hours. The whole thing might go on for 10 hours. They were headed to the Essex Hotel. They said to go in 30 minutes. It was the first time he opened the doors himself, dressed in a suit, no mask.
How did things change?
He didn't feel.
At this moment, the defense objected. Then they continued.
Who, if anyone, recorded?
Mr. Combs with a cell phone and camcorder. He took a photo of my driver's license for insurance. He said,
At this moment, the defense objected, and the judge said, focus it.
What did you understand?
he was threatening me. Once I went and Cassie was slumped over, he said, it's not going to happen this time.
Did Mr. Combs offer you drugs?
Molly, I guess it's called. I don't do drugs. MDMH, MDA, I think. I went out and handed out $100 bills.
How did the Molly make you feel?
Sick and euphoric. and like an idiot handing out $100 bills.
Who else was present?
A guy who told me he was an actual escort. He was having sex with Cassie at her apartment. The guy was like looking at Sean Combs, and Combs said, "Don't you be fucking looking at me?"
The defense objected, and the judge said, let's get a fresh question.
What did he look like?
Black guy, kinda skinny. We exchanged phone numbers.
Have you seen him in 10 years?
No.
Did it ever seem you were not the first person there?
Yes. Half-used Astroglide, towels on the floor.
After the $100 bills, did you see them again?
I couldn't do it anymore.
What did you get paid when you couldn't perform?
Nothing. But I never asked for money. I was happy to get involved with people with such notoriety. But after I saw Sean Combs' Cassie, I couldn't do it anymore.
What was Mr. Combs saying as he met Cassie?
He said, "Bitch, when I tell you come over, you come over." I didn't know what to do.
Did you intervene?
No, I knew that the changes there were bodyguards.
At this moment, the defense objected, and it was sustained.
What next?
He said, "Are y'all ready to continue?"
Did you try?
I don't recall.
Did you see them again?
I thought I had developed some sort of friendship with Cassie. I may have been speculating. I went there. I heard him slapping her. He walked out in a towel. She ran to me. I asked, "Why are you staying with this guy?"
At this moment, the defense objected, and the judge asked on what grounds, and the defense said hearsay, and it was overruled.
She said it was okay.
Nothing further.
Let me show you a text message chain between you and Cassie. Is it accurate?
Yes.
You were working for a service.
A male review show.
You were a manager? Male strippers for women?
Yes.
Prostitution was prohibited?
That is correct.
Your job was to build it up?
Yes and no.
I'll go with yes.
At this moment, the prosecution objected, and it was sustained.
Did the company open fake businesses to optimize search results?
Fake addresses. It was just SEO.
You went to optimize the lady's experience?
I have no idea what you mean. It's just our slogan.
Cassie told you to say the name Black?
Yes.
Your boss told you someone wanted a black man stripper?
Yes.
Let me show you.
At this moment, the defense showed something that shouldn't have been put on a screen, and the defense said to take it off. Then they continued.
She was wearing a wig?
Yes.
She handed you money?
She handed me $4,000.
Before any oil rubbing?
Correct.
She had on heels?
And dark glasses.
Where'd the money come from?
Her hand.
You were wearing a New York City Police Department uniform, right?
I bought an NYPD t-shirt.
You took the oil off in front of Cassie?
The oil? No, I took my clothes off. She said, "It's my birthday."
It appears she is enjoying herself?
Yes.
What was your position?
Missionary. I was like, did that just happen?
She asked you for a photo?
I do not know if Sean Combs asked for it.
So, to continue, you returned to the Gramercy Hotel?
Yes.
While you and Ms. Cassie Ventura were having sex for hours, Ms. Ventura took the lead.
No.
You took the lead?
We were equally doing our thing. There wasn't a leader.
You decided together?
Yes.
Fair to say she was in complete control of everything she was doing?
I can't say that.
You did not wear a condom?
I did not.
Your boss told you Ms. Cassie Ventura paid for the hotel?
Yes.
She paid with her credit card?
I have nothing to do with that. She used her card to pay for the dancer.
Okay, that assaulted her apartment on 11th Avenue.
I believe it was West End Avenue.
You claim Mr. Combs told her to come over. She said she had her personal information on the computer, so wait a minute. And he threw a bottle at her?
Correct.
He comes out and says, "Are you ready?"
Are you guys ready?
Isn't it true Mr. Combs told you, yo man, I'm gonna have to deal with this? You need to get the fuck out?
That is not correct.
In 2023, didn't you tell prosecutors he said, yo man?
At this moment, the prosecution objected on the grounds of it not being in evidence, and the judge said, you can only use it to try to refresh his recollection.
Read it to yourself. Does it refresh you?
I do not remember saying that. What I am reading here, get the fuck out.
The prosecution objected, and the judge said, disregard that.
Did you date a model named Malia?
Malia, and I didn't say I dated her. We were friends.
You were with her and saw Cassie with someone not Mr. Combs?
Yes.
You told Melia you saw Cassie socially?
Yes.
You thought Cassie wanted to see you one-on-one. Nothing to do with Sean Combs, right?
I don't see what you mean.
In front of the Dream Hotel, that's what you thought?
No.
You only saw her inebriated one time?
I saw her passed out on the couch. Mr. Combs told me, I don't think it's going to happen today.
The time with the other male, you rotated?
Not correct.
You watched?
Yes.
You said Mr. Combs was directing, but do you recall meeting the prosecutors on March 28th, 2025, and telling them you didn't recall Mr. Combs giving directions about positions?
Yes.
So he didn't direct?
Incorrect.
You thought you were in a relationship with Cassie, didn't you?
No.
You wanted to get alone with her? To date her?
If she'd let me, I would have.
You'd get jealous of Mr. Combs?
No.
Did you not tell them that Mr. Combs would tell you, it's my turn?
At this moment, the prosecution objected and asked for a sidebar. Then they continued.
Didn't you tell the government that you would feel jealous because you liked Ms. Ventura romantically?
I do not recall that.
Put up 35 to 70.
At this moment, the prosecution said, just for the parties.
I do not recall that.
Nothing further.
Please explain why you now say Mr. Combs directed you.
He asked about positions, but Mr. Combs did tell us what to do. Use baby oil.
The timing of the handing of cash, how did the amount compare to your stripping services?
$3,800 more.
How much were you paid to perform when you could?
$700 to $5,000 or $6,000.
And when you couldn't perform?
They paid me nothing then.
Did Ms. Ventura call you after the Dream Hotel?
Yes.
Do you know who she was with?
No.
Did she answer your text messages?
Never. Almost.
You said you wanted to hug her. Why?
I could see she was afraid.
What did you do?
I could not engage. I was messed up.
What did Mr. Combs say to you?
He said, it's time for you to go.
In the Gramercy Hotel, who was in the room?
Sean Combs, myself, and Cassie.
When she appeared to enjoy herself, was Sean Combs always in the room?
Yes.
Was that the same man who called her bitch and beat her?
I did not see the beating, I presume.
At this moment, the defense objected and it was sustained.
You heard slapping.
Yes.
Nothing further.
This document, do you see where you said, I'm on the Upper West Side? She says, 10 West End Avenue. Hit me when you're there?
Yes.
Do you see your text? Don't give a f if I'm a little tipsy. I love y'all N-word.
Yes.
And that was after the beating?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Why did you write that?
I wanted them to see I had no problem with what he had done. It'd keep it going.
No further questions. The government calls Cassandra Ventura. How old are you?
38.
What is your work?
Musician and entertainer.
How long were you with Sean?
10 years.
Did you get in arguments?
Yes, it would result in dragging.
What else did he do?
Me in the head if I was down.
How frequently was he?
Too frequently. I would get black eyes and
Let me show you a video. Where is this?
the Intercontinental in Los Angeles. It was after a freak-off.
What does that entail?
The hiring of an escort, setting it up.
How did you feel when he first asked for it?
Confused, nervous. I wanted to make him happy.
Did you agree to one when he first proposed it?
Yes. Then there were more. It wasn't something I wanted to do, at least not that frequently. I didn't know what no could turn into,
What do you mean?
making him angry.
What were you afraid would happen if you said no?
That he had materials,
What did you give the government?
laptops.
I've handed up GXB. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I've reviewed this drive. It has communication and documents pertaining to Mr. Combs.
Did you review photos on it?
Yes,
What's this photo?
me in 2004 with Carrie Morgan.
When did you sign with Bad Boy Records?
2006, it was a 10-album deal.
Did you release any after late 2006?
No,
Who's in this photo?
Kim Porter. She was Sean's ex from before me and the mother of his children.
Where did you celebrate your birthday in this photo?
In Las Vegas, Carrie Morgan was there too. We're out on his patio on my 21st birthday, VMAs.
What happened then?
Sean kissed me in the bathroom. I ran back to my hotel. I told Carrie.
When you got back to New York?
I'd visit him at the Trump Hotel in Columbus Circle. His apartment was being renovated.
What were you doing with your music career?
Trying to come up with a concept. Sean called all of the shots.
What is the age difference between you and Sean?
17 years.
How did you feel when Sean invited you to hotels?
Nervous, excited, like we were going to talk about music. He introduced me to... I didn't understand it.
Did you visit Sean in Miami?
Yes, I went with Carrie Morgan in Dallas, Austin.
What did you and Sean do together?
He gave me blue dolphin on a boat.
Had you once before taken unintentionally?
Yes,
How did you take it unintentionally?
it was in Gatorade.
When you took it intentionally with Sean, how did it feel?
Like rolling.
At the time, what did you think?
That we were spending a lot of time together. I thought we were monogamous.
Was it made public?
No, I was his artist. Also, his family, his children.
Who was linked to him publicly?
Kim Porter.
How did Sean treat you at this time?
We had fun.
What was his lifestyle like?
He had all these assistants. He could get things done. He traveled quite a bit.
What's this photo?
Sean and I at a strip club in New York, like 2007 or 2008. Halloween,
How did Sean's moods vary?
day to day.
When it swung, could you describe it?
Anger, zoning out.
How did it impact you?
Greatly. The next thing I knew, I was getting hit in the face. There was also psychological. He'd tell me to watch my mouth, change my face.
How would he keep tabs on you?
We didn't live far apart. He'd send security to come find me, or a trusted assistant.
Like who?
David James, Christina Coram.
Was your relationship exclusive?
No.
Did you see other men?
Yes.
Did Sean see other women?
Yes. He said, I am Puff Daddy. I was insanely jealous.
Did you move to LA with him?
Yes. He wanted to be close to his kids who were there.
Where did you live in LA?
875 Comstock Avenue.
How tall was the building?
No more than 17 floors.
Where did Sean live?
200 South Mapleton. Sean would use a golf cart to get back and forth.
Who paid your rent in LA?
Sean, except when I had the house in Studio City.
Why'd you pay then?
I could afford it then, and I wanted to have some control. It was accepted.
By whom?
Sean.
How many songs did you write while with Sean?
Hundreds. Most were never released. Some got leaked on the internet, some on mixtapes.
How many albums on your deal were not released?
9.
Did you get paid for them?
No. The freak-offs became a job. There was no time to do anything else but do them, then try to recover.
How much time in your week would freak-offs take?
The longest was 4 days, significant periods of time.
At this moment, there was a break. Then they continued.
Who was your manager at Bad Boy Records?
James Cruz.
What did he tell you?
That he was managing me with one hand tied behind his back. He had to check everything with Sean.
How did you make money if your records weren't being released?
I did hosting parties when Sean approved them.
What comments did Sean make about your physical appearance?
That I looked too Mexican with my hair like that.
How did he like your nails?
White, French tipped.
Hair?
It varied. I shaved my head in 2009.
Your body?
He told me to work out, prepare for the freak-offs.
How did you feel about his comments?
It varied.
What else did Sean pay for?
Cars.
Did he give you cash?
Yes, but he would take things away depending on how he felt.
What else would he take away?
My self-confidence.
Who would take things away?
Staff. I assume staff.
At this point, there was an objection by the defense. Then the judge said to disregard the last answer.
Who took your laptop and phone?
Security.
How long would they be gone for?
However long I was being punished for.
How often were you in contact with Sean's staff?
Daily.
Who are in these photos?
Christina Coram and Ms. Fletcher.
What did you call Ms. Coram?
KK.
And who's this?
D-Rock. He was Sean's security.
How frequently were you in Sean's residences?
All the time.
Did they all have safes?
Yes.
What did you observe in them?
Cash, jewelry, cameras, and videotapes. In New York, LA, Miami, and Alpine, New Jersey.
Do you recall an incident between Sean and Suge Knight?
Yes. We were having a freak-off in LA. D-Rock came in and said Suge was down at a diner. Sean drove over there.
What was your reaction?
I cried, said don't do something stupid.
Were you ever handed a gun?
Yes. We were going to a club in downtown LA. We'd taken mushrooms. I was high. I was told to put the gun in my bag. I was freaking out.
Who was present?
A driver, security, and Sean. Another time I saw them get dressed and grab guns and leave in an SUV.
How long were they gone?
30 or 40 minutes.
Let me switch topics. How soon into the relationship did Sean mention to you?
First 6 months or a year.
How old were you?
22.
Why did you agree to try a freak-off?
Good question. I wanted to make him happy.
Where was the first freak-off?
One of his homes in Los Angeles.
Who is this?
The first escort.
Do you know his name?
No.
I'll call him the first escort. Were you aware he was paid?
Yes. To dance and to have intercourse with me.
What drugs did you take?
Ecstasy and alcohol before things started.
Did you disguise your appearance?
Sean said we would disguise ourselves. I wore a masquerade mask.
What was a session in a freak-off?
Until the escort finished.
How many sessions with the first escort?
At least 2.
How did you feel?
I was high, so I didn't feel much. Dirty and confusion, and that he was happy with me.
Why did you feel you couldn't say no?
I didn't want to make him angry or upset after he'd shared this part of himself with me.
How frequent did the freak-offs become?
Weekly for a consistent amount of years.
When was your last one?
2017, 2018.
How long were you awake during the freak-offs?
I never slept. I took drugs, ecstasy and Molly.
Do you recall all of the freak-offs?
That would be impossible.
Did you want to stop?
Yes. I was humiliated. I didn't have those words then. I couldn't talk to anyone about it.
Did you tell him you didn't want to?
Yes, I brought it up gently. I didn't want him to just do it with someone else.
Were you able to express your concerns to him?
At this moment, the defense objected to the question, and the judge told the prosecutor to rephrase his question.
Why would you talk to him gently?
I didn't want him to be angry.
What is this?
Email between me and Sean.
What did you call him?
Pop, pop.
Why?
He asked me what I called my grandfather. I did it, but now I think it was disrespectful.
What did you write?
I really need to
Why did you write that?
because I wanted to be with him.
I'll read Sean's messages. You read yours. You don't want to do any more?
I'm so predictable.
What did you think this meant?
That he knew I didn't want to do the freak-offs anymore, but then I backpedaled.
Why?
To not make him angry. He could be violent.
Where'd you get your outfit?
Pleasure chest elsewhere.
Did you get piercings?
Yes, Sean came with me.
Which of his homes did you have freak-offs in?
Miami, New York,
What other homes?
my homes, all but Studio City.
In what other cities?
Atlanta, Ibiza,
In what hotels in New York did you have freak-offs?
Trump, Gramercy,
Intercontinental?
44th Street, yes.
Elsewhere?
Mandarin Oriental, Fontainebleau.
What names were used?
Jackie Starr I used. Frank Black.
What supplies were used for freak-offs?
Astroglide, baby oil, condoms.
Who brought the supplies?
Security, Sean's assistants.
Which brand of baby oil?
Johnson's.
How was it used?
Sean said, you need to be glistening.
Were there freak-offs where you ran out of baby oil?
After this question, the defense objected the question on the ground of it being irrelevant. Then the prosecutor asked this question,
You also mentioned Astroglide.
but was also objected over the same reason. Then the judge asked for a sidebar. After the sidebar, they continued.
We were just talking about Astroglide. How was it used?
Lubricant.
If you ran out, what would you do?
We'd call either staff or the bell desk, give them a tip.
Were the freak-offs lit?
Initially, it was a candle, strong smelling, Glade.
Any other use of candle wax?
A few times poured on my body.
Who set the temperature of the room?
Sean, I was expected to do freak-offs on my period.
Did you want to do that?
No.
Did you want to be urinated on?
After this question, the defense objected, giving the reason of asked and answered, but the judge overruled it.
No, I did not want it.
How did it feel?
It was disgusting. It was too much. I choked. No one could think I wanted it.
Why were you choking?
Too much in my mouth.
Who else urinated on you?
Sean.
Did you want Sean to urinate on you?
I didn't want anyone to urinate on me.
How often did it happen?
Often enough.
Which hotel charged the most for damage to the room?
The Intercontinental in New York. They redecorated the whole room for ridiculous money.
Back to the urination. Why didn't you say no?
It was obvious I didn't want to be on the ground being urinated on by two men.
Where did you find escorts?
Initially, Craigslist.
At this moment, they took a break, but then continued.
Ms. Ventura, in what cities did you respond to ads on Craigslist?
In New York.
Did you respond to ads on Backpage as well?
Yes.
Who directed you to communicate with escorts?
At this moment, the defense objected to the question. Then the prosecution asked another question
Who, if anyone?
before being interrupted by another objection due to assuming a fact not in evidence.
Did you ever reach out to an escort independently?
No.
Did you ever not use an escort who arrived?
One couldn't perform, so Sean sent him on.
What was a safe escort?
Not a cop, and someone who'd not run and tell everyone about their experience with us.
Why not a cop?
I learned this whole situation was not legal.
Before Cassie could finish her answer, the defense objected, and the judge said the jury will disregard that answer.
How did Cash get there?
Security, or he brought it himself.
The escort Dave. Do you know his real name?
Clayton Howard.
Who is this? Photo shown to witness.
Daniel.
What service did you use?
A dancer service.
Do you recognize Jules?
Yes.
In what cities did you have freak-offs with Jules?
New York, Los Angeles, Vegas.
Do you know his last name?
No.
Who's this?
I knew him as the Punisher.
Did you use drugs at every freak-off?
Yes. I need to disassociate and become emotionless.
Who else used drugs at freak-offs?
Sean did. Sometimes the escort.
What other drugs did you use?
Special K, GHB, mushrooms.
I'll read Sean's parts of this email. You read yours.
When should I take the thing? When will you be there?
Pausing you there, what did you mean?
Drugs.
I took mine. I'm flying. What does he mean?
He's high.
Why did you take more drugs?
To not be present with the experience.
Why?
Because it was something I hated.
How did you react to ecstasy and MDMA?
It could make me vomit.
What would he say?
To continue.
Did you want to continue to have intercourse when you wanted to vomit?
No.
How does G make you feel?
Drunk, tipsy.
Cocaine?
Makes my heart race. I'm not a huge fan.
Mushrooms?
The walls come alive.
After that answer, they took a break, but then returned and continued.
When drugs ran out, how did you know who to reach out to?
Sean would tell me.
During the session, how would you know to move to the next step?
Sean.
What would happen after the escort f***ed on you?
Sean would want it body in the next room.
Did you do that?
I did.
Where?
Usually.
Did you want to do that?
No.
How did you feel?
I was an object, being heavily objectified by men. Sometimes he would watch by FaceTime.
Were some sessions recorded on your devices?
Because they were there.
If you saw them on your device, what would you do?
I would delete them.
Why?
They were disgusting. I never wanted anyone to see them.
Were Sean's devices used sometimes?
Yes, I asked him to delete them.
Did he?
I don't know.
Did you ever leave a freak off before it was over?
Yes, at the Century City Intercontinental. I finally had a premiere coming up and I didn't want to mess it up, but Sean hit me.
At what point did Sean hit you?
Between sessions.
What happened next?
I got to the elevator. Next thing I knew, I was thrown to the ground.
Who threw you down?
Sean. He grabbed me by my neck and my hoodie.
Let me show you the video.
At this point, the prosecution showed Cassie the hallway video.
What are you doing?
Trying to use the hotel phone.
What is Sean doing?
Taking my phone and my bag.
Ms. Ventura, I just handed you 2 drives. What is on them? GX8?
Messages and photos from my devices.
Yesterday you testified about Sean going armed to look for Suge Knight.
Sean took guns with him.
And he told you to ask the escorts if they were cops?
I would begin by saying I was not a cop.
Sean told you to do that?
Yes.
What happened when you fought back?
I did that more earlier in the relationship. It would make him more violent, want to push me harder.
At this moment, the defense objected on ground of speculation, but was overruled.
How would Sean react if you fought back?
Anger.
I'm going to show you the LA Intercontinental hallway again. Play from 143 to 146. Who enters?
Sean.
What's in his hand?
He doesn't appear to have anything.
Play to 159. Now anything in his hand?
My phone.
How did he get it?
Well, he took all of my stuff.
Where does he end up?
Sitting in a chair in front of the window.
What are you doing?
I'm walking away from him.
Now who's in the video?
Me and security.
In this one, play from 531. Where did you go from the hotel?
I took an Uber.
Now let's turn to text messages. Can you read page 4?
Please call, I'm surrounded.
Who sent that?
From Sean. He was running around in a towel. I told him to put the robe on.
Who sent these green messages?
I did. I wrote to Sean. Jules left. As long as you're quiet, you can stay. Peace.
Who was Jules?
Escort.
Is this Jules?
Yes,
B606 and 607 side by side.
that's me. A selfie of me with a fat lip.
When did you take it?
In the Uber. With one of my phones.
What did you write here?
I said, please stay away from me.
And what does he say?
He says, I'm getting arrested.
Was he?
I don't think so.
What did you write back?
Plugging my phone in and going to bed.
Who was at your home when you got there?
Carrie Morgan. She was upset when she saw me. She called the police.
Did you speak with them?
Yes, but I didn't say who I was talking about and they left.
Why?
I wasn't ready.
Did Sean try to come to your apartment?
Yes, he was banging. That was pretty normal from him, but this is a pretty private building.
Did you hear from Ms. Coram that day?
Yes, and I went to see D-Rock and his wife to try to feel safe.
In this photo, what are you wearing?
A gown and sunglasses. I had a black eye.
What if any other bruising was visible?
I had several bruises on my leg, but I changed clothes.
What's this?
Me and Sean at the after party.
I'm going to show you escorts. Do you know the name of this person?
No,
In what cities did you use him?
New York.
Who's this?
Islander. He was on Latin Men. We used him in LA and maybe Vegas.
Who's this? 2A616?
We called him Tommy.
Who is this?
I know him as Greg, an escort in Miami.
Who's this?
Jonathan. We saw him in Miami.
Who's this? Red baseball cap backwards.
I don't know. He looks familiar from the freak-offs.
What did you write here?
This is all we do. I'm just getting back on track. I'm sure you can call Kim or something.
What did you mean by this is all we do?
Freak-offs.
Did you try to avoid anything in the freak-offs?
I tried to avoid kissing. It seems too intimate. But Sean told me to do it, to kiss the escorts.
What did Sean ask you to do on your 29th birthday?
A freak off. He had me pulled out of the Blind Dragon for the freak off. Some security.
What about blackmail material?
He wanted me to fear.
At this moment, the defense objected but was overruled.
When would Sean mention the freak off videos?
To her. One time I was dating someone else and he threatened to release the freak off videos. I'd have to answer to my mother. It's horrible and disgusting. No one should do that to anyone.
What did Sean say the impact would be?
Shame.
Let me show you a chat. Who's on it?
Me and Sean. July 22nd, 2013.
Read your message.
I wrote, please delete the videos off your phone. Too many people have access to your devices. He said, no iCloud. All good. Ambien kicking in.
At this point, the prosecution requested a sidebar, and the judge then called for a break to change some things in the courtroom. During the break, Combs was seen sitting at the defense table, speaking with his lawyer, Xavier Donaldson. After that, the prosecution stated there were issues with the privacy screens and said they would put that off and do something else now. Then they brought the jury and Cassie Ventura back into the courtroom and continued.
I offer more exhibits. What did you say here?
I'd been told there was a sexually explicit video out there about me. I reached out to Sean.
Then what?
We were driving back to NYC from Atlantic City to talk to this DJ, Kid,
Did that happen?
at a restaurant.
What was security's role?
To intimidate, they were lining the room.
Who was there?
Uncle Paulie, James Cruz.
How would you recover from a freak off?
I'd take I wanted to feel numb. We'd get massages, IV fluids. The chef would cook us something.
How often did you take after freak offs?
Often. I got urinary tract infections.
Were the UTIs painful?
Very. Antibacterials didn't work anymore.
How did it feel during freak offs?
Burning. I would not advise it.
Let's read this out loud.
I have all these sores on my tongue. I have another UTI.
What sores?
Friction in my mouth.
From what?
Oral.
You said another UTI, then sad face emoji.
I was open with him about them.
So you feel sick.
Why are you sorry? I took the blame for things.
Which escort would go to sex clubs with you and Sean?
Jules.
The escort from the Intercontinental in LA.
Yes.
Did you want to have sex with Jules? Ever?
No, but I knew him.
Why did you do it?
Sean.
Who was present when Sean put his hands on you at freak offs?
Sometimes the escort was there too.
In the same room?
Yes, Jules.
And in the suite?
Yes.
Were they aware?
At this moment, the defense objected but was overruled.
Yes. The escorts would ask me if I was okay afterward.
In what cities did he put his hands on you?
New York, Los Angeles, Miami.
How frequently?
Too frequently.
What's the Abbey?
A gay club in LA. I went there with my friend.
Where were you going?
To a music festival in Canada run by Drake. Sean came to my home and tried to attack me. I was thrown into the bed frame.
What's this?
A photo of my eye afterward.
Who took you to the doctor?
D-Rock.
Did you send this photo to Sean?
Yes, and I wrote, so you can remember. I wanted him to be sorry about it at least.
In this photo, where were you?
In the green room in Toronto, I put my hair over my eye. Then we went to the Hamptons. Sean wanted to have a freak off in the Hamptons. We got a hotel and an escort.
Which one?
Dave, I took GB. I went into a G hole and blacked out. I woke up nude in the shower. Dave and Sean were freaking out. I bugged out. It wasn't pretty.
Then what?
I spoke to a friend of Sean's, and then we had a freak off.
What's this?
My eyebrow healed up a little bit. A week later, I have a permanent scar on my eyebrow.
What's this?
Me at the Cannes Festival.
What happened at Cannes?
Sean accused me of taking from his boat. He threw me off, but my passport was still on the boat.
And you were on the red carpet that same night?
Yes.
Did you attend the movie?
Yes.
How did you get back to New York?
On a commercial flight. I traded my seat to get away, but he traded to get next to me.
What did he show you?
Freak off videos. He played them for me on one of his laptops. He said he'd release them.
How did you feel?
Trapped.
When you landed in New York, what did you do?
We went to a dinner. Then he wanted to have a freak off. So we had a freak off.
Why did you do it?
To make him not threaten me.
Let's read these from June 13th, 2013. Had Sean been violent with you before this?
Yes.
Had you told him before you didn't want to do freak offs?
Yes.
You said you needed GHB?
Yes. And that 2 escorts weren't available. I wrote, only Paul available, or Jake the white guy, but he can't do until 11. The other guy can do earlier. It's just one more person knowing our secret.
What did you mean?
The freak-offs.
What is SLS?
A hotel in Hollywood.
When would you take Valium before a freak off?
When I had anxiety, Sean's driver was bringing me the Valium. It was Raheem, I think.
I have a binder for the court. The gallery will not be able to see these exhibits. Ms. Ventura, I will show you some exhibits. 2A404. Who is it?
She worked for Sean.
We will call her Mia. When you gave your devices to the government, were they working?
No, they were broken.
Put up 602A for Ms. Ventura and the jury only. What's on your skin?
Oil.
When did Sean first hurt you physically?
It started in the first year.
What staffer were present when Sean was physical with you?
At this moment, the defense objected on the grounds of physical is vague, then the prosecution was more direct.
Punching, hitting. When did Sean first use violence on you?
In New York City. We were in a car with his security, and he knocked me around.
What did he do?
He hit me in the side of the head. I fell to the floor of his Escalade.
In January 2009, did you attend an event in LA with Sean?
Yes?
What happened as you left?
I'd been speaking to a producer about music. Sean called me a slut. I hit him in the face. I had been drinking.
Did you see any injuries?
No, I was on the floor of the car, and he stomped on my face.
How long did this last?
10 minutes. Then I tried to get away, but Sean's security brought me back.
Who?
Roger Bonds.
What did they tell you?
To go to a hotel. They snuck me into the hotel covered up so no one could see my face.
How long were you at the London hotel?
A week? A little more. An assistant brought me ice cream.
What was the assistant's name?
Genevieve.
Did you feel you could leave the London hotel?
No, I understood his capability, his access to guns, the threats he made.
When you were taken to the hotel after the assault?
Trust me, we know that didn't make sense, but let's continue.
No.
Did you know that this assault incident was reported?
I know there was a blind item on the internet without our names.
Who raised the blind item to you?
My mother.
At this moment, the defense objected. It wasn't said what grounds, but the prosecution then said,
Not for the truth.
then the judge overruled the defense's objection.
This was before FaceTime was very popular, so I could hide myself. She asked if it was me.
What did you say?
No, I did not want my mother to know something of that magnitude and be in danger.
When you went to a party with your girlfriends, what happened?
I saw executives from BET. Then I heard that Sean was there.
What did you do?
I left. I ran out as fast as I could.
Why?
I thought he was angry.
Did he come to the hotel where you were staying?
Yes, he beat me up and called me names. My face was bruised.
This photo. Who is it?
Scott Mescudi, known as Kid Cudi. We dated in 2011.
Did Sean find out?
Yes, in my phone. Sean went through my phone during a freakout. He found an email.
About what?
Taking my toiletry bag to Scott's the next day. Sean put a wine opener in his hand and threatened me. I called Scott on a burner phone.
Where did you go?
To Scott's house. Then I talked with Capricorn Clark, one of Sean's assistants.
Then what?
I went to the house Sean was staying at. He told me he would release videos and hurt Scott and I.
What videos?
Freak-off videos of me. Sean kicked me in the back. I got a bruise.
Where'd you go?
To my hotel with the burner phone. The room was torn up. Someone peed all over the floor, pooped in the toilet, and didn't flush it. It was gross. This was just before Christmas. I sent an email to my mom in Capricorn from my flight to Boston and Connecticut
What did you write?
that Sean said he would release the tape of me on Christmas and he'd had Scott and I hurt. He said he would be out of the country then.
What are these photographs?
My mother took them in Connecticut of the bruises on my back.
Were you entirely honest with your mother about the abuse?
No, I said this was the first time.
Did you tell her about the freak-offs?
No. Is it possible to take a break?
At this moment, Cassie asked to take a break. The reason is unclear, perhaps because of her pregnancy. Or maybe the questions were making her uncomfortable that she needed a break. What do you think? Let me know in the comments down below. Let's continue. Once they came back, the judge asked the prosecution, how much longer were they planning to question Cassie? The prosecution said 1 more hour, and that their goal was to finish the direct and allow the start of cross-examination today. Then they continued.
Did anyone come to see you in Connecticut?
Scott did for a few days. I broke it off with him. It was too dangerous.
At this moment, the defense objected, and the judge overruled it.
Sean said he would hurt both of us.
Where did you go after Connecticut?
I went to see Sean. He was in Arizona. his son, college. I told my mother I was going to LA for work.
Did Sean talk about Scott's car?
Sean said he wanted Scott's friends to see Scott's car blown up.
What happened next?
We met, Sean, Scott, and me. Scott said, "What about my vehicle?" And Sean said, "What vehicle?" And that was the end of the meeting.
Put up the photo. What is this?
Me and Sean in Kingston, Jamaica for Sound Clash.
Were you bruised?
Yes,
And this photo, what is it?
me in Sean's bathroom, September 18th, 2015.
What were you doing there?
Recuperating from being beaten up by Sean in Las Vegas. We were having an after party in our suite. I talked to a producer, and Sean tapped me on the shoulder, called me into our room and kicked me as I tried to hide behind the toilet.
What stopped it?
D-Rock and James Cruz came in. It made D-Rock sad.
What are these communications?
From D-Rock to me. He says, "Where you at? It's time to ice your face."
Why?
I had just been beaten up by Sean.
Were these all the times he beat you?
No, there were more.
With who else did you see Sean be violent?
I saw him drag an assistant out of bed. I saw him punch Eli or Ely in his head. One time in Turks and Caicos, he dragged a person. I believe we had a freak off in Turks and Caicos.
What floor did you live on in 875 Comstock?
17th floor.
Did a friend stay with you?
Yes. Sean came and held her and threw her on the patio furniture out on the balcony. I saw Sean bring her back in from over the balcony, then throw her on the patio furniture.
And Carrie Morgan?
I saw Sean hit her in the head.
Did you get drugs on your own?
Occasional drug dealers, opiates, Xanax, Valium. Sean would put the pills in a vitamin C bottle on the sink in the New York apartment. He'd say, "You can take them." He had doctors who would write the scripts in the name of an assistant or in my name.
Your brother's birthday party in Connecticut in 2013. What happened?
My mother told me someone was taking pictures of me. I went and punched her in the head.
You testified your relationship with Sean ended in 2018. How was your health?
I was sleepwalking. I had PTSD.
At this moment, the defense objected, but the judge overruled it.
What's this?
A photo of my front door in 2018.
Publish it to the jury. Why is there a knife there?
Sean was coming around a lot, so I had it.
August 2018. What happened?
We were having a closure conversation at a restaurant in Malibu. He was trying to convince me to go to Burning Man.
Were you seeing anyone?
My now husband.
What happened next?
Sean came to my house and raped me on my living room floor. His eyes were black. It was like taking something from you.
You cried. What did Sean do?
He continued and fished inside of me. Then he got up and left.
Did you ever have sex with him again?
Yes, voluntarily. We had a good night. I went back to his house.
Can you explain why you did that after he raped you?
We had been together 10 years.
Who did you stay in touch with?
Most people, though, I pulled away.
What did you message Sean about after that?
Just checking in.
What did he send you?
That he had iPads full of images. Get him his money.
Money back for what?
For having paid my now husband to be my trainer.
What did you write back?
Do you want me to tell the truth? It's much deeper than iPads. There was abuse, more than freak-offs. There was a time I couldn't take the pain, tried to walk out in traffic. My husband wouldn't let me. I had trauma therapy.
Did you write?
A book with chapters. My mom helped.
What did you want with the book?
That Sean read it.
What pain did Sean put you through?
Shame. To carry the things that were shameful for him. I took on a lot of responsibility for that I never should have. He brought the concept to me when I was 22. It was expected of me. I felt terrible.
How did you get chapters to Sean?
Through my attorney, and I reached out to KK. I asked her if he read it. She said it was not taken seriously.
How much did you ask for the book?
$30 million.
Did you sue?
November 2023.
What happened with the lawsuit?
It settled for $20 million in 24 hours.
Why are you testifying in this trial?
I can't carry this anymore. What's wrong is wrong. I treated people like they were disposable. Escorts, anybody.
How many freak-offs did you have with Sean?
Impossible to know. Hundreds.
After you broke up with Sean, did you ever do a freak-off?
No.
No further questions.
Ms. Ventura, you loved Mr. Combs, correct?
I did.
For 11 years, you took care of him.
In some ways.
You called him larger than life.
I did.
Others called him Diddy or Puff Daddy, but you called him Sean, right?
Yes.
You knew a version of him the rest of the world couldn't see, right?
At this moment, the prosecution objected, but was overruled.
In ways.
You kept coming back to him for 11 years?
I wouldn't say coming back.
You believed he loved you too.
I did believe he loved me too.
So when he cheated on you, it hurt.
Not every time.
At this moment, the defense said,
Bring up this defense exhibit.
but the prosecution objected and said it was not in evidence, and the judge agreed that it was not in evidence. Then they continued.
Ms. Ventura, read this just to yourself. Why did you send this message?
To let him know I was going to dinner.
What was going on when these messages were sent?
I'm not sure.
What was going on in your relationship then?
It was early. We were loving.
I offer it.
At this moment, the prosecution objected on the grounds of being offered the truth, but was overruled.
Please read.
I wrote, I love you, smiley face. I'll fly anywhere for you. I love you, Cass.
This 2009 email.
At this moment, the prosecution objected on the grounds of hearsay, and the judge told the defense to ask more questions.
From BlackBerry. What is BG?
Baby girl.
What did you write?
You hungry, Pop Pop?
And Mr. Combs wrote to you, we are so in love we don't do anything else. How long had you been seeing each other?
Like 2.5 years.
Please read this 1364.
I haven't talked to you at all. You don't even try. You rush me off the phone. I'm really hurt. I don't need your money. I need some attention.
You wanted your special time with Mr. Combs?
Yes.
You testified that you told him, I love you so much you make me a better woman.
I definitely wrote those messages.
You wrote, I can't wait until we have a baby of our own. You knew that he had 6 children at the time?
Yes.
Now, these messages about freak-offs, when you say, you know it doesn't matter to me, you mean weekend or weekday, either is fine.
That's what it says.
Mr. Combs says, maybe we can call Jules. Can you do it?
Yes.
This was an explicit message from you about the upcoming freak-off.
At this moment, the prosecution objected, and it ended in a recess called by the judge, but once they returned, they continued.
Ms. Ventura, this is from Mr. Combs to you. You respond with an extremely explicit message, right?
Yes.
This is 2 days after planning a freak off, right?
Yes.
He said, I want to see. How did you reply?
I can't wait either.
You wrote, I feel like I want to fuck, right?
That's what it says.
Mr. Combs says, I'm so horny I can't concentrate. What do you say?
That I'll go to Dwayne Reed for candles and then set up the room.
Did you understand that he was going to take another video of you?
At this moment, the prosecution objected on grounds of speculation, and the judge told the defense to move on.
You ask, any pills on you?
Yes.
What pills were you taking then?
Opiates.
You deleted videos on your devices, right?
Yes.
What did you write?
That I need to feel this is my husband, the only one who will see this side of me.
Were you afraid that Mr. Combs was only seeing you for sex in this way?
That was a concern.
You still were not public in your relationship with him?
Correct.
Were freak-offs important?
Integral to us.
Who was at your 21st birthday party in Las Vegas?
Britney Spears, Dallas Austin.
How did you get them there?
They came for Sean.
You're very beautiful and charming.
Thank you.
It's true. Who is Tommy Mottola?
A well-known producer.
You were an up-and-coming star?
I guess you could say that.
After you signed with Bad Boy, things were still platonic.
Yes.
You had a rough performance.
106 in Park. It did not go well for me.
How did he help you after that?
We did a YouTube video. He said, everybody makes mistakes.
What was wrong?
I couldn't hear myself.
You were dating Mr. Leslie. How much older than you was he?
10 years.
Then you traveled to Miami with Mr. Combs. The flyer of the event was just a cover to spend time with Mr. Combs, right?
That's true.
You had a tattoo of Mr. Leslie's initials on your body, right?
Yes.
How many tattoos did you have then?
At this moment, the prosecution objected on the grounds of relevance. The judge overruled it and said, but let's keep it moving.
3.
The one on your arm?
No regrets.
Mr. Combs taught you how to do oral sex.
He did.
Look at this. Tell me when you're ready. Can you read it?
You can read it. It's making me laugh. It's from 2007.
You wrote, I feel protected. You are sweet. You wrote, I see that Carrie is better fitting for you. I'm hurt that you think I'm malicious. You're very important to me. Cass. What were you trying to convey?
It's like a journal entry.
You discussed Carrie Morgan. Did you think Mr. Combs was attracted to her?
There was a point in the very beginning.
Did that complication carry on in your relationship?
Not really. Carrie was just always with us.
I'd like to start asking about freak-offs. Sometimes you wore a wig and a mask?
Yes.
The general public did not know.
At this moment, the prosecution objected, and the judge told the defense to rephrase the question.
No one knew until November 2023 in the public.
Yes.
Fair to say his career was ruined after your lawsuit?
I can understand that.
Let's read these messages. Mr. Combs wrote, "When are you on your period?
No, now.
What you be thinking about when you horny? Ms. Ventura, if you don't want to read the answers, I can read them."
Thank you.
The O has lots of oohs after it, right?
Yes.
After a freak off, you'd make love with Mr. Combs?
Yes.
Your period, Mr. Combs is asking when you're on it, right?
Yep.
He's asking in the context of when to meet up and have sex.
Looks like it.
Sometimes you watched him with a female?
2 or 3 times.
Did you talk with Mr. Combs about the swingers lifestyle?
That no one talks about it.
Were you keeping freak-off secret from your friends?
Yes.
His assistants help him?
With everything.
Would you remember if an assistant came in during one of your sessions with an escort?
Not necessarily. I was high.
So you don't remember much.
I had my privacy invaded a lot during that relationship.
This is from July 2012. You say to Mr. Combs, "I'm horny and bored." This was after a freak off, right?
There are a lot of texts here.
At this moment, the prosecution said,
I would ask that the witness be allowed to read the entire document.
then the judge asked how many pages. The defense said,
8.
then the prosecution said,
We don't have a copy for the witness.
so the defense said,
We'll show it on the screen.
so it was shown, but not in the public gallery.
You said Mr. Combs often put you down, but he also sent you encouragement and called you a queen, right?
Yes.
At this moment, the judge asked for a sidebar, then continued.
What would trigger Mr. Combs' incessant calls to you?
Anger. Doubt about where I was.
If he suspected you of cheating, he'd call you incessantly
That was one of the reasons.
because he thought,
At this moment, the prosecution objected, and it was sustained.
do you believe Mr. Combs has good taste?
I think he does.
He's had an impact on fashion.
People like his style. Sean John.
Did you consult with him on your look?
Sometimes I got advice I didn't ask for.
He still ran his companies even while having all these freak-offs, right?
He did.
What was he addicted to?
Success.
What substances? Opiates?
Yes, he told me, and I saw it.
Did Mr. Combs' mood depend on whether or not he was withdrawing from opiates?
He was more irritable, I would say.
What other drugs was Mr. Combs addicted to?
At this moment, the prosecution objected on the ground of no foundation, but the judge said, I'll ask if I want the grounds, then sustained and said to rephrase it.
What was his drug of choice?
Ecstasy or MDMA.
Opiates daily?
When he was doing them.
You saw him withdraw.
Yes.
Let's turn to GX411.
At this moment, the prosecution said,
It's not in evidence yet.
then they continued.
So B414, page 3 and 4. You wrote, I love our FOs when we both want it. You felt that?
Loving FOs were just words at that point.
Mr. Combs wrote to you, I want to freak out right now. And you wrote that you wanted it too. LOL me too.
I texted more than that.
But you did text that to him. Mr. Combs wrote to you, Jules is available if you're into it. You could have said yes or no, and you said love you.
There was no yes or no.
Bring up B420 on page 2. Mr. Combs wrote, do I have your permission to set up freaky fun? You wrote, ovulation.
Yes.
Here, what do you say?
I asked, which hotel? I must have called him in between. I don't want to assume anything.
He said montage. You said you could also go to Pleasure Chest. What would you get there?
Sexual supplies.
What supplies?
Lubricants, outfits.
He says, have fun, impress me. You say, okay. He says, well, can we kiss a lot? What do you say?
Yes.
You wrote, I left the iPad.
I don't know whose iPad this meant.
Mr. Combs wrote, I'll be there right after my session. This was in June 2017. Do you remember arguments you were having at that time?
Not specifically.
Here you say, the game starts at 10 p.m. No breaking character till 8 a.m.
This was a game a friend of mine told me. A way to rekindle your romance.
By doing something different in the bedroom?
It's a whole getting into character thing.
Mr. Combs says, let's get some outfits and go to sex club. Mr. Combs wrote, "Surprise package coming from out of state. Why can't I reach you? What do you say?"
I was getting my brows done.
Did you come to know Mr. Combs was leaving to freak off to go see Kim Porter?
Yes.
How did you find out about Gina? How did you feel? Did it upset you?
Yes,
It prompted arguments?
it did.
And he thought you were not faithful. What were his reactions?
It was scary.
Mr. Combs wrote to you, "Let's do something different in NYC this weekend. FYI, Dave hit me." What does hit mean?
Reached out.
And Daniel contacted you. Did this mean you might have a freak off?
Might?
He tells you, "You better put me on VIP vibrate alarm or something." He's frustrated you don't answer his texts fast enough.
Right.
You tell him to come to NYC understanding there could be a freak off.
Maybe.
You also saw the Book of Mormon.
Yes,
Masked Pleasure. Is that a sex club?
I would assume.
He asks, "Are you ready for tonight?" What do you say?
Yes, I just have to get some things. This is not about what I felt, right? Because you are skipping over a lot here.
What did you write?
As much as you think you're Bruce Willis, you're not. Your kids were babies when we started dating.
If you saw him on social media on vacation with others, it was heartbreaking?
It could be. I was 7 years in.
And what about this? About Gina? You wrote, "I don't want to be a side piece, but I'll treat you as a king." You wanted to be the main girlfriend?
In 2013, yes.
You saw social media posts of Mr. Combs with other girlfriends and got angry, right?
Can I speak? I was jealous of certain situations.
Did there come a time he suspected you were in a relationship with someone in the industry, Mr. Muscudi?
Yes,
Mr. Combs thought it could be good for your career if you collaborated with Mr. Mr. Muscudi.
yes.
Why did you begin your relationship with Mr. Muscudi?
We enjoyed each other's company.
You were in a relationship with Mr. Combs,
We were on a break.
but you were still doing freak-offs with him.
Yes,
After Mr. Combs found out by going through your phone, you went to see him. You knew he was upset. He previously attacked you.
yes. I thought I'd be safer with other people there.
Your affair with Mr. Muscudi was only a month long, but you got a burner phone for it?
Right.
Mr. Combs kicked you in the back?
Yes.
This came up later in your relationship that you had cheated on him with Kid Cudi.
He brought it up quite a bit.
When he cheated, he said, "Well, you had an affair with Kid Cudi, right?"
Sometimes.
He suspected you of having an affair with another person in the industry. You were in South Africa filming?
Yes, Honey 3.
While you were there, you saw a photo of Mr. Combs with Gina and were irate, right?
Angry.
You blocked him and focused on the movie, right?
I tried my best.
Mr. Combs suspected you of a relationship with whom?
Michael B. Jordan.
You sent a video not only to Mr. Combs, but also to staff. Who? D-Rock.
Yes.
You sent it to them because you were angry with all of them.
I was hurt. I spent all my time with them.
You thought they were in on it. The physical abuse. When did your father learn about it?
Same time as my mother.
Did Mr. Combs come to Connecticut to speak to your parents?
I don't know if it was then.
Carrie Morgan knew about the abuse.
Yes.
The eyebrow gash incident. What was it about?
Didn't answer the phone and went to sleep. I was supposed to be packing for a trip.
He was inebriated?
I don't remember that.
Why were you asleep?
A drink at the Abbey had something in it, I think.
Did Mr. Combs ever abuse you while he was inebriated, then say he didn't remember it?
Yes.
Did you feel he was not taking responsibility?
Yes.
For drugs, you'd both go to rehab?
Rehab wasn't really a thing during our relationship.
The freak-offs were an opportunity for you to take drugs together?
Yes.
You went a lot to Burning Man?
Yes.
Did you ever call yourselves Get High partners?
We did.
Did you take drugs from him without him knowing it?
Yes.
What was his reaction?
Explosive.
Did he tell LA dealers not to deal to you?
Yes.
You told Ms. Coram that you learned only after the fact that Mr. Combs had dangled Ms. Bangalon off the balcony?
I'm not sure.
You were on drugs?
I'm not sure.
You got a life coach for your drug use, according to this document.
I don't know who that person is.
You were doing a lot of drugs?
It was a rough time.
You tried to get into a rehab, the Golden Door.
It was a spa. There was a time I lost all sense of smell and taste and woke up in a hospital with an IV in my arm. I tried then to get help.
The time after San Bernardino, you learned that he had overdosed.
A very strong opiate, yes.
Were you ever not addicted to painkillers?
We took Ibogaine.
Where did you get it?
Cancun, Mexico, separately.
When Mr. Combs threw you off the boat in Cannes, when he accused you of taking drugs and squeezed your leg,
Among other things,
but you still wanted to be with him?
I did.
Switching topics, when you say Mr. Combs went with guns to find Suge Knight, do you remember telling the government that you would go with them?
No.
Let me show you.
At this moment, the prosecution said,
Just for the parties.
then they continued.
I did not go with them, so I don't think I said that.
You also did with Ms. Morgan, right?
Yes.
Do you recall telling the government that you did not see what he did, hitting her in the head with a wooden hanger?
I saw the hanger. I saw he was angry that I was doing drugs with Carrie.
This broke up your 17-year friendship with her?
It did.
Did you tell Mr. Combs about your relationship with your now husband?
No.
Ms. Morgan sued you and Mr. Combs,
Made a demand.
and you paid part of that?
I did.
And you haven't spoken with her since?
Maybe one text.
That was the relationship ender?
Yes.
You would heat up the baby oil?
Yes.
Now, is this from the day before the Intercontinental Hotel incident?
At this moment, the prosecution said,
This is a long document. We need time to read it.
so they took a break.
Is this from March 4th?
At this moment, the prosecution said,
With UCT time, it is March 3rd.
then continued.
Okay, Mr. Combs refers to accessories.
For the premiere.
You sent him an explicit message?
Yes.
He responded with with a number of M's. He wrote, "Too bad you have to work, LOL."
He did.
You ask him, "Are you feeling better?" Then he's discussing bodily function.
Yes. Could we just clarify what time these messages are really from? With
A stipulation on that.
And this one, you can pause to read it if you want. Then they continued.
Mr. Combs went to your premiere lunch at the London Hotel?
He did.
Then he says, "I just got out of a spiritual therapy session."
I asked, how did it go?
He said, "It's a process. This is leading up to the hotel incident." You say, "Baby, I want to FO so bad." You were asked in your direct and said you didn't want him to ruin your premiere.
Sure.
Mr. Combs says, "If we start at 7 p.m. and go until 4 a.m., you can get enough rest after."
Yes.
He's saying it'd be a shorter than usual freak off?
That's how I would understand it.
What do you say?
Carrie is here. We can't do it at my house.
You say, "That guy is sick." I'm not going to ask you what you meant. So you were turning to Johnny. Was he a dancer or an escort?
We hired him as a dancer, but he did what an escort does.
Do you remember the beginning of this freak off in the Intercontinental?
Not really.
The drugs were bad MDMA, right?
I have no idea.
You believe Mr. Combs was blacked out for the Intercontinental event?
I believe he was intoxicated. Everyone's definition is different.
But you said blacked out. What did you write here?
I wrote, when you get fucked up the wrong way,
You meant drugs.
and alcohol.
Here, Mr. Combs writes to you, "I'm so horny for you."
At this moment, the prosecution objected and said this was not an evidence. Then they continued.
Here, Mr. Combs is asking you for sex soon after the Intercontinental, right?
I was saying how he felt.
What did you write back?
I wrote, we need a different vibe than Friday at the Intercontinental.
Mr. Combs wrote, "Fuck Friday, I don't even want to do that again." What did you write?
I wrote, LOL, true.
Mr. Combs suspected you of having an affair with someone else in the industry. What happened when he took your phone?
We were in a car, and he told me to call my mother. When I did, he grabbed my phone and took it.
It was a big fight.
He was just gone.
For how long?
A few hours until my mother called the police.
Did Mr. Combs go through your phone?
I think so. And he called someone on it.
The person you had an affair with?
I don't know if he's playing anymore.
But he was an NFL player, and he was jealous. Wasn't there a time he found out you were dancing with another person in the entertainment industry and took your phone, right?
I don't remember.
It was Chris Brown.
I was not dancing with him.
Look at this. It's from 2013.
Now I see.
What else did Mr. Combs take?
My car, my passport, when he was angry.
Let's refresh you about Mr. Combs being in rehab.
I vaguely remember.
Why did you go to Sedona?
I went to Arizona to get away from the drugs.
I'm going to go to a new topic. Mr. Combs told you to go get the video you'd heard about. What did you write?
I wrote, you keep putting me down.
I'm going to play you some audio.
At this moment, the defense played an audio. This voiceover is what was said in the audio.
If you saw a video of someone f***ing me, who was f***ing me? You have it. Why didn't you show me? 'Cause I'm not disrespectful, bro. If you don't show me, I will kill you. Cut you up. I will f***ing kill you. I've never killed anyone in my life. I am going to f*** you up. It's not going to be blood on my hands. Someone else is going to do it. I'm not playing with you, Sujit. Tell me.
That was you, right?
Yes?
Did Mr. Combs express concern about these videos being released?
When?
Ever.
Yes?
The escort, Jonathan. You thought he took a video?
Yes?
Mr. Combs spent a lot of money to make sure the video did not get released?
I don't know.
You had a conversation with Jonathan Audie that was transcribed?
I'm not sure.
He was volatile?
I didn't trust him.
What did Mr. Combs say when you told him you thought Mr. Audie was recording?
He said he'd take care of it.
Are you aware of an escort leaving comments on Mr. Combs' Instagram page?
I am not.
Now let's talk about rehab. Do you still take Suboxone?
Something like it.
What does it treat?
Opioid addiction.
At this moment, the prosecution objected, but was overruled by the judge.
You wrote a book in rehab. The place treats sexual compulsion.
At this moment, the prosecution objected, and the judge asked for a sidebar.
Did you get neurofeedback therapy?
Yes.
What is it?
They hook something up to your head and show you things. See how you react.
Were you told the effects of it?
Help me with my trauma.
Did you participate in EMDR?
Yes.
What does it do?
Memories and processing them.
The idea is you recall prior traumatic memories, like for PTSD. You were being treated for PTSD.
Yes. I was still physically developing.
You were 22,
Women keep developing after 22, don't you think?
but you're not suggesting you were still physically developing after 22.
I am not.
This message is about having a freak off without ketamine, right?
At this moment, the prosecution said,
May I confer with counsel?
the judge said, no, but we will take a break. Then they came back and continued.
Mr. Combs wrote, "You're so predictable. You've said you were going to tell him you didn't want to do freakouts anymore, but you didn't say it, did you?
I did not.
Here, you were suggesting freaking off with a girl. You say you found a photo of Mr. Combs with Gina while you were staying with your parents in Connecticut, right?
Yes.
You decided to break up with him, and he didn't threaten you but suggested couples counseling?
I don't know.
In August 2018, you called it a closure conversation. Mr. Combs was inviting you to Burning Man, right?
Yes.
I'll read Mr. Combs. You have anger.
I wrote, my family knows I am not running around telling our business. I wrote, I don't need you to be taking care of Kim and Gina. I needed you to put me first.
Please read these.
I wrote, you lied to me. She never went away. It was the nail in the coffin.
You meant Gina, the photo?
Yes.
In your civil lawsuit, you say Mr. Combs raped you in September 2018 after you had dinner at an Italian restaurant in Malibu, right?
Yes.
Did you meet with the U.S. on November 30th, 2023?
Yes, not the exact date.
In this meeting, you said the rape took place after Mr. Combs returned from Burning Man. You said he was acting strangely at that dinner.
I don't remember exactly that word.
Did you meet the U.S. on April 8th, 2025?
Around then,
This message to FB. Who's that?
Frank Black, a name he used.
He wrote, I'm in an investors conference. We'll get back to this. You still have love for him?
I have love for the past and what it was.
After this, they took a sidebar, but then continued.
You wrote, I didn't mean to be a bitch. I just don't get the time. He writes, just need you to be positive, correct?
Yes.
DX1309. This is about a yoga instructor?
Yep.
What did you write?
I wrote, I've stopped even caring.
But you did care.
Yeah.
So he said, you could date other people. Let's just talk about it, correct?
Yes.
What did you write?
I wrote, I do love you. I would just prefer not being one of your girlfriends. Let's get up tomorrow night. I'll do studio from 6 to 9.
He writes, can I hold you? Or are you just going to break up with me? And you write back, we can embrace LOL. And you wanted to hug him, right?
That's what I said.
Did you have sexual intercourse with Mr. Combs that night?
I did.
And during that, your now husband FaceTimed you.
Yes.
Your now husband didn't know you were with Mr. Combs at the time?
I don't know what he knew.
Later, he discovered it?
At this moment, the prosecution objected, but was overruled.
You didn't tell your husband you were raped.
Not that evening.
After Ms. Porter's memorial service, you wrote to him that you were going home. Why had he called Kim his soulmate? What was the 11 years all about?
Yes.
That was hurtful.
At that time, yes.
And after that memorial service, you never saw Mr. Combs again, right?
I did not.
He let you go, right?
I never saw him again. I don't know about letting me go.
You got married to the love of your life, right?
At this moment, the judge interrupted and said to take a break.
Ms. Ventura, we're almost done here.
Thank you.
I will read Mr. Combs' messages. You're going to make a beautiful mother. God bless.
I said, thank you, God bless. I wrote, we should talk and have closure.
Mr. Combs sent back a tear face emoji. He said, you were always my ride or die.
I thought it was nice.
You'd been craving that.
Before, I don't think I was craving now.
You shaped you over 11 years. You shaped each other.
Yes,
Your husband's a physical trainer.
yes,
The house you grew up in Connecticut was relatively modest compared to mansions.
yes,
You were preparing to tour with a Matt Testa.
yes, he's an engineer.
Once you settled your lawsuit, you canceled the tour, right?
Yes,
Because you no longer needed the money?
that wasn't the reason.
After the hotel video came out, you posted on Instagram that domestic violence is the issue, right?
Yes, I still feel that way.
DX1015. Mr. Combs wrote, want to freak off one last time. What did you write?
I don't want it to be the last time. I want freak off for the first time.
No further questions.
At this moment, the judge asked the prosecution if they wanted to redirect, and it begun.
Ms. Ventura, you were shown this message where you ended. I don't want to freak off for the last time. I want it to be the first time for the rest of our lives. What did you say after that?
Yes, I'm horny. Just got over a UTI.
You were shown messages today in which you and Sean were kind and loving?
Yes.
Did those periods ever last?
At this moment, the defense objected but was overruled.
No, they didn't last. There'd be a downswing.
What world did Sean open up to you?
A world of chaos.
In your 11-year relationship, who did you want to have sex with?
Only him at that time.
When Sean wrote, seduce me all day, what did you do?
Write about FOs.
Were you able to cancel work obligations for freak-offs?
Yes, if I was told to.
When you were shooting the movie in South Africa and you blocked him, how did he contact you?
Through Mia.
He said he didn't remember hurting you. Did you believe him?
Not always, because I knew him. There were times he was pretty aware of what he was doing. It's just who he was. I'd seen him be violent with other people.
On the way back from Cannes, what did Sean do?
He played a video of me having sex with an escort.
What did he say he'd do?
He'd release it.
When you got to NY, what did Sean ask for?
A freak off or he'd release it.
When Sean wrote, you ready for tonight? What did he mean?
Freak off.
What were you afraid he would do if you did not do that freak off?
At this moment, the defense objected, but the judge overruled it. Then after Cassie said,
I don't know that week.
the judge interrupted and said, next question.
Do you have any doubt that Sean raped you?
At this moment, the defense objected but was overruled.
I have no doubt.
After Sean raped you on August 18th, did you later have consensual sex with Sean during which your now husband FaceTimed you?
Yes.
Why did you cancel the tour?
After I filed my civil suit, I was overwhelmed. Addressing the past the way that I chose to was overwhelming. I didn't want to go.
Do you plan to file more lawsuits?
No.
Would you give the $20 million back if you hadn't have had to do freak offs?
At this moment, the defense objected but was overruled.
I would give it back to get my agency back.
Did he beat you during freak offs?
Yes.
Were you open to freak offs at the beginning?
At the beginning.
Did you tell him when you no longer wanted to do them?
Yes. More than once.
What concerns did you have about saying no to freak offs?
Safety, career, love.
No further questions.
At this moment, the judge asked if there was a recross, and they continued,
You knew Mr. Combs' sexual preference was these freak-offs, right?
I learned.
It was part of being his girlfriend?
Yeah.
You kept your old device?
Yes.
And freak-off videos in this case. They were all on those devices you kept from 2012 and 2014.
I don't know what year.
You were able to stand at his side at the Met Gala. Being his girlfriend gave you access to producers.
Yes.
Beyond Kid Cudi, what other musicians were you put in the studio with? Were you put in the studio with Nicki Minaj?
Yes.
You were put in the studio with Lil Wayne.
Yes.
And with Rick Ross and Pusha T. Am I forgetting any names?
You've got a lot of names.
You are self-conscious about your musical talent.
I wouldn't say that.
You had a bad performance on 106 and Park.
Early in my career.
You did music videos. Were they successful?
At this moment, the judge asked for a brief sidebar. Then they continued.
D-Rock was like a member of your family?
Yes. Like a brother.
The assistant Mia, you also had a friendship with?
Yes.
Okay, here you begin with an explicit message, and he responds with one, you are actively sexting.
Yes.
You stated that you were feeling overwhelmed after filing your civil lawsuit, right?
Yes.
You recently received a settlement from the Intercontinental?
No.
You made a demand?
Yes. $10 million, maybe.
At this moment, the judge asked anything further, and the prosecution said,
I just have one question.
but the judge said, I was asking Ms. Esteval, can you wrap up in 2 minutes? And they continued.
This is the last thing I'll ask you to read, Ms. Ventura.
Thank you. We need closure and understanding.
Why'd you keep your devices?
I was afraid of what was on them. I wouldn't take them to the Apple store.
One question. You just reached a $10 million settlement with Intercontinental last week before trial?
At this moment, the prosecution objected, but was overruled, and Cassie answered.
Yes.
That was the end of Cassie Ventura's testimony. After hearing the entire testimony together, instead of in parts, day by day, what do you think now? Did anything change in your opinion after hearing the entire testimony in one? Let me know in the comments down below. I'll see you tomorrow.
Good afternoon. Where do you work?
HSI in the Human Trafficking Group. I'm in the Crisis Negotiation Group too.
Did you serve subpoenas in this case?
Yes.
When Sean Combs was arrested, where did you go?
The Park Hyatt, room 2115, where he was staying.
At this moment, the photo of the entrance was shown to the jury.
What did you do?
We assigned a letter to each room and began to search.
What was your role?
I took photographs of items, then signed them on the 6051 form.
Was this found in the closet?
At this moment, photos were shown of plastic bags full of Johnson & Johnson baby oil and Astroglide bottles.
Yes.
What was found in the bathroom?
Several bottles of baby oil.
Now the bedroom. What was found in the Louis Vuitton bag?
Medication in the name of Frank Black.
And that is this?
Bags of pink powder found in the medicine bottle.
At this moment, there was a stipulation shown agreeing it was found and tested by Customs and Border Patrol Lab.
Reading stipulation. The pink powder was found to be ketamine and MDMA in bottle.
At this moment, physical evidence is passed around to jury. Then a photo was shown.
What was found in the black mini pack bag?
$9,000.
Please take the cash out of the bag.
At this moment, Special Agent Binda does and starts fanning out the bills.
No further questions.
After this, the judge asked, any cross? And the defense asked only one question.
In the hotel room, did you see any bags and clothing indicating that a woman was staying with him there?
Yes.
After this, the judge said, the U.S. may call its next witness, and they did.
Your Honor, the government calls Don Richard. Where are you from?
New Orleans, Louisiana.
From 2004 to 2011. Who did you work for?
Puff. Sean Combs.
Do you see him?
Yes.
Who is depicted in this photo?
Cassie.
In 2009, did you observe an incident between Puff and Cassie?
She was attacked by Sean Combs. Kicked.
Did you see more by him against Cassie?
Often.
When were you a member of this group?
2009 to 2011.
The incident in 2009 when Sean Combs beat Cassie, where was it?
In Sean Combs' LA home, we were recording.
What did he do?
He was saying, where the fuck is my food? He grabbed a black skillet with eggs and tried to hit her over the head. Cassie dropped to the ground.
What did she do?
She went into fetal position.
Then what?
Sean Combs was kicking her in the head and body, then dragged her up to the first floor, glass breaking and yelling. I was scared for her, and for me too.
Did you intervene?
No.
Did you call police?
No.
The next day, what happened?
That it had been passionate and she was okay. That it would be better if we didn't talk. That people could end up missing.
How did you understand that?
Death.
At this moment, the defense objected, and the judge said, sidebar.
When Mr. Combs told you people could go missing, how did you interpret it?
That people could die. I couldn't believe that this could be the beginning of a journey for us.
As Diddy Dirty Money?
Yes.
What did you observe?
He would drag her and kick her and punch her in the mouth.
What would prompt these acts of violence?
At this moment, the defense objected, but was overruled.
When she would speak up for herself.
Who in security witnessed these things?
D-Rock and Bonds.
Where did Ms. Ventura get hit?
Her knees, her face, all over.
Did there come a time you were in NY for a festival?
Yes, in Central Park.
In the residence. What happened?
He punched Cassie. She came into the bathroom crying. You could see her upset, like she was hurt.
What injuries did you observe?
Swollen eye.
Why'd you remain with Ms. Ventura after this incident?
I wanted her to feel supported.
What's this?
At this moment, the prosecution showed Don Richard a photo of Cassie in sunglasses, and Don Richard too.
The Central Park event.
Why did you wear them?
Solidarity.
The next assault. Who was there?
D-Rock, Capricorn Clark, Harv Pierre.
Who was Mr. Pierre?
At Bad Boy, answering to Sean Combs.
Did they do anything?
None of us did anything. When we drove back to LA, he slapped Cassie in the mouth and told her to shut the fuck fuck up.
How did the passengers respond?
We stayed silent the rest of the ride. I asked myself, if he did that to someone he supposedly loved, what would he do to an employee? So I'd approach Mr. Combs with softness.
Did you try to intervene in the relationship?
No, for my own safety.
Did you see Mr. Combs using drugs?
Yes, weed, ketamine, Molly, cocaine.
Opiates.
That I never saw.
Who brought him the drugs?
One stop. He had it all, including Plan B, birth control.
Did you see Mr. Combs with guns?
Yes, handguns, on his lower back.
Who else had guns?
Security, D-Rock and Bonds.
What did you do after Bad Boy?
Sing. Whenever I got momentum, I'd get a FaceTime from him.
How would you speak to him?
Very soft. I'd always call him bro.
Why did you not disclose the abuse you'd seen?
I was told not to by Mr. Combs and Harv Pierre.
When did you speak out?
2024. I saw Ms. Ventura take the stand and tell the truth.
At this moment, the defense objected and it was sustained.
Did you see Ms. Ventura file a civil lawsuit and then file your own?
Yes,
You are aware there's a motion to dismiss your lawsuit?
I have civil lawyers.
You sat with the prosecutors, and your allegations have changed?
I've been consistent.
You testified he attempted to hit her about the eggs, and Ms. Ventura dropped down in a fetal position, right?
Yes,
Did you ever say you heard a pan hit the wall? You didn't see it?
I don't recall.
Would you agree with me it has been hard for you to keep your story straight with respect to this egg incident?
I told it as close as I could.
The day after, you say Mr. Combs said people go missing?
Yes,
Let's go to your interview on March 18th, 2025. You did not say anything about Mr. Combs told you people go missing.
I don't recall that.
No worries. I'm going to show you a document for the parties only, page 5. Isn't it true the first time you said this was a week ago? Would you like me to show you your previous interviews?
I know what I said.
You said Mr. Combs made a death threat, one that you didn't recall 7 times? Let's move to alleged incident before the Central Park concert. You are aware there was a camera crew?
Not in the bathroom.
You were filmed in the park. Are you aware if the video has been turned over?
No,
About the guns, you didn't tell the prosecutors about, I saw guns at Diddy's house?
they didn't ask.
You never saw Mr. Combs pull a gun out and wave it around, load bullets, or cock it.
He just had it.
Did you tell the government you never saw Mr. Combs do cocaine?
I don't recall.
Your testimony has changed on quite a few things.
As time progresses, I remember more.
You saw One Stop sell drugs. You saw him take money.
Yes,
All right, 1 second. Didn't you tell the government you never saw anyone pay him? So you lied, right?
no,
At this moment, the judge asked for a sidebar. Then they continued.
It was you who reached out to Mr. Combs to work with him again?
yes,
But he had threatened you, right? You asked him to work with you again?
yes,
The songs you released on your own have not reached the level of what you released with Danity Kane and Diddy Dirty Money, right?
true.
And you reached out to Mr. Combs to try to make more money, right?
Yes,
At this moment, the prosecution asked for a short sidebar. Then they continued with a redirect.
Why did you file your civil lawsuit?
when I worked for Sean Combs, I had no sleep, the conditions.
In every meeting with the government, did you say that Mr. Combs beat Ms. Ventura?
Yes,
Why'd you reach out to Mr. Combs?
one of the judge on making the band, Lorianne Gibson. I wanted to reach out.
At this moment, the defense objected, and it was sustained.
How often would you hear from Mr. Combs after you left Diddy Dirty Money?
Sporadic.
Why did you reach out?
To help Kalena Harper.
No further questions.
At this moment, the defense asked for a sidebar. Then the recross began.
You admit you reached out to Mr. Combs to re-engage. You claim only to have a relationship with Lorianne Gibson. But if it got back together, you'd have to see Mr. Combs more, right?
Yes,
You sued for money, right?
for justice.
But the suit asks for money, right?
Yes,
No further questions.
After this, the prosecution asked for a redirect again, and they took a break.
The government calls Carrie Morgan. Where do you live?
Los Angeles.
Who is this?
Cassie Ventura.
What was your relationship?
We were best friends. Her boyfriend to me.
Do you see him here?
Yes, there in a yellow sweater.
Let the record reflect the witness had identified defendant Sean Combs. Why are you here?
I got a subpoena.
Where did you live with Cassie?
Manhattan.
Did Cassie drink?
Not much.
Any drugs?
None.
What was she doing for work?
Modeling. Then she recorded me and you.
When did you learn they were dating?
2007.
Did you travel with Cassie and Mr. Combs?
Yes, Ibiza, Miami.
What drugs did Mr. Combs provide?
Molly, marijuana, ecstasy.
Which did Mr. Combs take?
All.
Did you take drugs alone with Cassie?
Opiates.
How did Mr. Combs act?
He would yell at Cassie. She lost her confidence, big time, lost her spark.
Did Mr. Combs talk down to Cassie?
Yes, about her looks, who she talked to.
Did he contact you looking for her?
A lot. Sometimes he would call 50 times in a row.
Would others call you for him?
Yes, Christina Coram or KK.
Did you witness assaults?
Yes, first in the Hollywood Hills. Reuben, one of his security guards, was there.
What did Mr. Combs do to Cassie?
He kicked her.
What did she do?
Nothing. I told Reuben to do something. He indicated he wouldn't.
Then what?
We left the house. Cassie and I were hiding by someone's front steps.
And the next time?
In Jamaica, I saw him drag her by her hair. I ran back to get my purse and phone so we could leave.
What did you see next?
I thought she was knocked out. Then she got up and ran into a wooded area.
What happened next?
There were 2 golf carts in the driveway. I got in one and Sean got in the other. We went in different directions looking for Cassie.
Did you find her?
Yes, then we hid in a ditch, whispering.
What about the incident at Comstock?
Cassie came back with a hoodie covering her face. Then Sean came and tried to get in, hitting the door with a hammer. I called D-Rock.
Did he get in?
No, then the police came.
What happened?
Cassie wouldn't show them her ID. Nothing happened. They left a card.
Read this message. Did you send an attachment?
Yes, a photo of the card the detective left.
Did Mr. Combs ever assault you?
Yes, he hit me with a wood coat hanger and choked me.
Where did the hanger hit you?
Behind me, right ear.
What did he express concern about?
Who Cassie was cheating on him with.
Who did you speak to about it?
Ryan, Sean's old assistant.
What did he do?
Nothing. I have not spoken with Cassie since.
At this moment, the cross-examination started. You were Ms. Ventura's best friend since 2004.
Actually, 2001. We met waiting for the Polaroids to develop. I was living in Buffalo. She was in Connecticut.
Then you were both in NYC.
I stayed downtown. She moved to Harlem.
Have you ever met Kim Porter?
Yes.
Was Cassie ever jealous?
Yes.
And the other way?
Cassie was speaking with Michael B. Jordan, and Sean got jealous. She was trying to leave him.
You were both using drugs?
No, we were in South Africa.
Did you learn about Gina?
Yes, he was having a full-on relationship with this little girl.
Why do you call her that?
She acts like that. She's younger than us.
When you say Sean came and hammered on the door, why did the police come?
They said because of the noise.
What did they say to you?
Cassie was visibly injured, but she didn't say anything.
You two were best friends for 18 years, but now you haven't spoken with her since 2018?
That's true.
At the danger of being capital obvious, that's a long time. She's moved on. At this moment, the prosecution objected, but it wasn't clear if it was sustained or overruled, and they continued. Why haven't you spoken with her?
She did not support me after Sean assaulted me. I tried that line at assault.
You reached a settlement with Ms. Ventura?
The money came from Mr. Combs.
Do you know if Louise Hayes is a self-help author about self-affirmation?
Yes.
Why did you send him this, with words of encouragement?
I don't remember sending it.
Okay, I want to show you a few more photos, but first let's talk about the incident when he put his hands on your neck. Were you and Cassie using any drugs at the time?
No.
What did he say?
He said, who is she cheating with?
You went to an urgent care and not the hospital?
Right.
But you told the prosecutors it was bloody, and you went to the hospital.
I don't remember that.
Look at this.
I see that I said that.
At this moment, after the defense ended their cross-examination, the prosecution recrossed.
Do you remember Mr. Agnifilo asking you about an incident in LA?
At this moment, the defense objected, but was overruled.
And he hit her, like in Jamaica, arguing about jealousy. What happened in Jamaica?
He dragged Cassie by her hair, a 50-yard hallway.
Was he talking about jealousy?
No. He said she spent too long in the bathroom.
Nothing further.
At this moment, the judge asked if there was a recross, but the defense said no. And that was the entire Carrie Morgan testimony. Now let's look at David James's testimony.
Why are you here?
I've been subpoenaed.
Were you Combs's personal assistant?
From 2007 to 2009.
Who is that in this photo?
That is David James.
That is yourself?
Yes. I went to college in Michigan. Later, I faxed my resume to Bad Boy.
Where was the interview?
1710 Broadway.
Who'd you meet?
Tommy, his sister Keisha, and others.
How did they test you?
They gave me 40 appointments and asked me to make a schedule. You had to know, for example, what time a particular show on Hot 97 came on.
What did Mr. Combs ask you?
To make a spreadsheet for Miami. I said I'd know his food and restaurant preferences. He asked me why I'd make a good assistant. I said, can't stop, won't stop, I got the job.
Did he have others?
Ms. Robles, Mr. Barber, others.
What would you do as assistant?
Bad Boy to 5, then out to dinner, then to the studio to 3 a.m. We'd get a call time at the end of the night.
Did you travel with Mr. Combs as well?
Yes.
Who were the security staff?
D-Rock, Bonds, Uncle Paulie.
You worked 20 hours a day?
Yes, security did too.
What did security staff tell you?
To stay in my lane.
Who said that?
Bond Uncle Polly.
Focusing on his personal chef. Who is it?
Chef Jordan.
Did Mr. Combs have girlfriends then?
Kim Porter. Sarah, Tara, Yana, and Cassie.
What was your first conversation with Cassie?
We were on Star Island. Carrie Morgan was there too. Cassie said, "This lifestyle is crazy." I asked her, "Why don't you leave?" She said, "Sean controls my life, my music. He pays for my apartment."
Next conversation?
It was about her music, but the album never came out.
Did you overhear a conversation?
Yes, Mr. Combs said, "Kim is my queen, out in LA with my family." He said, "I have Cassie right where I want her. She's young and moldable."
Your Honor, how much longer do you want to go? This would be a good place to break. What about physical violence between Mr. Combs and Cassie? Did you personally observe it?
No, I did not.
Do you remember a blog post?
Yes, I was in LA when he came back from a club.
What did Mr. Combs say?
That someone was lying on him saying he hit Cassie at the club. He went through my browser history. No one had ever done that to me.
Did Mr. Combs give you instructions about Cassie?
To bring her food at the London hotel and some Roscoe's.
What is Roscoe's?
Some delicious fried chicken in Los Angeles.
What did you do for Mr. Combs in NY?
I'd bring him applesauce, Jello, Fiji water, his toiletry bag with ointments, just for men. We bought 40 items so he wouldn't call us later. I'd get a key, like at the Trump International. I'd set up the medicine bag in the personal LV bag.
What was in it?
A Viagra, ecstasy, perks.
How did you go about replenishing these supplies?
I'd use my personal credit card. Bad boy paid me back.
Who paid you back?
Usually bonds.
Did Mr. Combs ever stay alone in a hotel?
Never. Usually Cassie, sometimes other women.
Did he ask you for things during a stay?
He'd text me for an iPod or food.
Did anything strange ever happen?
Yes, in Miami. He asked for an iPod from his house on Star Island. I drove it to his hotel and knocked. No answer. I had the key. I'd set up the room.
What did you see?
Cassie on the bed. There was another person who sort of scurried away, and the shower was on. I thought Mr. Combs was in there.
How was she sleeping?
On her back.
At this moment, the defense objected but was sustained.
What about the other person?
He was about 5 feet 8 inches with long hair and a large endowment. He scurried away.
Did you ask anything?
I wasn't hired to ask about their personal affairs.
Did you ever pick up drugs for Mr. Combs?
Yes, Percocets at a pharmacy, sometimes in my name.
Did you give him permission to use your name?
I don't recall that.
Was there a drug dealer?
Yes, one stop.
He met with a lot of people?
Yes, even former presidents.
Which one?
Former President Obama.
What was your understanding would have happened if you hadn't done these things?
At this moment, the defense objected, and the judge sustained it.
Did you ever take ecstasy?
Yes, I was drinking Cyrock. I took ecstasy. I was diddy bopping.
What do you mean?
I was vibing.
Did you speak with Mr. Combs about it?
He was reviewing footage of the party. We had a videographer who filmed the parties. He asked me, "Hey, Playboy, was that you dancing around at the party?" I said, "Yes." And he said, "I'm going to keep the video in case I ever need it."
Meaning?
That I'd be embarrassed.
Did anything ever go missing?
They said a bracelet was missing. Uncle Paulie came to my hotel room and searched my belongings and those of my girlfriend at the time.
Could you have said no?
At this moment, the defense objected, and the judge said to move on.
Did you ever have to take a lie detector test?
Yes,
Who was present?
just me and this gentleman. It was very intimidating. They put monitors on my head, my chest, and my hand.
Could you refuse?
Not to keep my job.
Did this happen again?
Yes, when Mr. Combs said a watch of his had been stolen.
What was the result?
The gentleman told me I seemed nervous. I said, "Sure I am." Once Capricorn Clark had to take a lie detector to prove she wasn't part of a heist of Mr. Combs' jewelry.
Was there an incident at Mel's Diner with Suge Knight?
Yes, I drove the Silver Navigator to get cheeseburgers there. D-Rock said, "That's motherfucking Suge Knight." He went over and said, "What's up?" Suge Knight didn't recognize him. D-Rock said, "I'm Biggie's boy."
What happened next?
We noticed 4 black SUVs to different sides of the parking lot. I saw someone hand Suge Knight a gun. D-Rock said, "We gotta get out of here." We drove back to the house.
What did you find there?
Cassie was crying. Mr. Combs got in the vehicle. I saw 3 guns on his lap. I felt calm because we'd been in a silver vehicle, now a black one. They wouldn't see us coming.
What did you find at Mel's Diner?
Suge Knight had left. Mr. Combs said, "Drive around the block."
What did you decide?
To leave the company. They offered me other positions, but I just wanted to leave. My life was at risk.
No further questions.
You didn't tell all this the first time.
They told me to stop, to not say anything that would incriminate me.
Look at the notes from your interview. Read it to yourself, then look up at me.
Okay?
How'd you recognize Suge Knight?
I listened to hip-hop.
Were you drinking or smoking pot?
No, sir.
Your mind was clear?
As clear as it could be, working 20 hours a week at 4 a.m.
D-Rock opens the door. Suge Knight is a few cars over.
Window open. D-Rock says, I'm Biggie's boy, and then Suge recognizes him, gives him a dab.
What's a dab?
Handshake.
Did you leave D-Rock at the diner? Why are you smiling?
Cause that's a crazy question, why would I?
Didn't you leave D-Rock at the diner?
That makes no sense.
I'm not asking what makes sense. I'm asking, did you?
No.
You saw Cassie and Mr. Combs?
Yes, Mr. Combs told me to drive.
You don't know where Mr. Combs got the guns, do you?
I didn't know we had guns until then.
Have you ever been in a situation like that?
No.
You didn't say, I don't want to drive to Suge Knight with guns?
No.
What exactly did you do before you got this job?
I was a door-to-door salesman, then personal assistant.
Now you were going with guns to confront someone?
It was not ideal.
You knew how to get to Mel's diner, right?
I frequent there all the time.
You've never seen guns before, right?
No.
This is a radical departure from your job description. Is that an understatement?
It's the understatement of the day so far.
Do you have immunity?
Ask my lawyer. I have some kind of offer agreement.
Proffer. You didn't tell anyone about this?
Only my wife.
Did you meet with the government this morning?
Yes, briefly, about what might come up in Cross.
Did the Mel's Diner incident come up?
Not that I recall.
It's this morning. What did you talk about?
Your style.
I'm dying to ask what they said, but I won't. I have a few more mundane questions.
I love mundane questions.
Where did you travel with Mr. Combs?
Ibiza, London, Saint-Tropez.
Were these vacations?
Business-oriented.
What were you hired as?
Personal liaison, but I was a personal assistant.
He met a high-level roster of people.
Second understatement of the day.
Why?
He met with a who's who.
It was important that he be prepared for these meetings, right?
Yes.
It was important that he be on time.
No, we'd change meetings to fit his schedule all the time when he didn't want to show up at a certain time.
He had security because people wanted to touch him, right?
Yes, in the airport, in McDonald's.
Was he gracious?
I don't think gracious is a word I'd use for Sean Combs.
Did he sign autographs?
No.
You said he'd stay in the studio until 3 or 4 a.m. and you'd stay with him.
Yes, it was common.
What sort of things would he want to always have with him?
Ketchup, for example.
Did you know he put applesauce on cheeseburgers?
No, but I knew he likes applesauce.
He liked Astroglide, condoms, and baby oil, but you didn't expense it through the business.
Usually not. I was told he didn't want to run them through the company. He didn't want a record of them.
When you bought the 8-ball of Coke on Saint-Tropez, you didn't tell Mr. Combs, did you?
He was asleep.
Tell me about your relationship with Roger Bonds.
We talked about Bad Boy as a family.
What do you mean?
Mama Combs called me her son many times.
What was the mission?
Make sure he's happy.
Was it fun?
I enjoyed it from time to time.
What was your relationship with Chef Jordan?
Professional.
Did you choke her?
No.
At this moment, the prosecution objected, and the judge asked for a sidebar, and then they continued. Tell me what happened.
We were on Star Island. She told me where to take him. I grabbed her 2 wrists and said, stay in your f***ing lane.
Was there fallout?
It was reported to corporate HQ. Mr. Combs called me in. Mr. Combs told me, you can't be putting your hands on women. He told me to give her a gift.
What did you give her?
I rolled up a blunt and gave it to her.
Did she like it?
It appeared she did.
You were in a car with Mr. Combs and who?
Chris Lighty.
You have taken ecstasy?
I'd party, sure.
What were things like in the studio? Drugs?
Yes, it's a creative environment. I didn't smoke when working with Mr. Combs.
But he caught you smoking once.
I thought he was in for the light. I lit up. He came out. He said, what are you doing? I said, nothing. He said, if you're man enough to smoke, you're man enough to tell me. I said, okay, I'm smoking. He said if I did it again, he'd fire me.
How about when you picked up 2 prostitutes and had sex with one? At this moment, the prosecution objected, and the judge overruled it.
She asked for $200. I called Bonds and asked, what the hell? She asked to take a shower. I said, that's $200.
On that note, no further questions.
What about the incident in Alpine, New Jersey?
To file a police report and say that Chef Jordan had been the aggressor, but I didn't file it. I drove around and told him I'd made the report.
What have we asked you to do?
Tell the truth.
Nothing further.
You lied to Mr. Combs about filing the police report.
Yes.
Nothing further. At this moment, the testimony of Diddy's ex-personal assistant was over, and something we did not expect was Cassie's mom to testify. It was short, but here it is.
The government calls Regina Ventura. Where do you live?
New London, Connecticut.
How many children do you have?
2, Roderick and Cassandra.
Who is this?
Sean Combs. He dated my daughter.
When did you meet Sean Combs?
2006. My daughter signed with his Bad Boy Records. He was her boss. Then they started dating. They moved to LA.
Read this message from December 2011.
Cassandra wrote to me. She said Sean Combs threatened to release a tape and go after her and Mr. Mascuti.
How did you react?
It made me sick. Sean Combs demanded $20,000, he said, to recoup losses due to Mr. Mascuti from my husband and myself
Why did you take a loan to pay Sean Combs?
for the safety of my daughter.
Look in the binder next to you.
These are the photos I took of my daughter's bruises from Sean Combs.
Do you know Mia?
She was an employee of Sean Combs.
What happened?
We were in his kitchen, laughing. Sean asked her why she was laughing. She stopped and looked plain.
Now to August 2016, we're done with the binder. While in LA, did you call the police?
Yes, Sean Combs stole Cassandra's phone. They had a bitter argument outside her apartment building. She lived on the 17th floor. They argued at the roundabout.
Who else was there?
D-Rock.
Is Damian Butler his government name?
He was standing between us. I tried to hit him. Sean Combs took Cassandra's car, a Jaguar.
No further questions.
After this, the judge asked the defense if they wanted to cross-exam, but they said no.
The government calls Mr. Shereé Hayes. Where are you from?
Harlem, New York.
What was your work?
Male exotic dancer. I was known as the Punisher.
Do you recognize these two?
I do. Mr. Sean Combs and Cassie Ventura. I was hired in 2012 to create a sexy erotic scene for them.
Why were you called the Punisher?
Playing basketball on West 4th Street.
The woman who called you, what time did she book you for?
Midnight at Trump Tower, Central Park West. Striptease for a small group of friends.
When you got there, how did Ms. Ventura appear?
In a bathroom with nothing underneath and a wig. I was expecting a crowd, but there was no one else. She told me she and her husband wanted to create a sexual scene with baby oil.
What did she hand to you?
$800.
How was the room?
Dimly lit, electric candles. Bowls of water with bottles of baby oil in them. She told me not to acknowledge her husband, not to look at him when he came out.
Did he come out?
Yes, he was naked, but I could not see his face. It was like what a Muslim woman wears. You see only the eyes. He had a bottle of Astroglide.
How did you recognize it?
I use it, the purple top.
How did it end?
She went into the other room with him. When she came back, she asked if I wanted to finish. I said no. If they were happy, I was happy. She gave me more money.
Did you do it again?
Yes, 8 or 12 times.
How did you end up recognizing her?
I was a fan of Mr. Combs and followed him on Instagram. I saw her on it.
This would be a good place to break.
And they did. They took a break, then came back and continued.
How were these sessions scheduled?
I'd be reached out to at 5 or 7 p.m. for later. They'd ask for a sexy scene, but I knew it would be more.
How would it start?
Baby oil, a sexy atmosphere. Mr. Combs would direct.
How did the direction work?
Mr. Combs might say, sit forward, move the camera, or what would happen sexually, you know. One time during sex, he dropped a stack of money. He said, I like this shit.
How much baby oil did you use?
A lot. We were supposed to be glistening as much as possible.
How long would they last?
4 hours, a lot of waiting, maybe 40 minutes or so. I was supposed to finish in a specific spot.
Then what?
She would leave with Mr. Combs, 10 or 15 minutes. She'd return in a bathrobe and pay me $2,000 or $1,200 cash.
Did you think Ms. Ventura was enjoying herself?
At this moment, the defense objected, and it was sustained.
Did you use drugs?
I am not a marijuana smoker, but I did pull a Bill Clinton. I was handed a joint.
Did you have performance issues?
Having the woman's partner there, yes.
Did the issues affect your pay?
At this moment, the defense objected, but was overruled.
I wasn't sure how they calculated it. One time, Mr. Combs threw condoms on the couch next to us. I struggled. It was a failure.
What happened?
They went out. I finished. She came back and thanked me for privacy.
What did you think would happen next?
I was worried I would not be used again. I hadn't done my job. He has said, I want to see you pay her, and I couldn't.
Are you writing a book?
Yes, self-help about my ED. It's advice.
In your book, do you write about your time with Mr. Combs and Ms. Ventura?
Yes, I call them a married, wealthy couple.
How long is it?
6 pages out of 186, I sensationalize it. I wanted it to be enjoyable. Highs and lows.
No further questions.
At this moment, the cross-examination began.
I'll try to make this as harmless as possible. Congratulations on your book. What's it called?
In Search of Freezer Meat. It's harder than that.
Good title. You have a website?
Yes, now I'm a co-owner. All the male dancers are independent contractors.
You've been doing this for 25 years?
30 years, coming up on a big anniversary.
You dance with them?
A professional dry hump.
For 30 years. Thousands of ladies. You try to not develop feeling for them, right?
You try not to. It's a job.
But you talked with Cassie.
Cordial.
She asked to be able to call you.
Just to set the sessions up. We were never asked to talk.
She was comfortable with you.
She said so.
You had feelings for her.
Incorrect.
But you thought she was only doing this with you.
That is correct. She'd said it was a special occasion.
You did develop feelings for her?
That's not correct.
You told the government The government's notes say you developed feelings for her.
That may have been taken out of context.
You used your 25 years experience.
This was a different scene. Usually I aim for humor.
You wouldn't try to dry hump someone who didn't want to be dry humped, correct?
Yes, it is important to read the room.
So you read the room with Cassie and she wanted.
At this moment, the prosecution objected and it was sustained.
Was Mr. Combs' request that you penetrate?
It was a demand, a strong suggestion.
Cassie paid you even when she canceled, right?
Yes, $500.
Mr. Hayes, I wish you success with your book.
Thank you.
What made you think Ms. Ventura was enjoying herself?
It was the first time unprotected.
Without the details.
At this moment, the defense objected and the prosecution said,
No further questions.
then the defense asked one more question.
What do you mean by steamy?
I felt it was enjoyable for Ms. Ventura and Mr. Combs.
At this moment, the testimony of the male dancer was over and the government called their next witness.
The government calls Special Agent Gerard Gannon. Where do you work?
HSI in Miami in the National Security Group.
In March 2024.
The HSI Human Trafficking Group. Sex and Labor in Miami.
What time did the search begin?
After 3 p.m.,
Why so late?
we learned Mr. Combs and his family were flying out of the country.
Was there a pier on the property on Star Island?
Yes, we had to monitor it
Why did you have to break open the gate?
to make sure bad actors wouldn't have time to put those who would search in danger.
What's this a photo of?
The pool and the pier.
What did you find here?
Parts of AR-15 rifles, sex toys, and Astroglide. These magazines were loaded with bullets.
What do these show?
The serial numbers have been cut out.
Let's turn to 2 more exhibits. What are these?
The ammunition we found,
And these platform high heels? How high are they?
7 inches.
This may be a good place to break for the day. Mr. Gannon, let's continue with items you seized on Star Island GX215. What is this?
High heels and sex items in the master closet.
What's this?
3 cell phones found in one of the boots.
Display the Gucci bag for the jury? Pull up GX10A and the stipulation. Zoom in on paragraph 5. A white plastic bottle. It contained liquid residue of meth and liquid MDMA. These pills were found with a Tesla imprint on them. These had the active ingredient in Xanax. This $100 bill had residue of cocaine. Mr. Gannon, what's this?
A dark wood box with the word puffy on the top.
How do you know that this is the Astroglide and the baby oil that you seized? How many bottles of each?
31 Astroglide, 25 baby oil bottles.
Any other cell phones found?
Yes,
Was a gun found in this suitcase?
a .45.
Hold the bullets up for the jury. No further questions.
The day of the search, you knew that Mr. Combs was leaving the country with his twin daughters.
At this moment, the prosecution asked for a sidebar. Then they continued.
In planning the search, you knew that none of the targets of the investigation would be there.
At this moment, the prosecution objected but was overruled.
The plan was to have him not there, but we had contingencies.
What type of vehicles did you use?
Armored vehicle.
And a boat come in by land and by sea?
It's common practice.
80 or 90 agents?
Not all at the same time.
You found 6 people and kept them in handcuffs for an hour.
No, ma'am. There was one individual who wasn't happy with us and wasn't cooperating, so we kept him in handcuffs longer.
Because he wasn't happy with cuffs? There was a music studio in the guest house, right? DX305. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am. It's the studio.
Move to admit. The gun was wrapped in a towel. It didn't look like how you displayed it to the jury yesterday, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you find any photos of Mr. Combs with these firearms?
We did not.
Do you agree that handguns, metal, is easier to get fingerprint than maybe another type of device?
Can't say if it's easier, but it can be done.
Can you get prints off a gun easier when it's inside?
I think so.
At HSI, you have Mr. Combs' DNA, right?
I don't know.
When he was arrested, the government took DNA swab, right?
I don't know.
Hold up the Gucci bag. The drugs were in this bag and in the puffy box, right?
Yes.
Your Honor, I am going to introduce a sealed exhibit with the help of IT. May I approach the witness?
At this moment, the defense approached the witness, and the prosecution said to cut off the screens. So the gallery wasn't able to see this, but the defense said,
Please don't say the names of the people in this photograph other than my client. Don't talk about it.
then the prosecution asked to confer with the counsel. They did. Then the deputy said, we may take the sealed exhibit down, and they continued.
Agent Gannon, you live in Florida. Don't many people have guns in their homes there?
At this moment, the prosecution objected, and the judge told the defense to rephrase the question.
Do you have guns in your home?
Yes.
No further questions.
The government calls Dr. Dawn Hughes. What is your profession?
Clinical and forensic psychology. I treated people who were in World War II, which was such an honor.
How many times have you testified in court?
60 or 65 in SDNY, ENDY, and the Northern District. Also New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Connecticut, Virginia.
We offer Dr. Hughes as an expert. What do you anticipate covering?
Why victims stay? Memory.
Have you been retained by the government?
Yes.
What is your hourly rate?
$600, $6,000 for the day in court.
Why do victims stay?
There are psychological bonds and the psychological consequences of the abuse.
What are the levels of fear?
It ranges from physical violence to butterflies. Violence doesn't have to happen all the time.
What is psychological violence?
Intimidation, throwing things, telling you what you can do and where you can go.
At this moment, the defense objected and the judge said, "Hold on, I'm going to strike that last answer," then continued.
What can be the role of sexual abuse?
It puts the victim in significant psychological fear.
Why does it prevent leaving?
Shame, degradation. They don't want to think about it.
What is emotional abuse?
Putting down our partner, feeling like a piece of crap.
What about financial dependence?
The abuse controls housing and transportation, taking away her laptop.
At this moment, the defense objected and the judge sustained it.
Are you familiar with love bombing?
That honeymoon phase, the abuser showers her with gifts and affection to get her back.
Does the attempt to leave happen over time?
Yes, it takes multiple attempts.
Which is the most common coping mechanism?
Trying to work it out because of the trauma bond. You don't want to lose your partner.
Personal coping mechanisms. How does placating or appeasing work?
We're trying to avoid abuse.
What is minimization?
The victim says, maybe they had a bad day at work. Maybe they were intoxicated. It's a way to stay in the relationship, but it increases their risk. It's not a long-term strategy. It gets from one episode to next.
What about the power relation?
A person can have power as principal of a school. The victim asks, who is going to believe me?
When does the victim finally speak?
In a safe environment or after psychological help.
What type of language do victims use when they first speak of it?
They minimize. They are piecemeal. They remember the chipping paint on the ceiling, the smell of alcohol on the perpetrator's breath.
At this moment, they had a sidebar in the court. Then the cross-examination began.
Your clients, you observe them closely, their cognitive style.
Yes,
People don't fit into boxes, right?
there are categories.
But you have to listen to particular individuals, right?
I'm not divorced from my training.
When you do forensic work, you want a lot of sources of information, right?
If it's relevant,
You look at police reports, witness reports, and the like, correct?
correct.
You're familiar with malingering?
I am.
People can fabricate emotional responses, correct?
They can.
At this moment, the judge said, "Mr. Bach, should we break here?" And the defense said,
I don't have a good cliffhanger.
and they ended up going on break.
You are with the American Psychological Association, which says you should only render an opinion after an examination, right?
Where? This is a different role.
You have not gathered information about this case, right?
I am not rendering an opinion on any individual.
There's someone named Cassie, but you don't know what she said, right?
I don't.
You're testified across the river in EDNY, right?
Right.
And you say the same thing, even though the cases are different, correct?
It's to help the jurors understand.
But it's their job to consider their case, right? You don't publish data on the patients you have evaluated, do you?
It's confidential.
So I can't cross-check your experience, the basis of what you were saying, right? People might go to a civil lawyer to make a little money, right?
At this moment, the prosecution objected, and the judge said, "Let's move on."
In civil litigation, you might look for malingering, right? You gave a webinar about giving expert witness testimony, right?
Yes, for battered women.
Let me show you DX-.
At this moment, the judge asked for a sidebar.
Does this document refresh your recollection?
Let me look at it more closely. Yes?
The fourth part is about navigating cross-examination, right?
Yes?
Most of your income comes from court-related work, right?
No, maybe half.
You've raised your rate to $600,
It's been the same for some time.
but you've raised it.
Commensurate with others.
You've been retained hundreds of times, but you've never come into court and testified in defense of a man accused of a sex crime?
That's correct. I don't evaluate offenders.
You met with the prosecutor 6 times to prepare your testimony, right?
Correct.
At this moment, the prosecution asked for a sidebar and then continued.
Did you discuss the topics with the prosecutors?
With all due respect, it was mostly me educating them.
But you know nothing about the case. Were you advising them on how to present evidence in domestic violence cases? Didn't you help them write briefs?
At this moment, the prosecution asked for a sidebar. Once it was finished, they continued with a recross.
You reviewed some filings to the court in this case. It was all related to the subject of your expert testimony, right?
Correct.
In fact, we redacted
You did.
You are a board-certified forensic psychologist, right?
Yes.
How many of those are there in New York State?
I think about 40.
At this moment, another recross happened.
Your defense work is almost entirely for victims of domestic violence, right?
I'm not sure that's true.
You worked with Mr. O'Brien Steele, who was defending a woman charged with reacting to domestic violence, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Steele decided not to use you after meeting with you.
At this moment, the judge interrupted and told the defense to move on. And so they did. There were no further questions, and the prosecution called its next witness.
The government calls George Kaplan. When did you work for Combs Enterprises?
2013 to 2015.
What fell under that holding company?
Clothing, liquor, entertainment. I was executive assistant to the chief operating officer.
Where did you work?
1710 Broadway, NYC.
What was your next position?
Executive assistant to the chairman, Mr. Combs, from September 2014 to September 2015.
Who did you report to?
Ms. Coram, KK, she essentially ran Mr. Combs's life.
Where did you report?
L.A.
What did you do?
Carried his bags, made sure things were when he wanted them. As he trusted me more, he had me around more. I'd set up hotel rooms.
How many hours a week?
80 to 100 hours a week.
How much did you get paid?
$125,000 a year to start.
What did you do in the morning?
Make sure everything was in the bathroom, the breakfast cooked. He was recording a mixtape, so we worked late.
Who was security?
Uncle Paulie, D-Rock, and Ruben, later licensed security in the second half of 2015.
How frequently did you communicate with Mr. Combs?
Multiple times a day. Things could be found in the back, an iPad, drugs, whatever.
Did he threaten you?
He threatened my job.
How often?
Maybe monthly. He'd say he was only to be surrounded by the best people and that he wasn't. For example, he went me for a 1-liter water and I bought back 2 half-liters. He said, no,
How did you travel?
on his jet, or going in advance to make sure it's all set up.
How did you set up hotel rooms?
There was a bag. I unpacked it. Clothes, candle, Astroglide, baby oil.
Who bought this?
Often me.
In what cities did you set up hotel rooms?
Los Angeles, New York, and Miami. In L.A., Mr. C, Bel Air, the Intercontinental.
In NY?
Trump by Columbus Circle. In Miami, the SLS
How was it booked?
and Frank Black, based on Biggie's Frank White.
Would you clean up rooms?
Yes, bottles of baby oil, Gatorade, once brown crystallized powder on the counter of the bathroom sink.
Why did you clean up? Not hotel staff.
It was implied, protect his public image. I was keen on doing that.
Explain.
At this moment, the defense objected and the judge overruled it.
I found hotels would sell photos to newspapers to shame guests.
Did he reach out to you from the room?
For food, clothes, sometimes drugs. I did it.
What drugs?
Dop kit.
Illegal drugs?
At this moment, the defense objected to the word illegal, and the prosecution rephrased the question.
What other drugs?
Advil, ketamine.
What's he ask for?
I picked up drugs for him, MDMA.
Who asked? Mr.
Mr. Combs in LA and Miami. In Miami, Mr. Combs asked me to call a person. He came and gave me a bag of pills, MDMA. I gave him cash. I gave the pills to Mr. Combs.
And in LA?
I went out and met the person in Hollywood. I gave money. He gave me a bag.
When did you carry cash for Mr. Combs?
$50,000 on his private jet.
Did you pick up cash for Mr. Combs?
$10,000 at Western Union from Combs Enterprises.
What long-term relationships of Mr. Combs were you aware of?
Cassie, Kim, Gina.
Who was Kim?
Mother of his children.
Cassie?
Girlfriend.
Gina?
Another girlfriend.
The jet flight to Las Vegas? What was the layout of the jet?
4 chairs, a partition. I had a partial view over my right shoulder.
When you witnessed violence by Mr. Combs on Ms. Ventura, why didn't you intervene?
My career.
After the last glass breaking, what did Mr. Combs do?
He came forward. Cassie stayed in the back. He asked me to get creams to conceal the bruising on her face.
How did you pay for it?
Corporate credit card.
Why did you leave Combs Enterprises?
I didn't think I should be covering things up, like buying the witch hazel. Also, my father had prostate cancer.
Any of violence?
He threw things at Gina in the entryway of the main home on Star Island.
What was he throwing?
Green apples.
How hard?
Very hard. Later, I took the medicine bag into their room. Mr. Combs wanted me to leave quickly.
Then what?
I heard Gina at the gate and male voices.
Who?
Security.
When you left, what did you do?
I collected myself, then went to work for an integrated marketing firm.
Why did you go to work for Combs Enterprises?
He was an incredible entrepreneur. I have learned from him.
What did Brian do as COO?
Ensuring profitability of each unit. I was an employee when Revolt TV launched.
Tell me about it.
We were on the 6th floor of 1710 Broadway. Everyone was there. It was momentous,
Diversity was important to Mr. Combs.
specifically for African Americans.
What did Blue Flame do?
Marketing for Ciroc.
What is Diageo?
They own Johnny Walker and others. Mr. Combs set up a marketing entity for Ciroc.
Your job, what was it?
For example, Mr. Combs would say, "We are going to leave the house." He meant 3 to 5 minutes. I had a checklist for the bags and toiletry. It was a bad look in me if something wasn't in there.
Is there a binder near you? I can't read that.
It says Southern District.
I'm handing you something to refresh your recollection. Take a look at it as long as you want to. You ran an off-site training, a graduate from Harvard Business School. Also, Kenny Burns.
I remember.
You were effective, right?
I worked hard.
I don't know how you'll answer. Was it good or bad?
Complicated.
He didn't need to yell at you when you brought 2 waters.
I worked hard.
Okay, who was Biggie?
A huge rapper who unfortunately passed away.
Wasn't Biggie's birthday a holiday at Combs Enterprises?
Yes,
Was it a creative environment?
absolutely. It attracted all kinds of creative people. Lawyers, musicians, advertising people.
You used a corporate credit card?
Yes,
How did Mr. Combs pay?
KK held his wallet with a black American Express in it.
You have no reason to think he kept track of how baby oil was paid for?
No reason.
Or applesauce?
He loves applesauce.
On cheeseburgers?
On everything.
Let's talk about the plane. You heard glass breaking. You didn't see it?
I didn't see it.
The incident with Gina. You walk into the house. There's a thin table.
I don't know.
You don't remember how a person could get out of the gate at Two Star Island?
No, I just heard screaming and commotion.
Screams of terror or of how can I open this gate?
I don't know how to distinguish between the two.
He threatened your jobs, but did he physically threaten you?
No,
You talked about Kim Porter, how she was different.
his respect for her. They had incredible kids.
Thank you. When you set up hotel room for Mr. Combs and Ms. Porter, there was no baby oil, right?
Lotions.
You expressed caution about hotels, why you cleaned the room afterward.
Hotel staff could sell photos. Everyone wants a payday.
You sent him a photo of him and Kim Porter?
After she died, I was heartbroken for him.
You were close?
I invited him to my wedding. I didn't hear back.
At this moment, the defense objected, and everyone in the courtroom was surprised. Then they continued.
You respected him.
Yes.
What's this photo of?
Me, KK, and Mr. Combs at Teterboro Airport. He just got the jet. That's why there's champagne.
You're happy there, right?
No, refresh it. It's that I was glad I had found the mascara in the back seat.
They found you and subpoenaed you?
I had to retain counsel right away.
At this moment, the redirect began.
Which incidents shook you?
The plane with Cassie and the apples with Gina. I felt guilty. I didn't do anything after the incident with Cassie on the plane.
But you didn't see any injuries?
People can be injured without injuries being visible. The tonality and tension with the apples he threw at Gina, it was troubling.
You told Ms. Coram about both incidents?
Yes, and I told her I am unwilling to stand behind the behavior that I was quitting.
Did Christina say she would quit?
No,
How long did she stay after you told her?
until recently.
At this moment, the government called their next witness.
We call Scott Muscuddy. What did you do for work?
I'm an actor and musician, known as Kid Cudi.
Who is this?
Cassie. We dated in 2011.
Who else was she involved with?
Sean Combs.
What did you know about their status?
That she and Sean Combs had some problems and they weren't dating anymore.
In December 2011, did law enforcement respond to your home?
Yes, I had a break-in. Cassie called me at 5:30 or 6 a.m. She said Sean Combs had found out about us. She asked me to pick her up. So I did. Yeah.
Why?
She was worried,
What was her demeanor?
very stressed and worried.
Where did you go?
The Sunset Marquee.
Why?
I thought it was safe, off the radar.
Who else did you speak with?
Capricorn Clark. She sounded near tears.
What did she say?
That Sean Combs in the car, near my house.
At this moment, the defense objected but was overruled.
You called Sean Combs?
I did. He said, I'm over here waiting for you.
When you arrived, what did the outside look like?
Pretty normal.
Any security camera?
Yes, but I found out they weren't working. But the security cameras had been moved.
Did you move them?
No.
What did you see inside your home?
Gifts were open, some stuff I got from Chanel, and my dog was locked up in the bathroom.
How did you usually leave your dog?
I let him roam.
How long had you had your dog?
3 years.
What changes were behavior of your dog after the break-in?
Jittery, on edge all the time. I got back in and called Sean Combs again. I was looking for him. I wanted to fight him, you know.
Did he answer?
Yeah, he said, I'm on my way. I thought to myself,
At this moment, the defense objected on the grounds of non-responsive and was overruled. And the judge told the prosecution to ask a new question.
When you saw Cassie, how did she seem?
depressed.
Did you see Cassie in Connecticut?
Yes, she needed it.
Did Mr. Combs call you?
Yes, he hit me a few times.
Hit?
Called me.
What did you say?
That I didn't want to talk with him. He broke into my house, hurt my dog.
Did you and Ms. Ventura break up?
Yes.
What about your car?
My dog's babysitter called me and told me my car was on fire.
Where were you?
At a relative of my ex-girlfriend.
Where did you go?
To my house, 8925 Hollywood Hills Road.
Let me show you 6 pictures. Do you recognize?
My Porsche. That's the damage to my Porsche from the Molotov cocktail.
Who took these photos?
Chip, a good friend and collaborator.
What's depicted here?
The hole they cut in the roof of my car to put in the Molotov cocktail.
What was your reaction to your car being set on fire?
What the fuck?
At this moment, the defense objected, but was overruled.
Was the damage on your car present before the call from the dog sitter?
No.
Did you think it was accidental or intentional?
Intentional.
Where did you last see Ms. Ventura?
At the Soho house. I'd reached out to Sean Combs and said, let's talk. This is getting out of hand.
At this moment, the defense asked for a sidebar. The judge said, "Do you have an objection?" The defense said yes, and the judge said, "Sustained. Disregard and move on."
Who set up the meeting at Soho House?
D-Rock and my manager.
What was Mr. Combs doing?
Standing there like a Marvel supervillain. He said, we were homies. You know that is my girl.
What did you say?
I thought you had broken up. Then Sean Combs offered me water twice. It was weird, Sean Combs being so calm.
What did Cassie say?
That we have fallen in love, things happened.
What did you say to Mr. Combs?
What about my car? He said, I don't know what you're talking about. I walked away.
Did you see Sean Combs later?
A few years later, also at Soho House, he said, I'm just sorry for all that bullshit. I was surprised, so I found peace with it.
No further questions at this time.
I want to ask you some questions about your Porsche in 2022.
2012.
I apologize. You get a call about damage to your vehicle. Any surveillance photos?
No, my dog's babysitter did send me pictures of the damage.
The DNA taken. Are you aware it came back being a female?
At this moment, the prosecution objected on the grounds of no foundation, and it was sustained.
Do you know there were DNA results?
At this moment, the judge allowed the question.
No.
Ms. Ventura told you it was over?
We just stopped talking.
You told this honorable court and this jury that she played you?
Yes.
She played you and you had no clue?
No clue.
In 2011, you went on a tour?
Yes.
65 locations?
Yeah.
At that time, Sean Combs as an icon, fair to say?
Yes.
You and Ms. Ventura had a sexual relationship.
At this moment, the prosecution objected. Then they had a sidebar, but then continued.
Mr. Steele, can I?
At this moment, the judge said, no, you can do that on redirect.
Do you want to tell me something?
Sean Combs asked about me doing a song with Ms. Ventura in 2010.
Thank you. You believe they left your front door unlocked?
Yes?
No forced entry?
No.
Just presence open, door in the bathroom. I'm not belittling, just asking. You called Sean Combs?
Yeah.
He was calm?
Yes.
You went to see him? You didn't think he had a gun?
I couldn't call it.
You are a strong person. That's how you categorize yourself?
Yeah, this crossed the line.
Ms. Ventura told you she was abused,
Yes,
but she never said she was sexually abused. True?
she did not.
You loved her? Tell me if I'm wrong.
I did.
You got played by the same person who played Mr. Combs, Cassie Ventura, in the 13 years since. Have you ever been notified in California that there has been any more action on this car fire?
No,
Did Ms. Ventura have multiple phones?
I don't remember.
35-12.
If I said it, I said it.
Do you know what a burner phone is?
Untraceable.
The trespass. You call it a break-in. Ms. Ventura told you she'd given your home address to Mr. Combs.
Yes, in the morning.
No more questions. Thanks.
No problem.
What did Ms. Ventura confide in you about abuse?
That he would hit her, sometimes kick her.
The day of the break-in, was she carefree?
No.
What did Capricorn Clark tell you?
Sean Combs and an affiliate forced her into a car to come to my house. I called the police.
How would you describe Cassie that day?
Just really shook. Him finding out about us.
Why did your relationship with Ms. Ventura end?
The drama, it was getting out of hand. I wanted to give space.
What drama?
The break-in. For my safety. Her safety.
At this moment, the defense objected on the grounds of speculation, but was overruled.
Why did you have safety concerns?
Because I knew Sean Combs was violent.
At this moment, the defense asked the judge to approach, and they had a sidebar, and then they continued.
The meeting at the Soho house, Mr. Combs said, I don't know what you're talking about your car. Did you believe him?
At this moment, the defense objected, and the judge told him to rephrase the question.
What was your understanding?
That he was lying.
No further questions.
The judge asked if there was any recross, and the defense said, no, Your Honor.
What's your name?
Mila Morales. I'm a celebrity makeup artist.
Do you recognize anyone you've worked for?
Sean Combs, in the gray sweater and white collar.
When did you work for Mr. Combs?
2000 to 2005.
Then who?
Rihanna,
Who else?
Jennifer Lopez, Cassie.
When did you work with Cassie?
2007 until COVID. She was like a little sister to me.
How much older than her are you?
A few years.
Did you see her with injuries on her face?
2010 Grammy weekend. Prince party.
Where were you with her?
Beverly Hills. I fell asleep in the room and woke up to a commotion. Cassie walked in, then Sean asking, "Where the fuck is she?"
What did he do?
Walk into the bedroom, shut the door.
What did you hear behind the door?
Yelling and screaming, both of them. Then Sean Combs left.
What did you see next?
Cassie. She had a swollen eye and knots on her head. I packed her things up. We went to my house.
Then,
My doctor friend came and examined her to see if she had a concussion.
what were you afraid of?
Sean, I feared for my life.
At this moment, the defense objected and said, move to strike, and the judge overruled it.
How long did she stay?
Days?
Have you done interviews about this?
A couple? No.
Did you provide evidence?
Photos of me and Kim Porter, early 2000s.
Were you paid?
$1,000.
No further questions.
Did you assist Ms. Ventura for any red carpet events?
Possibly. And some music video, black and yellow.
We have photos. 647, please. The goal was that she looked put together?
Yes.
These photos show your artistry. You reposted them on Instagram?
Yes.
You were in her hotel room, though you lived near.
Yes.
You met Ms. Ventura's family.
Her father.
You called a doctor and a lawyer.
The lawyer lives in San Francisco.
You provided emotional support.
Yes.
You did an interview with CNN and with Extra TV, Don Lemon, Piers Morgan.
Yes.
Did Dateline reach out to you?
I don't look at those anymore.
Did you ask the government if you could do more? Look at this. So you asked permission to speak to Dateline?
Of course I asked.
After the incident, neither Mr. Combs or anyone from his company ever approached you.
No one did.
For a documentary, were you paid?
Therapy?
You sold the photos to CNN for $1,000?
Yes.
No further questions.
Frederick Zemmour, the general manager of L'Hermitage Hotel LA. Why are you here?
I received a subpoena.
Are you familiar with the hotel's reservation system?
We have a system called Opera. We enter in personal preferences.
How long do you keep them?
They stay forever.
Who reserved this room for Sean Combs?
Ryan Lopez. Also, other names were used.
When was this profile first created?
2006, it said Sean Combs and Bad Boy Records. Then they changed it to Jackie Star.
Let's look at 2011 to 2012. This reservation, what's the bill?
Over $2,000. It says only charge if Christina Coram approves.
What were the instructions?
Put room out of service for cleaning. Like the room hot, set it for 75 degrees.
What are these complaints?
Candle wax on carpet. Security called. Charge $500.
No further questions.
At this moment, the judge asked the defense, cross-examination, and they said, none. Then came the next witness.
Special Agent Josh Croft, where do you work?
HSI, Homeland Security Investigations. I extract data from computers.
What is your training?
The Sands Institute.
What does that stand for?
I don't really know. They are opaque in that way.
What tools do you use?
TX1 and Digital Collector.
Whose laptops did you extract?
Cassie Ventura. This is a MacBook Pro. Roughly from 2010, 2011, with a white case.
Did you boot it up?
I got to the MacBook factory default screen.
But you got data.
Yes, the hard drive had data not overridden by the factory reset.
What is unallocated space?
Something not viewable, something previously deleted.
Explain how computers store data.
You have a table of contents. A file can still be stored in unallocated space.
So on these 3 laptops, how are they backed up?
iTunes was used before iCloud. Some looks a little funky.
But you can validate the funky, as you say, data by going to the raw data?
Yes.
Nothing further.
On one of the laptops, there was a Frank Black profile.
Yes.
Did you process every file?
Yes.
Have a wonderful weekend.
Frank Black, did you proceed under Ms. Ventura's consent?
Under warrant.
At this moment, the judge said, no more witnesses. Jurors, I intend to release you early. Any objections? Don't read anything about the case. Go for a walk. Watch the Knicks avenge their Game 1 loss. And you must tattle. We're making great progress. All rise.
The government calls Capricorn Clark. Where did you grow up?
Born in San Francisco. Moved to LA. Worked for Def Jam. Then Death Row Records. A late 90s gangster rap label.
What was your relation to Mr. Knight?
He is the father of my friend's child.
Then you worked for Sean Combs?
Yes, he is over there in a blue sweater. I worked for him from 2004 to 2012.
Were you kidnapped?
Yes.
When did you first meet Mr. Combs?
When I moved to NYC in 2002. We were super platonic friends. A headhunter said I should work for him as a personal assistant. I did, until 2006.
Your duties?
Shadow him from Wake Up.
Then what?
Head of women's for Sean Jean.
How long?
A year. Then global brand director for Sean Combs. Name and likeness due diligence to grow the brand. Then I was terminated. until 2016 for Cassandra Ventura.
Did you work in this building?
Yes, we moved there in 2005.
Your first day, where did Mr. Combs take you?
Central Park, after dark, along with Uncle Paulie. He looked like a linebacker.
Does this photo look like him?
No, he doesn't have on the blackout shades he wore all the time.
What did Mr. Combs tell you in the park?
That since I'd worked for Mr. Knight, if anything happened, he might have to kill me.
At this moment, the defense objected, but was overruled.
How did you take it?
Seriously, it had gravitas.
How did you react?
I said, I didn't have anything to do with that stuff.
At this moment, the defense objected and was sustained.
What was Paulie's role?
All aspects of Mr. Combs's movements to keep him safe. There were also D-Rock, Roger Bonds, and Ruben,
Who's D-Rock?
a good friend of Biggie Smalls, running back type body.
Did you ever observe Mr. Combs with a gun?
Yes, in my home.
And did he talk about it?
He, Mr. Combs, told Chris Lighty he had a gun. He had a problem with 50 Cent.
Were you ever accused of stealing?
Yes, jewelry. It had been given to me. It was on loan.
It went missing?
Yes.
What did you do?
From Teterboro, I called 1440 and told them to lock it down.
What did Uncle Paulie do?
He questioned me 3 hours.
You went home?
To Queens, yes, with Uncle Paulie. He searched my house.
Where did Uncle Paulie take you?
1710 Broadway. It was dilapidated. It was being fixed up, but I didn't know that. Uncle Paulie took me to the 6th floor. The door was locked behind us. There was a 6-foot folding table and a heavyset man.
Can you describe him?
5 of me. 2 linebackers. He was chain smoking.
Did Uncle Paulie stay?
No, intermittently he came back.
What did the heavyset man say?
I was there to take a lie detector test.
What did he say would happen if you failed the lie detector test?
That they would throw me in the East River.
At this moment, the defense objected and then asked for a sidebar. Then they continued.
What was his demeanor?
Very serious. I was terrified.
Did you want to be taking the test?
No, I was afraid.
How was the test?
Wires on you and they question you. Did I steal?
Did he tell you the results?
He said to calm down, that he couldn't get a good reading and he might have to throw me in the East River.
Anyone else in the building?
Not to my knowledge.
Could you leave?
No, Paul said no.
What did Paul say at the end?
That he'd come back the next day to figure this out. We started again, another lie detector test in the same location, all day.
Were you free to leave?
No,
How long did this go on?
5 days.
Did you tell anyone where you were?
No, I was just trying to survive it. I worked under an NDA.
At this moment, the defense objected, and the judge sustained it and told the jury to disregard the last answer.
What would you have been doing?
Shadowing Mr. Combs.
What happened after 5 days?
That I could return to work. That Mr. Combs would see me the next week.
Did Mr. Combs ever discuss it with you?
No.
Why did you continue to work with Mr. Combs?
If I left, they'd think I stole.
What were your days like?
From his townhouse at 74th Street and Park in the morning to Daddy's house studio at night.
How much sleep did you get?
On a good day, 4 hours. On a bad day, 2. I got a stress condition. I was paid $55,000.
Did you get paid overtime?
No, I spoke to the head of HR. She said I was owed $80,000.
How did Mr. Combs respond?
He ripped up the paper.
Would Mr. Combs stay at hotels?
Yes,
With whom?
Kim Porter. Once a week.
What names would he book rooms under?
Frank Black. Frank White.
And the girlfriends?
Jackie Starr.
Where did he stay?
Intercontinental Buckhead in Atlanta. Beverly Hills Hotel in LA.
What were in his bags?
A camera. Small bottles of baby oil and lube. Cameras. Every time.
What would you be doing?
Watching TV. Ordering room service. Keeping up on sleep. Afterward, I'd sweep the room for anything left behind.
Any damage?
Baby oil.
How frequently would Mr. Combs stay in a hotel with Cassandra Ventura in 2008?
Like once a week. At L'Hermitage. The London Intercontinental. For several days. The IV drips.
Did he speak to you about his relationship with Ms. Ventura?
Yes. Ms. London was there. Chef Jourdan in the other room. He called Cassie over. Asked her to walk there. Hand me that. Go back in the other room. She did it.
What did he say?
You won't do that. That's why you don't have a man.
What did you say?
You're motherfucking right.
Did you observe Mr. Combs obtain drugs?
A girlfriend in NY, in LA from one stop. Molly, ecstasy, delivered to Puff or to me.
Did he ask you to get drugs for him?
Yes, ecstasy.
And in the south of France?
He asked me to get cocaine. I said, for who?
Why?
I wasn't going to do it, given how my mother died.
At this moment, the defense objected and asked for a sidebar. Then they continued.
Who did Mr. Combs say the drugs were for?
He said, not me.
Did you get them?
Yes, through the Spanish security guard. He also got prescription drugs in my name. They were in the toiletry bag I'd carry or security.
What about bulk cash?
Yes, 100,000 euro coming back from Europe.
Where'd he get it?
Club bookings in Europe. He'd keep it, then give it to security, then into his bedroom personal safe.
Violence?
Fighting.
Was Mr. Combs with you?
Yes, at Star Island. He told me, you are not to leave this house. Farrell Williams was brought in by boat. I returned Mr. Walker to Palm Island. He called and said, where the F*** are you? You can't have a life. One time, I asked the chef if there was turkey bacon. She said, no f***ing turkey bacon. I said, I hate it here. The chef told Mr. Combs, and he pushed me again and again.
What did he say?
If you hate it here, get the F*** out of here.
Did you leave your employment?
I did.
But you returned?
As global brand director.
Why?
He was impressed by what I did in the job I'd left for. A couple of albums. He said, you wouldn't have to work directly for me.
What were you doing for Ms. Ventura?
Managing her image. Maximize the optics for her. For Sean Combs, he had final approval on everything.
In L.A., where did you live?
A gated community. We had followed Kim Porter there.
Where was Ms. Ventura?
In New York City on West End. She would come to L.A. and stay with him, or with me, or in a hotel.
Who else was Ms. Ventura seeing?
Scott Muscuddy, Cudi.
How'd you learn that?
She brought him to my apartment.
What did she say?
She texted me they were going to this public place in L.A. I told her it was a bad idea, and to delete the text.
Why?
If Mr. Combs learned about Mr. Muscuddy, Mr. Combs paid for my phone, and hers. I took Cassie to Best Buy to get a burner phone.
When did Mr. Combs return to town?
Not long after. He took Cassie to a hotel, the Cipriani.
And then?
December 22nd, 2011, between 5:30 and 6 a.m. There was banging at my door.
What did you see through the peephole?
A furious puff.
At this moment, the defense objected, and the judge told the prosecution to ask another question.
What was his movement?
Pacing with something in his hand.
Did you open the door?
I did.
What was he wearing?
Button-down sweater, torn pants, and he was holding a gun. He came into my apartment and said, why didn't you tell me? Who is Scott? I said, I don't know any Scott.
What did he say?
We're going to go kill this N-word.
Where was the gun?
In his hand. I said I didn't want to go. He said, I don't give a f what you want. Get dressed.
What concerns did you have?
He'd never come to my house.
Did you try to escape?
No, I got dressed.
Who joined in?
Ruben, in the black Escalade. Executive class.
Where was Ruben?
Driver's seat. I got in the back seat, right-hand side. Mr. Combs was in the left, next to me. Usually he would have sat in the front. Was in his lap.
How long does it take to drive from your home at the time to Cudi's house in the Hollywood Hills?
If you push it, 15 to 20 minutes.
What did Mr. Combs and Rube do at Cudi's house?
They went in.
Could you see in?
Yes.
What did you do?
I called Cassie on her burner. I said, Cassie, where the f***? I told her Puff was at Cootie's house. Then I changed her number in my phone to my best friend Stormy.
What did you hear on the phone?
That Scott was at Cassie's.
When Mr. Combs came back?
He took my phone and called the last number. Then I saw Cudi driving up. Mr. Combs saw my face and said, there's that N-word right there. We drove off and saw the police driving the other way, toward Cudi's. Puff was pulling himself together. We stopped at the Key Club and he told me to call Cassie.
What did he tell you to tell Cassie?
That he had me and wouldn't let me go.
How did Ms. Ventura respond?
She said, okay, come get me. She was calm.
Who drove you home?
Ruben.
What did Mr. Combs then tell you?
To convince Cudi not to say that it had been him at his house. I picked up Cassie.
Where did you go?
We went to Cudi's and tried to convince him not to file a police report.
What did you tell them?
That Puff came to my house with a gun.
What did you tell them he said?
If you tell on him, he'll hurt us all.
What was Mr. Muscuddy's reaction?
Mind blown.
At this moment, the defense objected, and it was sustained, and the judge told the jury to disregard the last answer.
What happened at the house?
He was kicking Cassie again and again.
How was Cassie?
In the fetal position. Mr. Combs kicked her all the way to the street. She was crying silently.
Where was he kicking her?
Her backside.
Where were you?
5 feet away. So was Rube.
What did Mr. Combs say to you?
He said, if you jump in, I'm going to you up too.
What did Rube do?
Nothing.
Who did you call?
D-Rock, I told him, tell your brother to stop Puff. He is keeping the shit out of her. I called Paulie too. I said he'd take care of it, but Rube did nothing.
What next?
Mr. Combs told me to get the out too. I left on foot.
Could you still see her getting kicked?
Until I went around the bend.
Then who did you call?
Regina Ventura. I told her, he's kicking the shit out of your daughter. I can't call the police, but you can.
Why didn't you call the police?
The mission of the day was to get Cudi, so no calling police.
This email, who is it from?
Cassie. She wrote that he would be releasing tapes about me, and he would have someone else hurt me and Scott Mascuti.
Do you recall if you responded to this?
I don't.
Did law enforcement call you?
The arson investigators. Cudi had given them my name. I hung up on them. I just wanted this over.
What did Mr. Combs say to you?
He said, I should kill you, bitch, and I should cut her face.
How many times did Mr. Combs threaten you?
I'd say 50 times. D-Rock was there, just doubling down on whatever Puff was saying in the moment.
Who is Harv Pierre?
The president of Bad Boy Records. I told him Puff had kidnapped me.
What did Harv Pierre tell you?
He said, that's crazy, but it's going to be okay. I got a termination notice. I was accused of not properly putting in for the vacation I was on.
Had you put in?
Yes, to Harv Pierre.
Did you lose benefits?
All of them. Health, 401k, my house and car.
What did Mr. Combs say?
That I would never work again, that he would make me kill myself.
Did you get a job offer?
I did, but it fell through. I couldn't get a job.
Did you settle with Mr. Combs?
In October 2012.
At this moment, the defense objected, and then they asked if he can approach, and they had a sidebar. Then they continued.
Aside from that settlement agreement, do you have any other pending litigation against Mr. Combs?
No.
Did you go back to work for him?
2016, no one else would hire me. Cassie had a new record deal with Epic.
Who did you have to get approvals from?
Sean Combs. Cassie was taking more drugs.
Was she still dating Mr. Combs?
Yes.
In December 2023, why did you retain an attorney?
I was traumatized by Cassie's civil complaint. Her complaint did not reference me. I reached out to Mr. Combs and said, I want my life back. You kidnapped me.
At this moment, the defense objected, but was overruled.
Was there a discussion of you working for Mr. Combs again?
Yes, as chief of staff.
When did you last speak with Ms. Ventura?
2018.
And Mr. Mascuti?
2012.
No further questions.
At this moment, it was time for the cross-examination.
We met in April 2024. You had a lawyer, Brian Friedman?
Yes.
You wanted to come back and work with Mr. Combs, right?
We discussed it. Yes.
You saw Ms. Geragos taking notes?
Yes.
You said you didn't think Cassie was good for Mr. Combs. Why?
I just thought they were toxic.
Tell me about when you were in NY.
I was in the Bronx. I hated it. It was 2002. I met Jeanette, then Mr. Combs. In 2001 was the World Trade Center thing. Then I met Mr. Combs.
He wasn't doing drugs, right?
He did ecstasy in Daddy House.
But it got worse?
Yes.
You authorized Mr. Freeman to seek a job for you?
It was all very procedural, lawyer to lawyer.
But you were told you couldn't be given a job in the middle of the investigation?
I don't remember that.
Read this and let me know when you're done. Do you remember saying you had the biggest crush on him?
At this moment, the prosecution objected on the grounds of 403. Then the judge asked the defense, and the defense said, state of mind. And the prosecution answered with, it's offering the truth. The defense said, we had a stipulation on this. Then they had a sidebar, then continued.
You called him Chalk for chocolate?
I did.
You started with Def Jam, Run DMC?
I don't go back that far. I'm more Foxy Brown, Redline, Jay-Z.
So how did you come to work for Mr. Combs?
I put my resume on Monster. After the World Trade Center thing, he said, you'd work for me? I was like, maybe. He was acting on Broadway and Raisin in the Sun. I was impressed.
He had a major part?
He was a star. Then I shadowed him on the Vote or Die campaign. My job was to get the t-shirts on the celebrities and into the photo shoots. I'd call them and say, Puff wanted them to come.
And they came?
They did.
How long before the jewelry missing thing?
It was about 4 months. On the 4th of July, he threw a white party at his home on the Hamptons that year with Vote or Die.
When did the jewels missing happen?
After July 4th. The jewels were still on loan from Jacob the jeweler.
Who else got lie detector?
Mike B., his stylist. He too had gone to street level of 1440 for manicures. The lie detector test was the next day.
You never told HR?
No, I got fired for 3 weeks.
How did you get unfired?
I went to work on his 35th birthday at Cipriani to do the celebrity list. I came back.
2004 to 2006.
Not all.
As personal assistant?
Then liaison. I was making $65,000 for Combs, then $90 at Jive.
Why'd you come back to Combs?
I had gotten top records for R. Kelly. Mr. Combs said he was impressed, asked me to come back for Sean Jean for women. I think I was a really good employee for him.
He told you were awesome?
He did not use that word.
You worked hard for him?
I did.
Others worked hard too, right?
Not as hard as me. I did learn a lot from Mr. Combs. He broke that glass ceiling for us Black people in the business world.
Do you need a minute?
No, it's just complicated.
At this moment, they took a break, then continued.
When you went into the park, it was to Tavern on the Green.
We parked there. Earlier in the day in the park, we ran into Nash.
When you say he had Ms. Ventura spin, who was there? Let me show you what you said. You said Lorianne Gibson was there?
They misheard me.
When did you first meet Cassie Ventura?
I met her with Ryan Leslie.
Why did you not get along with Cassie sometimes?
In 2008, she got more bravado being his girlfriend, the longer it lasted. She thought I was being paid to help her.
At this moment, the prosecution objected, and the judge sustained it and told the defense to re-ask it.
What did you see?
She went from being a sweet model to being a feisty girlfriend.
Do you think she was talented?
She had talent and was very beautiful.
But not talented?
She was not. I have good taste. Talented to me is Whitney Houston and Mariah Carey. Cassie, she was more of a studio musician. She needed things equalized.
Did she perform live?
A couple times. Not the greatest.
Was she a hard worker?
At times.
When wasn't she a hard worker?
She preferred to be with her boyfriend. When we moved to LA, after Kim had the twins, 2009-ish, I saw her developing more of her relationship with Puff, with Mr. Combs.
He supported her?
Yes, with stylists, other musicians, all the components to make a star.
Did she get more help than others?
Yes, Young Jock and a group from Atlanta. I developed French Montana. I ran into Cassie. She said she had a new deal with Epic. I dressed her like David Bowie. We did a photo shoot at my house. We wrote a mini movie and shot it for the project.
What about Official Girl?
Super cute video.
King of Hearts?
It was fresh. Puff liked it.
Cassie had a green wig?
Yes.
We moved to admit this witness.
At this moment, the prosecution said there is a sealing issue.
You don't remember this email?
I don't.
Here in 2012, you are setting up a recording session for Cassie.
Mario Wienans was, for the chairman.
For Mr. Combs?
Yes.
When did you learn Cassie was dating Kid Cudi?
Fall of 2011. I picked her up there.
You believed that after Thanksgiving, Ms. Ventura and Kid Cudi were what?
Getting to know each other.
Why'd you get her a burner phone at Best Buy?
I told her, you cannot do this on your bad boy phone.
How did you know about burner phones?
I grew up in Los Angeles.
In December 2011, Mr. Combs was at an orphanage in Almaty, Kazakhstan.
I heard it was Russia.
How did Mr. Combs get into your building?
I was told the security guard got fired.
What was his name?
Some random security guard.
What did he look like?
Black guy, younger than 35.
What was Mr. Combs doing with the gun?
He had it in his hand.
He wasn't pointing it at you?
No.
But you told the government he pointed it at you.
It says, or waved it around. That's more correct.
Where did you change into street clothes?
In my closet.
Isn't it true you went so that Mr. Combs wouldn't do something stupid?
No, I went because he said he didn't care. I didn't want to go.
He's a jealous guy?
He has a bad temper.
To the Escalade, did you pass a security guard?
I saw him in his little hut.
Mr. Combs was behind the driver with a gun on his lap. You made a call?
Not then.
Did you look at Kid Cudi's door to see if they could get through it?
I was not really paying attention. I was so in my head, trying to plan my next step. I was praying that Cudi was not in there.
Did Cassie have 2 rooms?
Cudi took her to one room. She had another.
You are 100% that you called and told them Puff had a gun?
Yes. I said it very quickly. I didn't want Puff to see me on the phone.
Did you say that Lauren London was on the phone with you and Cassie and Cudi?
No, only part of the time. I wanted someone to know where I was.
What did you tell her?
I'm scared of mountain lions.
Mountain lions?
I don't know if you know the Hollywood Hills coyotes. Maybe Lauren was on the phone. Maybe. It's such a long time ago.
Are you aware that Lauren and Mr. Combs were friends for years after this?
Yes.
Then you see the Porsche coming up the hill?
Yes. Cudi is in the black Porsche. He stops next to us, then speeds off. We chase him.
Then?
He loses us. We turn away. Then we see police pass us.
You go to pick up Cassie and go where?
Cudi's house. There was ADT there.
Then you go to Mr. Combs's house and you say you see Mr. Combs kicking Cassie there and even in the street?
Yes,
You hung up on the fire inspector?
I did.
When you were on vacation, it was with who?
Briana.
After you were fired, what job did you get?
I was hired by Chris Lighty to work for 50 Cent.
Here you wrote to Mr. Combs, one day you'll forgive me. Anyway, be well.
Yes.
You wrote on February 28th, 2015, your grace period to be mad at me has surpassed the agreed time LOL. You wrote that.
Yes, sir.
Please read that out loud.
I wrote, she was never my friend. She wanted me gone, I realized.
Did you think Cassie wanted you gone?
Sorry. This is complicated for me. I felt that I was Puff's protector. I felt I was the only one gone. She was still there, and things were getting worse. I tried to keep professionalism as the goal.
You thought you could be his protector?
It was to move the ball toward the goal, to inspire.
Did it hurt that he would only take you back because Cassie wanted?
Yes, I have no parents. My son is autistic. My stakes are higher, sir.
Can I talk to the government?
At this moment, they had a sidebar and then continued.
Just a few more minutes and we'll get you out today.
Thank you, sir.
You did a lot of great work with Cassie in 2016 and 2017, right?
I believed so.
Cassie had addiction problems?
Yes.
You made a short movie with her?
It was called Love a Loser.
You wrote to him asking for forgiveness?
I wanted my life back, my dream, my competency.
When you met with me, you wanted to work for him, right?
We discussed it.
Nothing further.
At this moment, the redirect began.
How much was Mr. Combs required to pay you?
At this moment, the judge asked for a sidebar. Then they continued.
What happened with the job with Chris Lighty?
He died the day before I was supposed to start. Then, at Interscope, it wasn't about a job. They told me to leave Puff alone.
At this moment, the defense objected, and it was sustained.
I was blacklisted.
At this moment, the defense objected, and it was sustained.
Why did you return to work for Mr. Combs?
So people could see I wasn't disposable. At this level of business, he held all the power.
Why did you meet them?
Get my life back.
In the kidnapping? Did Mr. Combs carry a gun?
Yes.
The government calls LAPD officer Christopher Ignasio. What is a radio call?
Someone calls 911 and it gets sent to next available LAPD unit on duty.
On December 22nd, 2011, what was your shift?
6 a.m. to 6 p.m. in a marked police vehicle.
What do you remember?
Got a call around 8 a.m., code 3 with lights and sirens to 8925 Hollywood Hills Road.
What did you find there?
An Escalade. I memorized the license plate.
Why?
I thought it could be involved in a crime, the way it left as soon as we got there.
Why didn't you go after it?
We didn't have a crime yet. The front door was unlocked. We went in.
What did you see?
High-end watches and purses, some wrapped, some unwrapped. 2 detectives showed up. When we came out, I saw the same black Escalade now driving down the hill.
Then what?
Mr. Muscuddy arrived in a Porsche.
You ran the plate of the Escalade?
Yes, it came back as Bad Boy Records.
No further questions.
This was 13 years ago, right?
Yes.
You read your partner's report?
Yes.
The streets there are dead ends.
According to the map.
It's a beautiful neighborhood, right? Cul-de-sac?
Sure.
You don't follow the car as it drives away, right?
Right.
Did you see a Porsche?
I don't know.
Do you know the definition of a kidnapping?
At this moment, the prosecution objected, and it was sustained.
Were you told the homeowner was in the house shortly before you and your partner got there?
At this moment, the prosecution objected, and it was overruled.
The door was unlocked?
Yes?
There was no furniture upended, right?
No.
You called it a trespass, not a burglary, right? Because
At this moment, the prosecution objected, and it was sustained.
no report of theft?
No.
If you thought there was a gun in the Escalade, you could have put out a BOLO, right?
At this moment, the prosecution objected, and it was overruled.
You didn't, right?
Right.
Any mention of security cameras?
I saw some.
Mr. Muscuddy wasn't hyperventilating, right?
He was tense, I'd say.
Did you search his Porsche?
No.
It was 8:20 a.m., not 6:30 a.m., right?
Right.
Nothing further.
The government calls LA arson investigator Lance Jimenez. I'll place a binder in front. How many fires have you investigated?
100 a year, everything between mansions to dumpster fires. LA is pretty crazy.
Did you respond as an expert to an auto fire at 8925 Hollywood Hills Road?
Yes, there was a cut in the roof of the Porsche.
What about inside the Porsche?
Burn patterns inside.
Any items?
A bottle on the front seat. A handkerchief, burned. A lighter on the ground.
What hypothesis did you draw?
Molotov cocktail.
How did you think it got in?
Someone lit it, cut the roof, and dropped it in.
Let me show you some photos. This is the black Porsche, what was burned.
Yes.
What kind of bottle was used?
Old English 800 malt liquor.
And the wick.
A designer-type scarf, silky. In my opinion, this was targeted.
The partial DNA profile. Was it consistent with a female contributor?
I was told that.
Do you know what it means?
No.
Do you know if it is possible to touch an item without leaving DNA?
At this moment, the defense objected and it was sustained.
What happened to the print cards?
They were destroyed in 2012.
On whose orders?
Someone in LAPD.
Not you or anyone on your team?
At this moment, the defense objected to the entire testimony and wanted a sidebar. At this moment, there was an argument in the courtroom while the jury was out. This will be an uninterrupted voice over reading of that argument between the judge, prosecution, and defense.
Let me get him.
Mrs. Slavic, what was the purpose of getting into that?
They are questioning the investigation, so we're entitled to ask this.
When I heard the questions, I assumed there was going to be line of cross-examination about the fingerprint cards, like about the DNA. But that does not appear to be the case, so I'm thinking of telling the jurors to disregard.
This is outrageous. We are considering what remedies to ask for. Let me speak with my colleague. They implied that someone in this courtroom was responsible for the destruction of the fingerprint cards.
They intended to attack the investigation.
My intent is to strike from the record any testimony about the fingerprint cards and the destruction of them. I will note that the only answers were what the witness knew about the destruction. I sustained the objection to if it was abnormal.
We are going to move for a mistrial at this time based on the prosecutorial misconduct that has occurred. Some prospective jurors said Mr. Combs could buy his way out. This type of conspiracy is out there, and this bought into it. They should have ended with when the fingerprint cards were destroyed. But they asked, did he authorize it? There's no way to unring this bell. The only proper remedy here is a mistrial.
That's absolutely unwarranted. It was Mr. Agnifilo who wanted to inquire into the DNA into the investigation. Your Honor can just say that the jurors should not draw any inference from the destruction of the fingerprint cards.
Application for a mistrial is denied. I sustained the objections when raised. The jurors have already been told that questions are not evidence.
Your Honor should tell the juror that the questions were improper.
They weren't improper. You could say, disregard both.
Will the court tell the jurors that the answers are not to be considered?
I'll tell them that the questions and answers on the fingerprints are irrelevant to this case and not to be considered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Jurors, the questions and answers on the fingerprints are irrelevant to this case and are not to be considered by you. Please proceed.
Did you interview the owner of the Porsche?
Scott Muscuddy.
Did you reach out to others?
I reached out to an assistant. Her name was Capricorn. At this moment, the defense objected and they were told to rephrase.
Who did you reach out to?
Capricorn and Cassie Ventura.
Did Capricorn respond or assist?
No.
How did you reach out to Cassie?
Wasn't able by phone. Tried through a family member.
Did you reach her?
Never.
Were charges brought?
No, but I never closed the case. It's listed as inactive.
Nothing further.
There was a DNA hit on the glass bottle for female DNA, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember when the results came back?
Maybe 6 months.
The test on the bottle, it was important?
Yes.
What does it mean, partial DNA female?
I have no idea. I was told if we had a suspect, we could test against it.
Any other DNA on the bottle?
At this moment, the prosecution objected and they were told to rephrase.
DX852, just for the witness. That's a glove, right?
Yes.
Did you find another glove?
No.
Did you test the glove for DNA?
No, I understood it belonged to the owner. It was a driving glove.
Your premise was that the Molotov cocktail was dropped. Did you think the person who dropped it would have worn a glove?
Perhaps.
It would have been hot.
Only the wick.
The damage, it's on both sides of the bottle, right?
Looks like it.
Did Mr. Muscuddy have more than one Porsche?
I think he had a second one in the garage.
Why isn't it in your report?
It was not involved.
You were unable to reach Capricorn Clark or Cassie Ventura. When did you reach out?
In the first few weeks.
Are you sure? Tell us everything about these calls.
I believe Capricorn's brother answered and we disagreed.
And once Mr. Muscuddy told you it was his glove, you didn't investigate the glove anymore, correct?
I did not.
Nothing further.
When did you speak with Mr. Muscuddy?
Same day.
Nothing further.
The government calls Deontay Nash. Are you here under subpoena?
Yes.
Do you want to be here?
Absolutely not.
What's your work?
Celebrity stylist.
In 2008?
For Puff and Cassie.
How'd you get hired to work for them?
Through a Craigslist ad for Bad Boy Entertainment.
This photo, is it a fair and accurate portrayal of how you looked at that time?
Not even close.
It's a glamour photo?
Yes, I look amazing.
How often would you witness Mr. Combs and Ms. Ventura interact?
At least once a week.
What did Mr. Combs call Ms. Ventura?
Bitch, hoe, CC, baby girl, slut. He would call it an outright hoe, a slut anyway.
How did she react?
Sad.
Did Mr. Combs make threats?
Yes, that he would beat her ass, that he'd send her sex tapes out.
How often would he say he would beat her ass?
Quite a few. It drove her crazy. She would be super emotional. She might stay in the house for days.
How often did Mr. Combs say you could not go out without his permission?
Twice. The first time we went to a gay club with Kyle and Adrian. Then we went to her LA apartment. Puff called and told her she better bring her ass to his house. She panicked.
What did you understand Mr. Combs was saying?
At this moment, the defense objected, but was overruled.
She packed her stuff and went to her house.
Did you attend a Vanity Fair party?
Yes, Oscars after party. In 2014 with Cassie, Puff was there.
How did she look?
She looked bomb. Her hair was
At this moment, the defense objected, but was overruled.
long. Puff picked me up and threatened me. I pinned her hair up.
She record music?
Often.
What was your role?
I helped pick songs. I probably should have been called an exec.
At this moment, the defense objected and was sustained.
Her mixtape? Was it ever sold?
No, it was put out free, but it did well. A top download.
How much of her music was released?
I'm being generous to say 10%.
This would be a good place to break. We want to show Mr. Nash a photo of this afternoon's witness, Mia, without the screen in the gallery showing the photograph. How many times in person have you witnessed Mr. Combs be violent?
Quite a few.
This is a sealed exhibit. Without saying her name, do you recognize this person we'll call Mia?
Yes.
What were you and Mia helping Cassie pack for?
The OVO Fest in Canada.
Who came to the door?
Puff. He said, bitch, didn't I tell you to answer your phone? Then he dragged her by the hair and hit her.
How hard was he hitting her?
At this moment, the defense objected, but was overruled.
Very hard. We ran to the bedroom, but Puff pushed it open. He continued to attack Cassie with his fist.
What did you do to try to help Cassie?
I jumped on Puff's back. He threw me off. Mia, too. Cassie's head hit the bed frame. She was bleeding, but Puff continued hitting her.
Where was Mia?
Getting towels.
What did Mr. Combs say to you, Mia and Cassie?
He said, look what y'all made me do. He said she'd go to a plastic surgeon.
With who?
D-Rock. He was Puff's security.
After that, when did you see her?
The next day, FaceTime or something like that. She had a gash in her eyebrow.
Were you once cooking with Cassie when Mr. Combs got violent?
Yes, Puff came.
What did Mr. Combs say?
He said, y'all better get out of my house. He was grabbing her by the hair. He pushed her out the door, then began to do the same to me. But I don't have hair. He popped me. He told me to go downstairs and wait. They came down and Puff was berating us. As we drove off, we got a phone call.
At this moment, the defense objected, and the judge said, next question.
Call from who?
Puff. He told us to stop and he came to the window. He said he'd put her sex tapes on the internet. Puff said he'd send her sex tapes to her parents' jobs and get them fired, that her brother was a bitch and that only he protected her.
What did you tell her?
That Puff is on the sex tapes too. She said he is not. He was taping her with other men.
What did she say about wanting or not wanting to have sex with other men?
At this moment, the defense objected, but was overruled.
That she didn't want to. I drove her to Sunset Boulevard to get a taxi.
Why?
Uber wasn't really a thing yet. Puff came to my house looking for her. He looked in my oven. I'm not sure why. Puff took my phone and Cassie called from a hotel. Puff said, let's go there. Bad boy staff stayed there.
What did Mr. Combs say?
He said, go get her. I went to Cassie's hotel room with D-Rock and Tony. She jumped up. She was frightened. She said she would jump off the balcony.
How high was it?
It wasn't the first floor. Downstairs, I saw 4 or 5 of Puff's security waiting. Puff told me, you played me. I drove off, but Puff's security followed me. I turned off my lights and drove really fast. I went to the Universal Sheraton.
Did you go home the next day?
Yes, I found my backpack was stolen. It had $1,000 in it.
Why did you keep $1,000 cash?
So when Puff was mad, I could check into a hotel without giving my name.
What happened in 2015?
I saw Puff slap Cassie in the face. He said, get this bitch out of here.
What did you do?
Got her out.
The Perfect Match premiere. What did you see?
Cassie had a black eye.
When was Mr. Combs violent with you at a music video?
Yes, I was outside smoking a cigarette. Puff came and threw me on the car and started choking me out. Puff said, y'all keep going out.
Did you report anything to the police?
No, I was afraid of retaliation from Puff.
Did you get anyone on staff?
Christina Coram, KK.
What did she say?
That she would talk to him.
Did anything change?
No.
How often did you help Cassie hide?
Often.
What did Mr. Combs do?
He would blow our phones up. KK would too. She would say Puff was calm. Cassie would go back.
Did Cassie tell you she was going to a hotel with Mr. Combs?
Yes, weekly. She would pack sex toys.
Did she say she wanted to go?
At this moment, the defense objected but was overruled.
She said she didn't want to go.
Her 29th birthday. Tell me.
Puff asked me should he surprise her on her birthday.
What did you say?
Girl, I was not about to tell him not to surprise her.
Did she use the word freak off with you?
Not like freak off, more like freak off.
Like a verb?
Yes.
Where did you go after the blind dragon?
875 Comstock, like 17A. Puff said, y'all gonna get some tonight.
What did Ms. Ventura say?
That she didn't want to go, but he made her. They left the house. She was super high.
New Year's Eve 2017, where were you?
Vegas, with Cassie and the staff, all on the same floor of the hotel. Puff's room was at the end of the hall.
What did Mr. Combs tell you?
That Cassie had been asleep for 24 hours. I had to take her up. I had to wake her up.
Did she wake up?
She woke up for me.
What did Mr. Combs say?
That he'd spent all this money, so she had to. Then there was a low-budget producer.
How many of your meetings with prosecutors did you end early?
Probably all of them.
Did you stay in touch with Mr. Combs?
Yes.
What was your tone?
Loving.
Why?
I don't hate him. It's not in me.
No further questions.
How are you?
Blessed.
When he met with the government, you had an attorney present.
Yes.
The subpoena didn't mean you had to go to their office.
Right.
You hired a civil lawyer, Mr. Dunn, to represent you, considering litigation against Mr. Combs.
No.
Does this document show that?
It's their assumption. But no, I have counsel to protect me. I don't do federal court.
On March 10th, 2025, did you not tell Ms. Comey that you are considering a civil complaint against Mr. Combs?
No.
DX 1800, what is this?
Cassie in the video for the mixtape.
And 1801.
Cassie and Usher. This is the 2016 Bad Boy reunion show.
Did you pick out that dress?
I don't remember.
You didn't start as a celebrity stylist. It was that Mr. Combs introduced you to Cassie, right?
I met her. Mrs. Fine.
So it's Mr. Combs who made you a celebrity stylist.
Sure, go ahead.
I am going ahead. As a celebrity stylist, you pick clothes, like for Mrs. Fine's wedding?
Yes.
Do you know Groovy Lou?
Yes.
As head of Bad Boy, it was in Mr. Combs' interest that his artist Cassie look good, right?
I suppose.
And Bad Boy paid for Cassie's studio time, right?
Yes.
Ms. Ventura can't go to the studio unless Mr. Combs pays. What is Young and Reckless?
A streetwear clothing brand. Cassie owned a part of it.
Mr. Combs had nothing to do with it?
He had to approve everything.
Wasn't Bonna involved?
As stylist.
Who else were you styling for in 2016?
Cassie, Puff, Mace, and Lil Kim.
Major artists. And on the mixtape, you were executive producer but got no credit. Meek Mill was on the mixtape.
Yes.
Pusha T.
Yes. Can I take a break?
At this moment, they took a break, then continued. Nice coat.
Thank you.
What size?
Not your size.
Right answer. Mr. Combs was the final decision making.
No, some of them look terrible.
You are friends with Ms. Fine?
Yes.
When's the last time you spoke with Bana?
Yesterday.
Not about testimony, right?
Right. She saw it on the news.
When did you speak with Cassie?
Yesterday. I congratulated her on having the baby.
You saw her take drugs?
Cocaine, ecstasy, and MDMA.
Mushrooms and acid?
I'm not like privy to that.
Not to get into your business, you have used cocaine?
Yes.
You smoked pot before meeting prosecutors?
Yes, and Maureen cut it short.
You told her you were high?
That I was smoking.
Making a video costs hundreds of thousands of dollars?
Not necessarily.
Who was Mia?
Puff's assistant.
You and Mia jumped on Mr. Combs to protect Cassie from him, right?
And to protect him from doing something worse.
And D-Rock tried to protect you and not protect Mr. Combs.
Yes.
How are you?
Blessed.
DX 1806. Texts from you. What was Capricorn Clark's role in 2011, the mixtape?
She was gone.
What did she work on when she was there?
Maybe the photo shoot you guys showed yesterday. I learned a lot from Capricorn, actually.
Do you recall a picture of Cassie and green hair?
That was a group idea. I walked the carpet with Cassie in New York at the VMAs. It was a curated look.
You had to get approval?
Yes, from Puff.
You say Mr. Combs was kicking Cassie on the ground, the unfortunate eye gash incident, correct?
Yes.
You didn't tell the prosecutors she was kicked while bleeding?
They didn't ask. I only answered what they asked.
You know Cassie was in a relationship with Kid Cudi while she was in a relationship with Mr. Combs.
Oh, okay.
You didn't know?
I thought she and Puff had broken up.
Cassie was in South Africa. You were at the Revolt conference in Miami, correct?
Yes, I was there to style Lil Kim.
So you...
Yes, I put her together with Michael B. Jordan. I mean, he fine, she fine, why not?
So Gina was in Miami too.
No, you don't put that on me. They kept me away from seeing Gina.
Cassie got upset?
She said, why does he keep humiliating me in my career?
She was upset.
Not really.
You set her up with Michael B. Jordan?
Yes, and Mia drove it home, making sure she had his number.
So a bad boy employee set her up with Michael Jordan.
That's Michael B. Jordan. Don't mess that up.
Do you know Andre Branch?
No.
You were aware Cassie was in a relationship with Andre Branch?
Oh, the cute football player? Yes, but I never met him.
And in 2016 with Brandon of the NBA, sorry. In these texts, you talk with Cassie about Michael B. Jordan. You say no one better say to me, LY. What is LY?
Love you, or maybe it's a typo. Lie know everything. I don't remember. I'm sure we were being antagonized by your client.
Cassie was upset by Gina?
She'd say, girl, let's go out and do our thing.
Do what she want to do?
Actually, we are both pretty chill and stayed in the house a lot, but that would be fair.
Let's read these messages. You do the blue.
Oh, you got some names in here.
Just go ahead.
Where you going?
Secret trip out town.
Girl. Good friends don't pry. That's not my method. I just replied, girl.
Highlight the green part. Cassie is telling you October 30th, 2013, after the incident with the cut on the face, she says, I've already been turning up too much. You say you saw her with a black eye on FaceTime around the time of the Intercontinental?
I saw it in person. When her makeup would wear off, you could see it.
At this moment, the judge interrupted him and told him, let the defense ask the questions.
You read these. After Cassie says, this N is wasted, we both did the same.
Is there a lot of people there? Oh, it's talking about a Gwen Stefani song.
He said, take your broke ass home and ride into the sunset.
And we did.
Did she mention to you about having threesomes with other men?
No, she didn't tell me.
Mr. Nash, read that to yourself, then lift up. On May 10th, 2025, you told the government the videos came from her phone?
No, I told them that he would tape her on her phone.
Isn't it true she said videos were from her phone?
He would record her on her phone. I stand firm on that.
You say, Mr. Combs said, you won't do this one thing for me?
Yes.
You said you saw Mr. Combs pointing in Cassie's face in The Blind Dragon, right? But you never told the government, right? The first you said is at trial.
I guess so. I gave them very little by phone. She said she didn't want to go.
You helped pick her clothes for court?
She couldn't fit anything. She needed clothes.
For the pregnancy?
Right.
On that Friday after she finished, she called you and said, I'm done.
It wasn't like that.
Did you get Cassie super high?
What? No, I did not.
At this moment, the judge interrupted him and told him, Mr. Nash.
This 29th birthday, you say she packed toys in her duffel bag from her bedroom, right?
Correct.
Mr. Combs didn't say grab the toys?
They were going
on the golf cart. Let's talk about Las Vegas, New Year's 2016 to 17. You said you were told Cassie was sleeping all day?
correct.
Put up DX 1847 for the parties only. What's this?
Cassie?
The low-budget producer you mentioned was there?
Yes, right next to me, snoring.
You say Cassie told you another man was coming over and asked you to leave?
Both of us.
Your reaction was size?
Yes,
You saw a man walking around, knocking on the door, and they let him in?
yes,
There were not right?
we were doing them in our separate places. Once I start working, I just start going. I was packing my 10 body bags.
Then they went to a hotel, and again, she didn't tell you she didn't want to go, correct?
Actually, she said she wanted to stay home, work on her music.
Read the green.
Enjoy y'all time together. Y'all don't get much of this.
That's you telling Cassie in January 2017 to enjoy her time with Puff, correct?
Yes,
Cassie wrote, I spoke up for myself, and you wrote you wish you were with them on vacation.
no, I meant in Mexico, not with them.
Cassie wrote, the next room is on the beach, this one on the golf course. I have everything organized.
LOL, do you all have a lot of
Yes, but we made it all fit.
girl, you always on vacation?
You stayed in touch with Mr. Combs?
Yeah, because he was cutting up.
Oh, I get it. You did a seafood thing with Cassie?
Correct.
DX1814. You know Kim Porter, who tragically passed?
Yes,
You knew Andre Harrell passed?
yes,
You texted Mr. Combs to make sure he okay?
correct.
Mr. Combs wrote to you, the trainer? You could have given me a heads up. Black heart emoji. How is she? He meant Cassie.
Yes,
In 2020, you wrote to Mr. Combs, I love you. Anything you need, I got you.
yes,
Mr. Combs won an award that year and you congratulated him.
I don't think so. I asked how to RSVP to his party for someone else, Claire Solmers.
Cassie told you about a secret trip.
At this moment, the prosecution objected, and it was sustained.
You deeply care for Cassie for 15 years?
Yes,
She kept secrets from you.
and I do from her. We don't have to tell each other everything.
Nothing further.
Why were you afraid for her?
Things could get fast.
What devices did Mr. Combs use to film her?
Hers?
You said they appeared high at the 29th birthday party.
Yes,
Was Mr. Combs in control of his actions?
yes.
And what did you say?
You're going to get some tonight.
Did she want to go?
No,
No further questions.
At this moment, that was the end of Deontay Nash's testimony, and the next witness was called.
How do you wish to be identified?
Mia, M-I-A,
Don't show this exhibit. What is it?
my passport.
Show it for the jury only.
I would like to see it too.
Where are you from?
Virginia Beach, Virginia.
Who is this?
Sean Combs,
What did you call him?
Puff. I worked for him as personal assistant, then as director of development and acquisitions for Revolt Films.
How was it working there?
Puff's mood changed all the time.
Was he violent to you?
Yes, he's thrown things at me. He's thrown me against the wall, into a pool, ice bucket on my head, slammed my arms into a door, and he sexually assaulted me.
More than once?
More than once.
Did you want to be in the arts?
Yes, this was before social media. I thought if I put my mattress on my car and drove to New York, I could do it. I went to work for Georgina Chapman, red carpet dressing,
Then,
assistant to Mike Myers.
how did Mr. Combs hire you?
I met with a recruiter. I met with HR and Tony Baez Fletcher.
Did Mr. Combs interview you?
He at his apartment. He was on the phone, wearing his underwear. The HR lady left.
Did he put on clothes?
Yes.
Did you get the job?
Yes, I was excited.
How much did you expect to work?
A lot, but I didn't fully understand.
How much were you paid?
$50,000.
What did you do on your first day?
HR told me I was on trial for 2 weeks.
Where did you start?
His Alpine, New Jersey house. I was there all day.
Then where?
Back to the office for a few hours more. Then I was told Puff wanted me to come to the studio
How long were you there?
until 1 p.m. the next day.
Then where did you go?
Puff's apartment, then home.
How fast did you have to return?
I didn't take a nap. I didn't want to risk it.
How much did you sleep during your first 24 hours on the job?
I didn't. I took it as a challenge. There had been a TV show a few years before called I Want to Work for Diddy. It was like that.
How did you deal with the lack of sleep?
When I was young, I'd tell myself, you can sleep at 3 p.m.
At this moment, the defense objected, but was overruled.
How long did you stay up once?
5 days. I take Adderall extended release. I could quasi-function and stay awake.
When did you go to sleep?
My hearing went and my equilibrium was off. Blurred vision, lights that weren't there. I cried.
Were you then told you could sleep?
Yes.
By whom?
Puff.
Why did you stay awake that long?
I was working.
I am introducing exhibits. These exhibits are under seal.
At this moment, the defense objected, but seems to be overruled.
What is this?
A list of my responsibilities I sent to Tony Baez Fletcher on November 10th, 2011. Puff has said, I don't know what you do all day.
Let's focus on a few things in this document. Please read this, Mia.
All of PD's social media presence.
Who is PD?
Sean Combs, Puff Daddy. I wrote, main liaison between PD and Hollywood.
Did you do that?
Blackberry 24/7. I wrote, anticipate his moods.
Why was that important?
It dictated the day.
You wrote, every day is different.
In that he can ask you to crack his knuckles or do his taxes.
Did you have an apartment?
Yes, in NYC.
Were you there much?
No. My roommates joked they lived with a ghost.
In LA? Where did you stay?
In the staff house then and Puff's house, 9933 Beverly Grove, then 9374 Beverly Crest Drive, then 200 South Mapleton.
In Miami?
2-star.
Could you leave?
Only with Puff's permission. Once I left at 2 a.m. after he was asleep, I got in big trouble.
What happened?
Security called me to say he was sending them to find me. It was at the first LA house, 2009 or 2010.
Were you allowed to lock your bedroom door?
No, he said, it's my house. No one locks my doors in my house, so it wasn't really my room.
But did security get to lock their doors?
Yes, one had a deadbolt, another a keypad. I was told they were actively hiring other assistants.
How long did Malcolm, the assistant who was there when you started, stay?
7 or 8 months.
Were you the only one then?
Yeah, for like a year.
How did you feel?
I didn't have time to feel. It was insane. Puff gave me a pep talk, like we were a team. He said, I need a second brain.
Did he hire more?
Yes, eventually, but I still felt like I was responsible.
You got punished?
In various ways, getting cursed out, my intelligence insulted, and my job threatened.
Who did those things?
Puff.
Who's this?
George Kaplan. He was another personal assistant for Puff, after me.
What was Revolt Films?
Puff and I started it together.
Were you still performing personal assistant duties?
Yes.
How much did you get paid?
$70,000, then $100,000. There were supposed to be bonuses.
Did you get them?
No.
Who is this?
Cassie Ventura.
How did you know her?
working for Puff. We became close friends.
Still today?
Yes,
How was their relationship?
highs and lows, unequal.
Was there violence in their relationship?
Yes,
We'll get back to that. What was Mr. Combs' role with respect to her career?
he decided on everything. Shows, the look,
What is this?
an email from Cass to Puff and others. Me.
When did she send it?
It was 4 a.m. It says 7 a.m., but we were in California. It was one of their hotel nights.
What did she write?
She was canceling, apologizing to Interscope and others.
Did Mr. Combs respond? Please read.
Cass wrote about telling Slevin Hill.
What did she mean, do you think?
Stephen Hill of BET. Cass wrote, no support, no show.
Why did you forward this to Tony Fletcher?
I had to keep her informed. She was in charge of booking hotels.
Did you ever see Mr. Combs on a movie set?
Yes, everyone would be very nervous. He would insert himself.
What was his role with respect to Cassie's appearance?
He was in charge of it.
Did you have exposure to Cassie's finances?
Yes,
How?
I learned the company paid her credit cards and that the places where she lived were under his company names and her cars.
Did he take things away?
Yes, cars and jewelry and support. If he couldn't get her on the phone, he'd keep tabs on her through me.
What was part of your job to spend this time with Cassie?
Yes, I had to do whatever Puff told me to do.
Could you go where you wanted?
No, we had to be where Puff told us we could be.
And if not,
Something very scary. The punishment was unpredictable but terrifying.
we'll talk some more about that as we get through your testimony. How would Mr. Combs communicate with Ms. Ventura?
Sometimes through me.
Did you see violence? What kind?
I saw a lot of aftermaths and injuries she had. I've seen him attack her, throw her on the ground. I've seen him, crack her head open. I've seen him chase her. Things like that.
Did she fight back?
No.
What did you hear and see?
Suitcases being thrown into the foyer.
Did you see Cassie after that?
She was outside, crying in a bush. She looked terrified. She gestured. I'm hiding. I'm not here.
What did you do?
Retreated.
Did you tell anyone?
I think the chef was in the kitchen. The sentiment was like,
At this moment, the defense objected and was sustained.
What did the chef say to you?
At this moment, the defense objected and the prosecution said,
Not for the truth.
and it was still sustained.
What happened in Cassie's apartment?
we were there. Me, Cass, and Deontay Nash,
What were you doing?
helping her pack for a big trip to London. Puff came banging on the door, very irate.
How did he get in?
Key from front desk.
What was Mr. Combs asking Cassie?
He said, have you been drinking or something? She hadn't answered his calls.
What did Mr. Combs do?
He came after me and Deontay screaming, has she been drinking? He was crazy aggressive. He attacked her. He threw her to the ground. Me and Deontay jumped in and tried to stop it.
What did you do?
Deontay is very small in comparison to Puff. There was a little tornado going on. He had Deontay in a position where I was scared he was going to kill him. So I jumped on Puff, but he threw me off and against the wall. I felt like I was in slow motion. I realized we were in big danger. He ran into the bedroom and grabbed Cass. Under her bed is this wood bed platform. He slammed her head into the corner.
What injuries did Cassie get?
Her head was gushing blood.
What did Mr. Combs do?
He got into protector survivor mode. He said to call Dr. So-and-so. Tell them Cass was drunk and hit her head.
Why did you do it?
Puff said to. His eyes were black. It was like he was looking through me. He was like completely.
At this moment, the judge interrupted and said, let's get a next question.
Did you see Mr. Combs take drugs?
Yes.
When he was high, how did he appear?
Sometimes the life of the party, or hyper.
Where was this?
Ibiza or Burning Man or music conferences?
When he smashed her head, did he seem high?
No.
Did you go to Prince's party?
Yes.
What happened the night before?
Big award ceremony. Suite in the Beverly. He told me to stay with Cassie, that he was going to be at his house with his kids. But then I heard about Prince's party.
What did you do?
Cass and I debated like little kids if we should sneak out of the house and go to Prince's party. Prince performed on a little table. Then I saw Puff come in with his bucket hat. We locked eyes. I thought, oh crap. Cass just booked it.
Where did you go?
Across the street there were woods or bushes, but Puff caught Cass and had her on the ground. Puff started to attack her, but Prince's security quickly intervened.
And later?
I went to another hotel. The next day, HR told me Puff was suspending me without pay.
Did she say why?
That Puff said I was being insubordinate.
Mia, you were speaking about between Mr. Combs and Cassie. Have you traveled to Turks and Caicos?
Yes, to Parrot Key, twice. In 2012, me, Puff, and Cass.
What happened?
I was sleeping in my bedroom and I was woken up. Cass ran in saying, "You've got to help me. He's going to kill me."
What did you do?
We started pushing furniture in front of the door to try to block it. Puff was banging and screaming. I had a porch that went out to the beach. We ran.
What do you remember about running?
I remember being amazed that even while running fast, we could be attacked by bugs.
Did you run another time?
I have another visual of where we were hiding, of trying to escape like 2 separate times. We got onto paddle boards and went out on the water. Puff was on the beach screaming at us. It was flat and we went out far. Puff got smaller and smaller on the beach. The sky got dark and
At this moment, the defense objected but was overruled.
we went back.
Did you ever call police?
No.
Why not?
I believed Puff's authority was above the police. This was before social media and the Near Me Too movement. There were no examples of people standing up. I thought it was under the confidentiality deal with Puff's business.
What's this?
A photo of Cass eating a hot dog at the premiere of her movie, The Perfect Match. She has bruising under her makeup. I took this photo.
Any other injuries covered up on a red carpet?
Yes, at Cannes Film Festival.
What injuries did you see?
A busted lip. She was injured.
Where were you?
In her hotel room with Larry Sims, her hairstylist.
Did you learn how she got the injuries?
Cass had an audio recording of Puff attacking her.
How did Cassie sound on the audio recording?
At this moment, the defense objected and it was overruled.
Panicked. I heard the sound of someone getting hit.
Did you go to events?
The premiere of Brad Pitt's movie Killing Them Softly.
What happened at the premiere?
Puff was digging his nails into her arm and talking low.
What would Mr. Combs ask you to do?
Take care of her. I'd bring her arnica gel.
For what?
Bruises.
Let's turn to December 22nd, 2011.
At Puff's house, the mood was darker than normal. This was more of a, Puff was upset
What did he tell him?
that Cass had been talking to somebody else.
Who?
Kid Cudi.
How was he?
He seemed heartbroken. It was ominous. I'd never witnessed Cass to do something to really cause him to be upset. I felt something bad would happen.
Did you then see her?
In a black car with Capricorn Clark.
Did you reach out to anyone?
Yes, to D-Rock.
What is this?
My emails with D-Rock.
Only the redacted one into evidence.
At this moment, the defense objected to it. But then the prosecution said,
He was security.
then the judge said, with that foundation admitted.
Read the messages.
I wrote to D-Rock, "I'm worried about P. This feels different. Hit this email when you get it. Love you."
Were you romantically involved with D-Rock?
Definitely not. That's just how we talked.
Let's talk about the hotel nights. What was your role?
I would, sometimes take them there, unpack, set up. I would have to just be like on call, essentially, and clean up before housekeeping.
What would you bring?
His lotions and potions, Astroglide and candles, some of them cheap Glade candles without the label on. They had to be white.
What else would you bring to the hotel?
Anything he forgot at the house. Food, money,
How much?
a lot, like thousands of dollars.
Do you remember seeing Cassie?
At the London Hotel in New York, I brought something to the room. Cass opened the door. She was wearing a bright blue wig.
How did she appear?
Like she was struggling. I asked, "Are you good?" She closed the door.
How told you to clean the rooms?
Puff and the office. It was standard to sweep the room so no housekeeper can sell something to TMZ.
How were the rooms?
Destroyed. Candle wax everywhere. I've seen broken glass, sometimes blood, oil on walls,
What would Mr. Combs tell you about the blood?
that it was period blood.
What happened in Cassie's car in LA?
Cass got a call, then told me, "He wants to do a hotel night. I don't want to." She got sick.
After the hotel night?
Man down.
What did that mean?
They'd stay in the room sleeping, only up to eat.
Did you do drugs before you worked for Mr. Combs?
No.
And after?
Yes, MDMA. Puff gave it to me. He said that I was now part of the Breakfast Club.
What did he mean?
Like the cool club. He said his MDMA was pure. I felt like I was now a friend hanging out and I could enjoy myself.
Did you take ketamine?
Yes, at Burning Man. We were partying on a tour bus. We had the blackout shades down. He had the drinks on plates. I tried to say no.
What happened?
Puff wouldn't get it go. It turned a little more serious, that I was going to mess up the whole vibe. I tried to fake take it. He got close to my face and humiliated me.
How?
He separated out a dose and made me snort it. I didn't want to fall into the K-hole. I'd seen a person. It looked like an exorcism.
Did you want to take the ketamine?
I didn't feel I had a choice.
Did he take drugs while working?
He was always working, once on the way to Chelsea Handler.
How did Mr. Combs treat you?
Sometimes like best friend and working partner. Sometimes like I was a worthless piece of crap.
How would he compliment you?
My work. He'd give me life advice.
And to tell you were worthless?
Long extended rants about how incompetent and stupid I was. Threaten my job.
Anything physical?
Throw things at me.
Did he talk about jobs for you?
Yes. Before Revolt Films, he talked about other companies. I told him I wanted to create and develop TV shows, especially comedy. He said that's what he wanted to do too. Then he'd take away my credits.
What did he throw at you?
A bowl of spaghetti, turkey meat, a computer, a phone.
Let's talk about the spaghetti. What did he tell you to do?
To go get people, but I needed to change my tampon. He yelled, "Yo, girl." I said, "Do it now." Blood was dripping down my leg. I said, "I have to go change my tampon."
What did Mr. Combs do?
He threw his bowl of spaghetti at me, then said, "Get the out of my house." He chased me out. I was barefoot. I hid in a bush, then to a hotel.
What did HR tell you?
That I was going to be suspended without pay. That's what Puff wanted.
Where were you when he threw a computer at you?
In a trailer. Swizz Beats was there. The Wi-Fi was broken, and I went to look into it. I came back and said they were working on it.
What did Mr. Combs do?
I said I should talk to Bill Gates if I had to. Then he threw his computer at my head. Hard. It just missed me. I ran and hid behind the luggage van.
How did you feel?
I wondered, what did I do to make him like this to me?
Did he hurt you?
Turks and Caicos, and at the Revolt offices.
Where were you at Turks?
A hammock by my room. Puff dumped a bucket of ice on me, screaming. Then Puff took my phone. I didn't want him to see it. The team, we'd message about his moods. I didn't want him to see it. So I jumped on his back.
What did he do?
He threw me back into the pool.
And at Revolt TV?
He was using my phone, and I didn't want him to see my message. Maybe I called him an asshole. I tried to get the phone back. He ran into the bathroom, then slammed the door on my arm, repeatedly.
Injuries?
Bruises.
Did you see him later?
At the studio. He told me he sent all my compromising photos to him phone, in case I had stuff on him. Kinda like a bullying joke.
How did you take it?
I had no photos, so I knew he was lying.
What are these?
My emails with Tony and Shannon, I said, Puff took my iPhone. I don't know when I'll get it back. Tony asked, what happened? I said, definitely an in-person story.
Why?
I wouldn't put violence in writing.
Who was Matt?
Puff's engineer. At one point, we dated.
I have more.
At this moment, the judge interrupted the prosecution with a break. Then they continued.
The assaults. When did they occur?
When I was working for Puff.
Where was the first time?
The Plaza Hotel in New York for Puff's 40th birthday.
Were you his personal assistant?
Yes. I'd been there only a few months.
What rooms did Mr. Combs rent out?
The penthouse, party guests, and celebrities there.
What did Mr. Combs do?
He asked to speak to me in the kitchen.
What did he do?
He had everyone else clear the room.
What did he say?
That we were going to be working closer together. He poured us 2 shots of vodka each for his birthday.
What did you do with the shot?
I took them. They hit me hard. Usually I could take it, easily. My eyes couldn't focus. His face was close. He put his arm up the side of my dress, and he kissed me.
Did you want him to?
No.
Were you able to say no?
I was shocked. I froze. I didn't process what was happening. Next thing I knew, it was morning, and I was in a chair in the penthouse.
How had you looked at him?
Like an older adult. He was the boss or the king.
What were your expectations?
I thought it would happen again. A huge accident.
And were there other times he made you feel uncomfortable sexually?
Yes. I had to carry bags to his room. Downstairs was Uncle Paulie.
What did he say to you?
At this moment, the defense objected on the grounds of hearsay. Then the prosecution said,
For the effect?
And the judge overruled it.
I brought the bags. He asked me to pull up something on his computer. He came and sat next to me, leaned over me as if to put his face in the computer, like in an uncomfortable way.
How did you feel?
I pretended I had to go to the bathroom.
Where were you the next time Mr. Combs assaulted you?
The Beverly Grove house. I was asleep on the bottom bunk. I wasn't allowed to lock the door. I woke up. There was the weight of a person on me.
Who?
Puff. It was so fast. He used one hand to get his pants undone. He put, himself inside of me.
You mean his pants inside of you?
I just froze.
How did you feel?
Terrified and confused and ashamed and scared.
How long?
Very quick. But it felt like forever. But he wouldn't leave a job unfinished.
Is that when it would end?
Yes.
The next time?
The Beverly Crest house. I was on his bedroom closet floor putting things in a bag. Then Puff was in the closet. He had his, out, and he grabbed my head
At this moment, Mia began to cry.
and put it in.
Mr. Combs took his out and put it in your mouth.
Yes, I was frozen. I didn't do anything. I just,
At this moment, Mia began sobbing.
How did you feel?
like trash, scared and ashamed.
How long did it last?
It was very fast.
Were there other sexual assaults?
Yes, I have a dark feeling. One time we were flying on a private jet. Everyone was asleep. By the bathroom, there was a bed. I went by, and he was standing right there. I tried to make it about other people who might see or hear. It didn't work.
How did you feel?
Helpless. I had lost some layer of protection. I wasn't safe. Terrified.
Do you remember what happened?
No.
Was Cassie ever there?
No.
Did you ever want these sexual acts with Mr. Combs?
No.
Did you ever tell him no?
I couldn't tell him no about a sandwich or anything. Then he would know that I thought what he was doing was wrong. I didn't want to lose everything I'd worked so hard for. This was the only world I had anymore.
What would happen to your job?
I would never work in that industry again.
And physically?
That I'd be attacked. I don't want to die. He threatened that he would tell Cass that I had something to do with it.
How did you feel?
Desperate and trapped. Worst scary situation. I would have done anything. It was my fault.
Did you tell anyone?
No, I was going to die with this. I would be humiliated, never work again.
And who would do these things?
Puff and all his people. This was way before social media and the Me Too movement. There was this confidentiality.
Did others speak up?
Kayla Faulkner.
How did you hear?
I heard there was an urgent call among film people.
What did you hear?
At this moment, the judge asked the prosecution to lay out some context.
Who was on the call?
HR C-suite executives.
What were you told?
If she sued, I'd have to testify. I was supposed to say she was drinking and punched me, and that's why she was fired.
Was that why?
No, it was because she complained.
When else were you told you'd have to testify?
After Capricorn Clark.
Did you have to testify?
No,
Why didn't you go to the police about Mr. Combs sexually harassing you?
I didn't even consider it.
Did you have experience with police?
Yes, I was speeding. I hadn't had time to get my license renewed. It was the only time I name dropped. I told her who I worked for and she said, "Get him on the phone." I did, and she laughed. "Oh, Puff Daddy, I love you."
Did you get a ticket?
No,
Why didn't you tell us at first about the sexual assaults?
it's the most shameful thing of my life.
Did you get a lawyer for this testimony?
Yes,
Did you speak about these sexual assaults before or after you got the lawyer?
after.
Do you want to be talking about these sexual assaults?
No, it's traumatizing.
Why are you here today?
At this moment, the judge said, Mrs. Smyser, you've asked that.
Did you call the other employees' family?
Yes, I was surrounded by them, and everyone referred to each other that way.
You dated an employee?
Yes, Matt, the sound engineer.
Were you and Matt able to hang out together normally?
No, we had an apartment together in New York, but we were rarely there at the same time.
Why did you go to South Africa?
Puff told me to accompany Cassie. She was shooting a movie.
What happened there?
Cass had caught Puff cheating on her with Gina. She was devastated.
What were her interactions with Mr. Combs?
They were on the phone. He was in Miami. Then she stopped answering the calls.
I'll read the blue messages. KK, Ms. Coram, and you read the gray. That's you. She wrote, PD wants to talk to you. Who's that?
Puff.
Audio call not completed?
I wasn't answering the calls, but I spoke with Puff. He threatened to kill me.
What else did he threaten you with?
He said he was firing me. He said I had to leave and fly back, and he threatened to kill me.
Ms. Coram wrote, I need to talk to her. Not sure what to do. He needs you to call him now, or you don't have a job. How did it make you feel?
Desperate, terrified, and really, really sad.
Did you answer KK's calls?
No, I texted back that I had been asleep. It sucks to wake up to this every morning. I'm being shit on from all sides. I'm in a fucked up spot.
And what was KK answer?
She wrote, "Can you call me when you get a chance?" I wrote, "I'm having anxiety attacks and night fears."
About who?
Puff.
Who are these WhatsApps with?
Puff. I screenshot them. I've had other phones since.
What did Mr. Combs write?
If you don't call me in 2 minutes, I'm going to tell everything. You're fired. ABC and their lawyers. Let's go to war.
What do you think he meant by tell everything?
He'd tell Cassie about the assault.
What do you think he meant by ABC?
I had written a show based on my life as an assist. It hit the press. The most I ever got. He was threatening to take that away.
Did the show ever air?
No.
What did he write now?
Call me now. Call me now. Now then. Don't ever call me again. I wrote back that I'd been asleep.
Is that the end of the screenshots?
Yes.
What's this?
My email to Puff, then to KK.
What did you write?
I'm really sorry, Puff. You know I love you, smiley face. I paid for my own flight. It will cost to change it. I'm sorry to ask for the money. I'm sorry. I want to make sure you are good. At the end of the day, regardless, I love you.
Why did you send this?
He told me to return. Then he told me to stay. I couldn't afford the change fees. I told him, Cece says she really need me right now, but of course I'll do whatever you want. I love you.
Who is Double C?
Cass,
Why did you write that?
because I worked for him. To him, that's all that mattered.
Why did you CC Ms. Coram?
Because I needed an answer. I was in limbo.
When you got back from South Africa, where did you work?
The office in LA.
Did you have less access to Mr. Combs?
Much less.
Did it make your jobs easier or harder?
It made it almost impossible. I needed his okay for everything, but I couldn't get any responses from him.
How did it make you feel?
Defeated.
What is this?
A note for HR to me.
What was the date?
March 31st, 2011.
What was happening?
I was suspended without pay.
What had happened?
He came in and didn't see I had laid all the options out. He started ranting. I tried to point to the other options.
Who was this with?
James Cruz. He worked for Puff in like a managerial role. He asked for tickets. I wrote back, Puff is currently firing me right now. He wrote back, LOL. I wrote back, no, seriously, sad face.
What is this?
Email, D-Rock to me, March 25th, 2011.
D-Rock asked, what happened?
He went batch crazy about his shirt.
Where was Puff?
With D-Rock going to the doctor and some other errands. I asked D-Rock to give me a heads up before they came back, so I could be out of the way.
What did HR tell you?
Puff wanted me suspended without pay, and I was.
Mia, does this memo document the reasons you were suspended?
No. HR told me Puff said I was being insubordinate.
Did you get other documents like this from HR?
Yes.
How did they make you feel?
So sad that I did something wrong.
Did you continue working for Mr. Combs?
Yes.
Did you feel you could leave your job?
That wasn't a thought. I had tried to run away before and it didn't work.
Did you feel you could get other jobs?
Oh no. He would have made sure. I was scared of him.
When did you try to run away from your job? New Year's 2010 to 2011. Where were you?
St. Bart's.
Who was there?
Me, Puff, Kim, the kids, some others.
Where did you stay?
A yacht that Puff chartered.
What did Mr. Combs ask you to do?
To count the money in the safe. He yelled I was counting too slow. He chased me out and told me, you better learn to walk on water like Jesus, bitch. Get the fuck out of here.
Whose job was it to count?
Security. I asked the crew to take me to land, but it was a hurricane or something. I hid on the 3rd floor.
Who spoke to you?
Kim. She tried to console me and said, don't worry about it. I saw Puff coming toward me. I ran and hid in the crew cabin.
Did the crew take you to land in a tender boat?
Yes, but then they got a call. I had to come back.
Were you able to leave the country?
No, my passport was on the boat. Puff's staff had it.
Did you go back to the boat?
Yeah, I was told to get in the car, to go on the plane to Vegas with Puff.
In the car? Could you hear Puff's call?
He was telling his chief of staff I needed to be suspended, making up a story. I didn't get to finish. He yelled, shut the f*** up.
You left Mr. Combs' companies in 2017?
Yes, I spoke with Brian Offit. We were editing the Bad Boy documentary. I was producing that.
What did Brian tell me?
That Mr. Combs wanted to end Revolt Films. The company was going away.
How did you feel?
I think I saw snot coming out of my nose for a while. I was worried. I had been told Revolt Films was the only company that had made money that year.
How did you feel?
That I had done something wrong.
What did Brian Offit say?
That they would work out severance, but it was the holidays.
Did you speak to anyone else?
KK. I had a little bit of time to horrifically process what had happened. KK said, you're still working on the documentary.
Did you?
Yes, until March or April.
What did you do after it?
Cried myself to sleep. I ignored all the calls.
Did you have conversations with Cassie after?
I could never tell who was with or without Puff, so I didn't respond. KK said Puff couldn't believe I would go against him. I had gotten an employment attorney. KK said Puff couldn't believe it.
Did you get paid?
After 9 months, my attorney proposed a mediation. They asked for, like, $10 million.
Who came up with that figure?
My lawyers.
Did you bring up the violent incidents?
A few of them. I feel that I was doing something horrible. I was breaking the idea of confidentiality, telling secrets. I felt wrong and shameful.
Did you bring up the sexual assaults?
Oh no, I was going to die with that.
How much did you receive?
$200,000. My lawyers got that much too.
What was it for?
Bonuses I hadn't been paid and out of pocket.
Would you return the money to have this never have happened?
At this moment, the defense objected, but was overruled.
Oh, absolutely.
Do you have any other lawsuits against Mr. Combs?
No,
Did you contact Mr. Combs again?
when Kim died and when Andre Harrell died.
Did you tell him you loved him in these messages?
Yes, that's how I would speak to him.
Are you aware of Cassie's lawsuit?
Yes, November 2023.
Have you spoken with Cassie since the suit?
Yes, we talk a lot, then not. We both hide from our phones in the depression thing. Then a few days ago, just personal stuff and I love yous.
Did you speak about your testimonies?
Oh no.
After the suit in November 2023, did anyone contact you?
Yes, D-Rock, he was like my big brother.
He said, "How are you?" What did you respond?
D-Rock.
Why all the exclamation points?
'Cause I love exclamation points. And D-Rock. I understood D-Rock was no longer with Puff. He and his wife had a restaurant in the Poconos.
He wrote, "I'm about to call you." What date?
November 30th, 2023.
Did D-Rock call you?
Yes.
What happened on that call?
At this moment, the defense objected, and the judge asked the prosecution to ask again. Then the prosecution said,
What did he say?
and then it was overruled.
He started with personal stuff. Then he said, "The news is crazy." It wasn't like that. It was normal fighting.
Was it?
Absolutely not. D-Rock said, "Puff misses you." He implied everyone agreed. I immediately thought, oh my God.
At this moment, the defense objected on the grounds of non-responsive. Then they went into a sidebar and continued after.
Where did D-Rock say he was?
That he just landed in Miami. He was going to be at Puff's. He was going to take care of Christian. D-Rock said, maybe you could say something.
How did you respond?
I pretended I'd talked to Puff.
Did you want to?
No, I was scared. He called me right after D-Rock.
How did you react?
I threw my phone behind the couch and ran out.
Why?
It was just so triggering.
Did you hear from D-Rock again?
Yes,
What did D-Rock write?
that your boy doesn't want you to do anything, just to talk. I didn't want to. I just wanted it to go away.
What then did D-Rock write to you?
He wrote, I can't believe you're not hitting me back. It was February 22nd, 2024. I knew he wouldn't stop. So I wrote back. I was scuba diving all day and didn't have my phone on the boat.
Was that true?
No, I told D-Rock I called Puff, but there was no answer. I wanted to play neutral.
D-Rock asked, how can I send you something? What did you think he meant?
Money? I said no. I'm always ready to help y'all out.
He wrote, I'm allowed to send my sister a gift. Did he?
No.
What did you think D-Rock was trying to do?
Find out for Puff if I was a threat.
Did Mr. Combs text you in February 2024?
Yes. He said, call me when you have 10 minutes, love.
And this one, February 7th, 2024?
He said, I need my memory jogged.
Did you respond?
No, I didn't want anything to do with him. He was the person I was traumatized by. I knew that this was a front.
Was this the last message?
I think so. I got some.
At this moment, the defense objected, and it was sustained.
Do you work now?
No, I suffer from complex PTSD.
At this moment, the judge asked for a sidebar and then continued.
What are your symptoms?
Misinterpreting emails. Someone calls my name from across the room. All the feelings of getting in trouble come flooding back. I triple guess myself.
Who caused it?
Puff.
At this moment, the judge took a break. Then they came back and the cross-examination started.
Because of Sean Combs, you suffer a great deal, right?
Right.
Just seeing him call your number made you throw your phone, true?
True.
He made you do things that are unthinkable,
Yes.
making you sleep in a room with a lock and coming in and violating you in the most unthinkable way, true?
True.
You said that Sean Combs' conduct was the worst thing that ever happened to you, right?
Yes.
Look at the notebook. I moved for admission of 1702 to 1710. Mia, this is a social media post by you in 2013.
Yes.
It's your personal account. This is what you're doing.
Yes, my personal account.
You wrote, this is what we do when you are not around. I am Diddy, C-Rock, right?
Yes.
You tagged him years after you say he raped you.
Yes.
This is July 4th, 2013. Whose hands are those?
Casimir.
You wrote rich as fuck and CC. Who is CC?
Cass.
What does CC stand for?
It's just a nickname.
Have you heard Cassie Combs?
Oh, that makes sense.
Here you say he got coffee for you, though, in Forbes' list.
Yes.
You say he made you take against your will at Burning Man, but you post about it?
Right.
You posted a picture with him? A man terrorizing you?
Yes.
And this video depicting Mr. Combs as doctor delivering your baby?
It was a funny video. I was proud to be in it.
Mr. Combs' birthday is significant to you, too. You did 2 shots with him, right?
Yes.
Alcohol overcame you, right?
Yes.
You believe you were drugged?
I didn't say that.
A person you really don't know put his mouth on your mouth without your permission, right?
Yes.
His hands up your dress and onto your person. Remember that? It was paralyzing?
Yes.
You wake up in a chair, you told the jury that.
I did.
But this message, and this one, another same-day posting, the anniversary of you being sexually assaulted by Sean Combs, according to your testimony.
I don't celebrate it as the anniversary of that, but his birthday.
What did you write?
Thank you for giving me an extended family for life. You're f***ing funny. I love you.
You're in a tutu next to Mr. Combs, right?
Yes,
He's holding his private part in his hand.
I guess so.
You were proud of Mr. Sean Combs.
Of course you'd post the great times.
You wrote, extended family for life. You are forever one of my great fans. This about the man who traumatized you.
I wrote that.
Who is your mentor and brother you are writing about?
Puff.
You did a collage. A lot of them are you and Mr. Combs. You picked out the thumbnails, right?
Right.
What did you write?
Who let me have my hair like that?
You are with Mr. Combs, right?
Yes.
Here you say, look, Ma, I'm in a billboard in Times Square, right?
It's a play on my name is in lights.
And this photo,
Me and Cass going to Istanbul.
did Mr. Combs have to approve both of you going on that trip?
Absolutely.
This photo,
We are in the Sprinter van on the way to Cass's club appearance.
where are you in this one?
The W Hotel in Istanbul.
What did you write here?
About Muhammad Ali's birthday. With Puff, I took the photo.
You took one photo?
I'm sure I took multiple, but this was the best one.
This is November 4th, 5 years after you were sexually assaulted.
Yes.
What did you write?
Thank you for being my friend. Hashtag happy birthday, Diddy. Hashtag I'm so hot I'm throwing at myself.
And you have Mr. Combs shirtless in 2 of the pictures.
He's always shirtless.
Mia, you have said you were sexually assaulted so many times you can't remember.
At this moment, the prosecution objected, saying misstates the testimony, and it was sustained.
Have you met with the prosecutors?
Yes.
More than 27 times.
I don't know the number.
Do you remember telling them you don't remember how many times you were sexually assaulted?
I don't know if I phrased it that way.
This has ruined you, right? You are broken, yes.
The sexual abuse was part of the way he ruined me. Yes.
You wrote, thank you for being the good kind of crazy, inspiring me every day.
I don't think people wrote bad stuff about their life on Instagram back then.
Why'd you promote it?
It was my job to promote. It was a cycle of ups and downs. When he was calling me his best friend, I wasn't afraid of him.
You weren't afraid of the man who stole your innocence.
At this moment, the prosecution objected, but it was overruled.
You have family
Parents, a sister.
and friends.
At this moment, the prosecution said, time frame? We aren't sure what that means, but they continued after that.
When you posted this, you still had friends.
I had no sounding board. I had to get permission to go to my grandfather's funeral.
The jury was shown an email with D-Rock. You could express yourself, right?
I reached out to him.
What's this?
My friends at Funny or Die, I'm in the video.
What did you write?
You know you are a celebrity when you are spraying champagne at Funny or Die.
What is this?
My birthday post for Justin, Puff's son.
And this one?
C-Rock promo, hashtag.
You are in it with Mr. Combs?
Yes,
Do you ever say anything that Mr. Combs violated you?
never.
Here?
Puff and Jimmy Iovine, legends.
He's traumatized you?
Yes.
You wrote?
Watch Puff tonight on Fuse today. I convinced him to make a door on his TV set and call it the Diddy door.
You post a picture of the person who has ruined your life?
And my boss,
Who made you post this?
no one.
How do you forget about waking up with a man on top, having his way with you?
I was in fear of upsetting him. The moments other than when we were best friends.
How are you best friends with a man you say raped you?
Ask my therapist.
What did you write?
Fuck off, patron. With a photo of Puff dancing with his tequila.
And in this photo, Mr. Combs is close to you?
Yes.
You are producing the show?
Funny or Die did it, but I was getting producer credits.
At this moment, the prosecution asked for a sidebar, then they went to lunch, and then continued.
What is the Breakfast Club?
The name of our camp, Puff's friends group still partying at breakfast. I was invited in once.
This message from South Africa, you hashtag this Diddy fan club?
Yes, it was run by a girl who shamelessly promoted Puff. She was so sweet.
He supposedly drugged and raped you on his birthday, November 4th. How did you not mark that?
I wanted to forget it. I pushed it down.
Are you finished?
Yes.
You put aside, you say you saw Mr. Combs as your sister, your best friend, Cassie. You put it aside and post this.
Yes.
You wrote this.
Puff at iHeart.
What are you doing here?
Promoting Puff's appearance on Blackish. It's a comedy show.
Were you aware of the #sign Me Too movement? That was a great movement.
Yes.
What are these?
Me and Puff at Burning Man, then on Blackish.
You loved Ms. Ventura? You meant every word on your social media account?
I didn't mean every word on my account, but I do love Cass.
What's this?
A pop-up shop for D-Rock's brand, Invisible Bully.
You promoted Mr. Combs?
Yes.
You're saying this is not the way you felt.
At this moment, the prosecution objected on grounds of argumentative, and it was sustained.
How about the "you are the best unicorn rock star alien"?
I was trying to say it's unique.
Who are the people in this photo?
Mama Combs, Christian, D-Rock, Mahim, Tron.
You worked through March of 2017.
It was confusing.
On December 6th, 2016, you were notified.
I was getting mixed messages.
What was this?
I was promoting the Bad Boy reunion tour. I was doing the documentary on.
I'm going to show you something. DX1700.
I remember this.
You did this?
It was nice of me.
You made this and gave it to Mr. Combs?
Yes.
What did you write at the top?
Puff. Sometimes life goes by at catastrophic speed. I hope on this day, I hope you can sit back and consider. I made this book of articles from 1991 to now.
Did you mean those words?
Yes. He'd said to me, I used to look at the world the way you do, but now that I've done everything, it was sad.
The man you say has ruined your life?
I can tell you what my therapist has said.
How could you do this?
It's called psychological abuse. No one did anything.
What could be more terrible?
At this moment, the prosecution objected, and it was sustained.
There are textbooks out there. It's called an abusive relationship.
But you are not dating Mr. Combs.
Relationships are not limited to that. There were no streaming documentaries about this. No one flinched at his behavior.
At this moment, the judge asked for a sidebar, and then they continued.
Where is it that you confronted him and said, "You have violated me sexually or otherwise"? And he said, "I need your help."
At this moment, the prosecution objected, but it was overruled.
After St. Bart's, I confronted him about his behavior, not the other thing.
You told Cassie she's a superstar and should get the money?
I don't remember that.
Aren't you lying about Mr. Combs' misbehavior?
I have not lied to anyone at all.
Isn't it true it did not happen as many times as you just said?
Everything I said in this courtroom is true.
Why did you make him the scrapbook?
You could talk to an expert about sexual assault.
Could we hand the scrapbook to the jurors? Mia, let me ask you, how did you make this scrapbook?
I researched and reached out for archives.
Archives in a library?
In his company?
But then you did all the work.
I did.
Did you make Mr. Combs a birthday video?
I put one together. I asked people if they wanted to send in a video.
I want to ask you about last 4 digits.
At this moment, the prosecution objected, and the judge said, just ask her if she recognizes her number.
I do.
Let's read these messages. I'll be KK.
My life is over. I might as well.
Call me back or I'm calling your parents.
I'm so sorry. I'm with Laura Gomez.
I'm not gonna say it. I can tell you you are.
The pain hurts so bad.
Who is Laura Gomez?
She was in HR at Combs Enterprises.
You start, I'm gonna kill myself. My life is over.
Yes.
You could have quit.
I didn't see it that way.
Why?
There's a pretty long psychological explanation. I was around them 24 hours a day. This is all I knew.
Why weren't you happy to be severed? Isn't this great?
Not then.
Show DX1750. Did you work as an assistant to someone?
Maybe 2008 or 2007. I'm not sure.
You had a resume saying you had the ability to multitask and had thick skin.
I'm not sure I wrote that.
That you were able to deal with uncomfortable situations 24/7. At this moment, the prosecution objected, but was overruled. Did you use this as your CV?
Looks like it.
1753-R for admission. You went to James Madison University. It's a well-known institution.
Sure.
Then you were a design assistant.
Yes.
In 2008 to 9, you say you provided round-the-clock support. All personal and professional needs, keeping passports. They were all collected.
I don't exactly remember. I didn't travel.
But you traveled with Mr. Combs's companies?
Oh, yes.
So when you said they had your passport, they had everyone's passport. True?
Yes.
You are a strong person.
I'm good at teaching people, not necessarily at enforcing things.
You're a leader.
I don't know about that.
You speak up for yourself.
No.
But you empower other people. True.
Yes.
Let's look at your text messages in 1730 at CQ.
I sound like me.
Show the jury 1733. You left Mr. Combs's employ by March 2017.
Yes.
What did you write to Mr. Combs for Christmas 2018? Please read it.
Merry Christmas, I love you, and the New Year's. I had just seen him at Kim's funeral.
You reached out to him.
Absolutely.
This 2019 message.
I wrote, I had a nightmare I was being chased by R. Kelly, and you saved me.
The person you say saved you. At this moment, the prosecution objected, and the judge said to rephrase. Here, what did you write?
Sending you all the love in the world.
You were not in his grip anymore.
It's psychological.
Why do you keep referring to psychology? Why did you do this? Kim Porter's tragic death was 5 months before. Why were you reaching out to Mr. Combs?
5 months is not a lot.
What didn't you understand that Mr. Combs was brutal to you? How did you write this? At this moment, the prosecution objected on the grounds of argumentative, and then they had a sidebar, then continued. Now, May 14th, 2020, and you texted to Mr. Combs. What?
My heart is broken about Dre. In my spirituality, I know that when people are done with the physical world, it's that they have completed their mission. I love you.
What's this about?
He auditioned for the James Brown part that Chad Boseman got. I told Puff I'd email him videos of his audition.
You carried about a video camera.
He required me to do it. Pre-iPhone, I was required.
Do you have any footage of Mr. Combs berating you? At this moment, the prosecution objected, but was overruled.
I would not have been allowed to record that.
Do you have anything about Mr. Combs berating you?
It would have violated confidentiality.
You have no text messages.
They showed me one on direct.
Showing what?
Puff saying, "F it, let's go to war."
Nothing else?
Only reaching out to other people in the office, things others had seen.
What did you write here?
I wrote, we had so many funny memories. OMG.
Anything in your phone about being brutalized by Mr. Combs?
I don't think so.
How would we find out? At this moment, the prosecution objected, and it was sustained. Mia, didn't you have time away from Mr. Combs to write? Today he sexually assaulted me?
I did not have time and would not have written that.
August 29th, 2020, he wrote to you. Glad you're well, love. Please send me the footage. For the doc. Mr. Combs let you go from your employment?
I don't know why. It was confusing. I was called back.
Here he says, he'll only remember the good times.
Yes.
It's 2020. The Me Too movement is strong for 2 years. You could say, I remember the bad times, right?
I would never have said that.
Because it's not true. At this moment, the prosecution objected, and it was overruled. You wrote what?
Love you too. I wrote so many crazy things, like Mick Jagger trying to take me home, and that Baccarat game, my pink bedazzled iPhone. There were trillions of stories. Of course, I'll send to you. I was bamboozled by Heather. Remember the scrapbook I made you. I've got you.
Why didn't you write, you bamboozled me?
Because I was brainwashed.
By whom?
Puff.
How did he bamboozle you with a part of his body in you without your consent? At this moment, the prosecution objected, and it was sustained. What does brainwashing mean?
The highs were really high and the lows were really low. I was punished whenever Puff was violent, making me believe I had done something wrong. He was praised by the public.
You were aware of the Me Too movement. No outcry out of you. Why?
He said he was going to tell Cassie what happened. I internalized blame and shame.
Who threatened to tell Ms. Ventura about Mr. Combs supposedly assaulting you?
Puff.
Why didn't you respond? Great. Let's tell everyone what you did to me. At this moment, the prosecution objected, and it was sustained. You said you have a moral obligation to speak up?
Now I do.
Why not in 2017?
I was brainwashed.
When did you first say, me too?
When I first saw him being held responsible. Now I have therapy.
Mr. Combs wrote, I gotta find that. You got a copy. What does it refer to?
I think he means the James Brown video.
Scrapbook.
I wrote, I think I have PDFs. I think I gave it to you for a B-day in your house on Mapleton. I customized that purple leather suit so you could walk not giving an F. If y'all can't find it, I will. But I didn't.
You had a PDF?
I thought so.
What did you write here?
My grandmom went into hospice, so I have to fly out. I have to miss your event here in my hometown. C'est la vie. Crush it and make history. Heart emoji.
Deepest sympathy for your grandmother.
Thanks.
What was this about?
There had been some terrible event with the police. Farrell organized an event to change the narrative of Beach Week, which I think is a college thing.
You wanted to see Mr. Combs.
I did not. I only said so. My hometown of Virginia Beach doesn't usually get this type of attention.
You're telling the jury you were scared of Mr. Combs, true?
True. I was scared of him when he was scary.
Listen to 1750. Tell me if you recognize it. Move to admit 1750 and 1750R. You and Ms. Ventura were best friends. Fair? At this moment, the prosecution objected, and they had a sidebar. One of the videos that was admitted was this video, which we will play for you now.
Shameless plug. Gotta put my lip gloss on. Poppin'! Puff Daddy, the living legend himself. You have not only revolutionized the game, but the entire world. I'm so blessed to call you my friend. Thank you for truly being one of the biggest inspirations in my life. To another 44 years of brilliance. Let's cheat up. I love you. Happy birthday. Revolt.
And they had a whole argument about evidence, but then continued. You and Ms. Ventura were best friends. Fair?
Yes.
You said she was your sister?
Yes.
You loved her?
Absolutely.
And you feel the same way today?
Yes.
You would never lie to her?
Puff didn't allow me to tell her things, like where he was, anything he said.
Was Ms. Ventura in love with Mr. Combs?
I thought so.
Did you ever tell her the person she loved raped you?
No.
Do you remember telling her Mr. Combs's brain need to be rewired? At this moment, the prosecution asked for a sidebar, then continued. Why would you cover up for Mr. Combs to Ms. Ventura? Why writing that Mr. Combs is just misunderstood? At this moment, the prosecution objected, and the judge said to rephrase. Did you tell Ms. Ventura she needs to stay with Mr. Combs?
I don't remember that. He could find out what I was telling her.
How?
He had stolen my phone and Cassie's phone many times. He's put tracking devices on her car.
But you were alone with Ms. Ventura.
Yes.
You sued Mr. Combs for $10 million?
It was a mediation. My lawyers ended up getting $200,000.
You got $200,000?
Yes.
Please look at the screen. Is that your social media account?
Looks like a text message. Sounds like me.
Your text to Mr. Combs?
I don't remember sending this.
You are in a tutu, and Mr. Combs appears to be holding his private parts. In Ms. Ventura's lawsuit, she alleged sexual abuse.
Yes.
Why did you still communicate with Mr. Combs? At this moment, the prosecution objected, and it was sustained. Did you meet these prosecutors in January 2024?
I may have. I don't remember the timing.
Did you tell them Mr. Combs sexually assaulted you?
I don't remember when I told them.
Did you get a lawyer?
Yes.
The lawyer, who had 45 days earlier, obtained an enormous judgment. At this moment, the prosecution objected, and it was sustained. Why did you hire her? At this moment, the prosecution objected, and it was sustained. You only first alleged assault in June 2024.
I don't remember the timing of things. The rest I can't go into. I understand it's privileged.
At this moment, the prosecution objected, and it was sustained. Then the judge asked for a sidebar. Let's talk about Prince's party. You said you had no permission to go there, but you knew many people who knew Mr. Combs would be there. At this moment, the judge asked the defense to rephrase. Did you wear a disguise?
No.
Any photo of a chase?
No.
You say you and Ms. Ventura got on a paddleboard into a storm.
Yes.
Any recording of that?
No.
Any note or text message to prove it happened?
I don't think so. We were on a paddleboard.
Did you make it up?
No.
You said you had no time with family. Did you ever go to events with your family and friends?
Sporadically, over 8 years, but few and far between.
Weddings?
Sister and best friends, I believe.
Halloween?
I don't remember.
You had times with others, right?
I had to be in communication 24/7. I was never outside his grip.
Outside of the work environment, why couldn't you explain the abuse you say you were experiencing?
It's more complicated than that.
Isn't it true that other than the few times Mr. Combs was violent with Ms. Ventura, which is never okay, you were comfortable with Mr. Combs? At this moment, the judge asked the defense to rephrase. You never advised Ms. Ventura to leave him.
No.
Until 2024, you never told anyone you were sexually abused.
Unless it was to my privileged therapist, that's true.
Could you waive that privilege? At this moment, the prosecution objected, and it was sustained. You joined the Me Too money grab against Mr. Combs. At this moment, the prosecution objected. You knew Ms. Ventura received money from her lawsuit against Mr. Combs.
It was public.
But you speak with Ms. Ventura?
Never about anything I discussed with the government.
How would we know that? At this moment, the prosecution objected, and it was sustained. Let me show you documents. Read it to yourself. And Your Honor, could we have a sidebar? They had a sidebar, then continued. Mia, were you able to review over the bread some of your interviews with prosecutors?
Yes.
And you didn't mention abuse until June 2024.
I don't remember the dates.
Did you give all your materials to the government?
I gave them to my lawyer. They gave them to the government.
Look at this one. In these notes, did you raise sexual abuse to the prosecutors? At this moment, the prosecution objected, but was overruled. Did you raise it in January 2024?
Definitely not in the first meeting. I don't remember each specific meeting, but I definitely didn't raise it in the first meeting.
And in this next document that you just reviewed,
No, not to the specifics.
you never mentioned sexual abuse until you hired lawyer Sean Crowley.
I have no idea when I first mentioned it, except that it was after I had representation.
You intend to sue Mr. Combs for compensation. You want money.
No.
Who have you worked for since?
Madonna,
For how long?
8 months, from April 2019.
When you did that, did Mr. Combs assist you in getting that job?
Absolutely not.
So you were not blacklisted?
No.
No retribution?
He took away the TV show, the credit I was promised.
You told the jury you were surprised you were let go, right?
I did.
You were let go for drinking.
No.
You remember Ms. Ventura's video called Official Girl?
Yes.
And King of Hearts, and her song with Nicki Minaj, The Boys.
Yes.
And Nicki Minaj is well known.
Yes.
And Ms. Ventura did the song Numb with Rick Ross.
She did.
And I Love It with Fabulous.
Yes.
And do you remember Ms. Ventura being in studio Kid Cudi?
I don't remember the specifics.
And Mr. Combs himself?
Yes.
The TV show you mentioned, what was it to be about?
My experience.
How a person from a small town dealt with a person such as Mr. Combs.
A comedic version.
What other films do you work on?
Dope, Lawless, Undefeated.
You enjoyed the projects.
Yes.
And you called the people a second family.
We all called it that.
You thought Mr. Combs was a genius.
At the time.
You wanted to continue to work with Mr. Combs, right?
I wanted to continue following my dream.
Do you, if Mr. Combs' company put more money into promoting Ms. Ventura than any other of its artists?
I didn't absorb everything.
Who is Jason Wiley?
He worked for the record label.
In budgeting, right? Do you recall being given the opportunity to have your therapist notes be seen by the parties? At this moment, the prosecution objected, and there was a sidebar. Then they continued. You never called law enforcement, right?
I did not.
You said when you were stopped while speeding in LA, Mr. Combs got you out of it. You remember?
I do.
Did you ever think of calling anonymously?
No.
When you say Mr. Combs hurt your arm, did you seek medical help?
No, I would not have been allowed.
Did you take photos?
No.
Did you scream?
No, I was in shock.
Before the 5 days you say you were awake, did you ever stay awake that long?
Absolutely not.
You testified you would give up all of the money if there had not been sexual abuse. Any discussion that you will make money by testifying?
No, that's not even a thing.
Your Honor, can I set up those other matters? At this moment, the judge said yes and then said, we'll reconvene. Then they continued. Nothing further?
Mia, was posting to social media part of your job?
Yes.
As part of that, did you post on your personal Instagram account?
Yes.
What did Mr. Combs do if he thought you were not doing your job?
I'd be yelled at and humiliated.
Did other employees also post for Mr. Combs' birthday?
Yes.
The birthday video, was it for Club Diddy?
Yes.
Did Mr. Combs co-own the water you were drinking? And did you say Revolt, the project you worked on, at the end?
Yes.
You posted about the good not bad times?
Yes.
Why did you want to make the person who abused you happy?
When he was happy, I was safe.
Were you worried about your physical safety?
Yes. I'd been abused by Puff before. I knew his wrath.
Did you engage a pro bono lawyer?
Yes.
Why did you meet with the government so much?
So my story could be understood.
Why were you terrified?
Of Puff and the repercussions.
Did the government tell you what to say?
No, only to tell the truth.
How do you feel about public speaking?
Terrified.
Can you explain that, given that you've been in comedy?
I had Puff's permission for that.
Any comparison to testifying about Mr. Combs you here?
None.
Why are you here today?
If not, I couldn't look my goddaughters in the eye and ever advise them what to do in this situation.
At this moment, the judge asked if there was a recross examination, and the defense said no. So that was the end of Mia's testimony, which in that video we showed you is who she was, known as Sarah, we believe.
The government calls Sylvia Oaken. Where do you work?
The Beverly Hills Hotel for 17 years. I'm the director of sales and marketing.
How do reservations work?
A system called Opera.
Does Opera link a customer's alias to their real name?
Yes.
And this one, who is it, really?
Sean Combs.
Can a guest change his or her alias?
Yes.
How is this paid for?
It's to Tia Fletcher at Bad Boy, paid by Amex of Sean Combs.
What's this?
The folio or bill for room 259.
What's his?
A $500 charge for oil damage.
No further questions.
The accompanying guest was Cassie Ventura.
Yes.
Nothing more. And that was it for the day in the Diddy trial.
The government calls Eddie Garcia. Where did you work on the day in question?
The Intercontinental Hotel. I was told there was an incident involving Sean Combs.
Do you see him here? Let me show you your sign-in sheet for that day.
Yes, I signed that. Week ending March 10th, 2016.
Could you monitor all the cameras?
Not all, but more than one at a time.
Would you be required to check the monitors?
Yes.
Did you initially recognize the individual involved in this incident?
Not at first, but when I looked closer, yes, it was Mr. Sean Combs.
And did you learn who the second individual was?
Yes, Ms. Cassie Ventura.
Why was law enforcement not called?
Ms. Ventura did not request it.
Did you review the incident report?
Yes, there was an attachment that I didn't open on the computer, a video file.
Did you receive a call?
Yes,
From who?
Christina Coram with a New York area code. She asked if I had the video.
What did she ask for?
The video. She said Mr. Combs had been intoxicated and didn't remember exactly.
At this moment, the defense objected, and it was sustained. Then they had a sidebar, then continued.
What did you tell Ms. Coram?
That she would have to talk to management.
Did she reach out again?
Yes, I got a call from the lobby that she was there looking for me.
What did she ask for?
The video.
How did you respond?
That she had to talk to management or file a subpoena.
Did you tell her what you saw in the video?
Yes, I told her. Off the record, it's bad.
Did you get another call?
Yes, from an NY area code. It was Ms. Coram. She put someone else on the phone.
Who?
Mr. Combs, he asked, "Do you know who I am?"
What did you say?
I said yes. He asked for the video, said he had been intoxicated. I told him, I can't give the video.
How did he sound?
He was talking fast and stuttering. He sounded nervous.
Did you email management?
Yes?
Bring up GX7R149. What is it?
The email I sent?
At this moment, the defense objected, and it was overruled.
Did you get more calls from Ms. Coram?
Yes, on my personal number.
How did you react?
Nervous. Ms. Coram passed the phone to Mr. Combs again.
What did he say?
That I sounded like a good guy, that he could help. That something like this could ruin him. He wanted the video. He said if it got out, it would ruin his career. I said I didn't have access to the server. He told me he believed I could make it happen. He would take care of me.
What did you think he meant?
Money for the video.
What did you do?
Reached out to my supervisor about it.
Who was your supervisor?
Bill Medrano. He told me he would do it for $50.
What did you think that meant?
He'd give the video for $50,000.
What did you do?
Called Christina, who put Mr. Combs on. He called me Eddie my angel. Mr. Combs told me, I knew you could do it. Let's do it right away. I told Bill Medrano.
What did he do?
He went into the server room. Then he handed me a black USB and said, done. The video was in the USB.
What did you do?
Told Mr. Combs.
Where did Mr. Combs want to meet?
West LA. He said, let's get it done. He wanted the video as soon as possible. I told Bill Medrano. He told me to tell the others I was on an errand for him.
GX8A104. What hours did you list?
1800.
Where was the meeting point?
A big high-rise building. I called the number and someone came, said he was Mr. Combs's bodyguard.
How did he look?
Older African-American, heavy-set, 6 feet 3 inches to 6 feet 5 inches.
What did he say?
That he kind of came up with Mr. Combs, that he was a good guy, and I was doing a good thing.
Upstairs?
Mr. Combs was smiling, called me Eddie my angel. My voice was cracking, so I said I was coming down with something. Mr. Combs told Christina to go get me some of the tea that he liked. Then he asked, do you have it? I said yes and handed it to him.
What'd he do?
He left, came back. He asked if it was the only copy.
And you said?
I believe so. Mr. Combs said it had to be the only copy, nothing in the cloud. I called Mr. Medrano, and he said it was the only copy. He took it off the server.
What else did you say?
That if Cassie filed a complaint, I could get in trouble. Mr. Combs said don't worry. Cassie wanted it gone too. He called her on FaceTime and showed me. She was in a hoodie, but I recognized her.
What did Ms. Ventura say?
That she had a movie coming out and wanted this to not come out. He wanted my ID and that of Mr. Medrano and the responding officer, Mr. Flores. But he is a very straight guy and probably wouldn't do it. I told Bill Medrano.
What did Mr. Medrano say?
We'd get Henry Elias, the other responding officer. When Mr. Combs saw the IDs, he looked at Henry's and said, yeah, that's him. Then he brought out the NDAs that I wouldn't speak about it.
GXC-106. Do you recognize this?
It states I have provided the only copy of the video.
Did you read it?
No, I was nervous.
Were you given a copy?
No.
And the NDA? What were the liquidated damages?
$1 million.
How much were you making?
$10.50 an hour.
Then what?
Mr. Combs put cash through the money counter. There were stacks of $10,000 at a time. The machine displayed at the end $100,000.
Why the additional $50,000?
For me and what he thought was Israel Flores.
How did Mr. Combs give you the $100,000?
In a brown paper bag.
Was the bodyguard there?
Yes.
And Ms. Coram, was she present?
I would say at some point, yes, I stood up.
Signifying?
That I'd be leaving. Mr. Combs escorted me to my car. He asked how I'd be spending it. He said not to make any big purchases.
At this moment, the defense objected, and the judge told the jury to disregard that last answer.
What did you do?
Called Bill Medrano and gave him $50,000.
How much to Mr. Elias?
$20,000.
What did you do with your $30,000?
Bought a used car with cash.
Did you hear from Mr. Combs again?
Yes, he called and told me, Happy Easter if I ever needed anything.
And did you reach out to him later?
A few years later via Instagram, asking if there was work in LA. I never heard back.
Mr. Flores, did you see this video again?
Yes, on a news outlet. Also, Mr. Flores messaged me a screenshot.
Did you keep these messages?
No, I wanted nothing to do with it.
Were you contacted by law enforcement?
Yes.
Did you tell the truth?
No, I wanted nothing to do with it.
Did you get your own lawyer and then told the truth?
Yes.
No further questions.
At this moment, the cross-examination began. Sir, you were in the condominium unit with Mr. Combs and others and received double what your boss was requesting. Fair.
Yes.
You told your boss because you are honest, right?
Yes.
You asked Mr. Combs for work?
Yes.
Let me show you the NDA. This part says exclusions, right?
Under NDA, you can't speak, is my understanding.
It says nothing prohibits truthful statement in a legal proceeding.
I see that.
You weren't law enforcement?
No.
I have nothing further. At this moment, the redirect started.
NDA, paragraph 4. Can you read it after however?
Notify company to allow company to prevent disclosure.
So you'd have to notify them first?
Yes.
Nothing further. With that, the government calls Derek Ferguson. How do you know Mr. Combs?
Worked for him 1998 to 2017.
What was your role?
CFO.
How were your bonuses determined?
Company results and my performance.
Were you responsible for managing Mr. Combs's personal finances?
Yes, at times during my tenure.
Who was your supervisor?
Sometimes to Mr. Combs himself.
How often did you interact with Mr. Combs?
A couple of times a week. Later, he became more of a chairman.
How did you communicate with him?
Back then, pagers.
Who is this?
Paul.
And these individuals?
Roger Bonds and D-Rock. They were security.
Was Mr. Combs the sole owner?
Yes, 100% of Bad Boy Productions and Films.
What was his role?
Creative and marketing.
Did some ventures have partners?
Bad Boy Records with Arista, also with Warner. Sean Jean Clothing had a partner.
What were the profits?
Very profitable.
How was Mr. Combs paid?
Sometimes salary, sometimes distributions from the companies.
What is a distribution?
If solely owned or passed through like S-Corp, the owner determines to draw down.
Did each have a bank account?
Yes.
Could you sign on the accounts?
Yes.
Which banks did the Combs companies use?
Citibank, HSBC, and Signature Bank.
What is this one?
Janice Combs Music Incorporated. It furnished his name and likeness.
Mr. Ferguson, are these your initials in Section 4?
Yes, it was September 29th, 2009.
Is this also a business checking account?
Yes.
And this one?
With Diageo, about Ciroc.
How was this account funded?
Inflows.
What about credit cards?
Primarily American Express, expense reimbursements.
Did Mr. Combs have an American Express?
Yes.
Did he use it for personal as well as professional?
Yes.
And the companies paid?
Yes.
How was outgoing cash handled?
We had a petty cash account and cash advances, for example, for those traveling who didn't have American Express cards.
When Mr. Combs was paid in cash, how did it work?
We'd match it if a contract.
Were you aware of Mr. Combs' security staff carrying cash for him?
I was not aware of that.
And when you were responsible for his personal finances, what did you do?
Budget for the year.
Properties?
Inflows and outflows.
What properties did he own?
The Hamptons, New York, Miami, they were held in LLCs for anonymity and liability reduction and tax benefits.
Did you oversee other personal accounts of Mr. Combs?
Yes.
Were you aware of him supporting other people?
Yes, from his personal earnings.
Your Honor, this might be a good place for us to take our break. Mr. Ferguson, before the break, we were discussing these bank records. What is 207 Anderson LLC?
Mr. Combs' property in Alpine, New Jersey.
What is the mailing address?
1710 Broadway.
What are these internal transfers?
$190,000 and $575,000 and $100,000 in December 2011.
Who decided whether to initiate an internal transfer?
Usually the comptroller.
Do you remember these?
No.
And this outward transfer, to whom did it go?
Cassandra Ventura.
For how much?
$20,000.
And this one coming in?
Roderick Ventura for $20,000.
When did you leave the CFO position?
End of 2012, then Chief Growth Officer, the Revolt Media and TV.
After you left, how often did you communicate with Mr. Combs?
He texted me in 2024. I don't remember the day.
Let me show you.
I see.
Nothing further.
You grew up in the Bronx? Where did you go to high school?
Stuyvesant.
Where did you go to business school?
Harvard MBA 1990.
Then BMG Music Group?
Yes, they own over 100 music labels worldwide. They own Arista, 50% of Bad Boy Records at a certain period of time.
Could Mr. Combs then do whatever he wanted?
No, there were Arista agreements. Coming from the Bronx, I thought he needed more companies that would hire people from the community. I saw that in Sean Combs. I thought it was a chance to have an impact.
What was the onboarding?
Interview, met some at Arista.
So you didn't just meet Mr. Combs and get the job?
No,
How did Bad Boy change from 1999 to 2012?
it added other businesses, records were getting competitive.
Do you remember Notorious LLC?
It was a magazine called Notorious.
Bad Boy Records was established in 1993.
I think it was in 1996.
Did Bad Boy have connections to Interscope?
Yes, and UMG, Rhino.
Who is Andre Harrell?
He founded Uptown Records, went to Motown, then back to Bad Boy.
What was the spirits business called?
Eventually it was called Combs Wines and Spirits. I was involved in the start with Diageo.
What issues arose with Diageo?
At this moment, the prosecution objected, and it was unclear if it was sustained or overruled.
Were there differences about how to market?
There are always differences of opinion. We had conversations. How do we drive it more? Was the brand everywhere like competitors?
At this moment, the prosecution asked for a sidebar, then they continued.
Were you concerned that Diageo was marketing Ciroc primarily in certain areas to certain people?
My opinion?
On your personal knowledge.
The distribution was highly concentrated. The question was why. Diageo was marketing it more in urban areas than more broadly.
Okay, what about Revolt? It was owned by Highbridge Capital Management, which was purchased by JP Morgan Chase.
I think so.
Highbridge had 2 seats?
Yes, 2 of 5 seats on Revolt.
What were you at Revolt?
Chief Operating Officer,
What did that entail?
Finance, Production.
And Sean Combs wasn't in the management, right?
He was not.
Let's look at DX1901 about Combs Enterprises. Let's put up the redacted version. Here you have James Cruz and the HR officer after Vashta Wilson, Andre Harrell, and yourself.
This is the team.
What is digital? Your pause says enough. Personal versus business expenses. What's your accounting background?
I was a CPA for a time.
You never saw Mr. Combs sitting reviewing his American Express bill?
No.
When there was a partnership with another company, they would look at the books as well, right?
Yes.
Many high-profile people have personal assistants, yes?
They do?
Security was part of the business?
Yes.
Security's job was to be in close proximity with Mr. Combs so that no one would do something dangerous to him, right?
Right.
Let's talk about cash. What was the cash receipt form? When is it used?
For example, touring.
At this moment, the defense asked for a sidebar, then continued.
Did you see anyone help Sean Combs commit crimes?
No.
Did you see anyone make the company stronger through coercion?
Can you explain that one? What did you mean by coercion?
Through, or anything like that?
No.
You were there 19 years. How hard was it?
Building from scratch, long hours.
Did you send Mr. Combs a text in November 2017?
No.
I'll show you. Did you tell Mr. Combs you learned so much from him?
Yes. He pushed the entire team. He had passion.
You're a religious man?
At this moment, the prosecution objected, and it was sustained.
You're on the board of his charter school?
Yes.
The school tries to work with at-risk children?
At this moment, the prosecution objected, and it was sustained.
Do you think highly of Mr. Combs?
I don't know how to respond to that.
Nothing further.
At this moment, the redirect began.
Was Revolt Films entirely separate from Revolt TV?
Yes.
Who was the head of Revolt Films?
I don't know.
Did you ever stay in a hotel room with Mr. Combs?
No.
On this org chart, who is the chairman?
Sean Combs?
And you see Christina Coram here.
Yes.
Do you see the name Mia?
Development and acquisitions.
Nothing further.
At this moment, the recross began.
You didn't go to his home or hotel because that's his personal life, right?
At this moment, the prosecution objected, and it was sustained.
Nothing further.
The government calls Frank Piaza. Where do you work?
Legal audio and video.
Have you testified before?
Mostly criminal matters. I've also done some civil and depositions.
Have you been qualified as an expert?
50 times.
We moved to qualify Mr. Piaza as an expert. How many times have you worked for SDNY?
50 or 100 times.
Does that impact your testimony?
No, I do 75% defense work.
Are you being paid? What is your hourly rate?
$295.
You analyzed cell phone videos and surveillance videos.
Yes.
Let me show you. What is a frame rate?
Frame per second. It can cause a video to have more info per second. This cell phone video of a video, was shot on an iPhone 6, 30 frames a second. It was not edited or tampered with, I found.
Did you reach a conclusion?
They are accurate.
And the surveillance videos?
There were issues. The clock was set to play 30 frames a second, but this was 22 frames, so it played faster. We had to account for that.
How?
We counted the frames and used software to correct the timing.
Were the surveillance videos altered?
No. Here, the video stream was corrupted. This has caused a distortion.
The whole file or Just these small pieces?
The corruption exists in the video stream. There is a structure called a GOP, a group of pictures. We have predictive frames. You don't know this, but a static camera does not re-record a wall that doesn't move each second. It is repeated. Only what moves is recorded. Thank you.
Play 55 seconds. Did you see pixelation?
Yes.
Does it represent manipulation?
No. You can choose motion activity. The camera only turns on when there is motion, but it causes timestamp issues. Go back frame by frame. I want to point something out. This seems to be a collision of two issues. Look at the male sitting down. There appears to be a ghost of a person. The motion activity begins to sense that we have motion. Now there is a full figure in the frame. That file is corrupted.
Did you make a compilation?
Yes, your office requested it. They are edited to track the movement of individuals inside the events.
Does it have different camera angles in it?
Yes.
How did you show the changes?
Black screen.
Is this the compilation?
Yes.
Play the first 30 seconds. What is happening?
The male is running down the hallway. He throws her down.
What did the man just do?
Dragging the woman, holding a bag.
How? What is he holding?
It appears to be a cell phone, glowing.
Let's focus on what happens in the mirror. Play it. What happened?
The male picked up a small object, what appears to be a vase, and threw it across the room at the woman.
Continue playing. Who is emerging now?
The female, with a duffel, her luggage.
Now who?
The security person.
Now the man walks away. Holding what?
Appears to be a cell phone. He puts it to his ear.
You find these accurate?
Yes, and this was all the footage I had.
Let's turn to the videos labeled P, X201 to 210. Let me clarify. These are under seal. These were recovered from the Frank Black user on a device provided to the US by Ms. Ventura. These are enhanced versions of original videos created in 2012, 2014. Mr. Piazza, what were you asked to do with the content?
Enhance the audio component.
We admitted these videos into evidence, and no further questions.
What is your understanding of the source of those surveillance videos?
The native system.
How did they come to your possession?
They were exported and transcoded.
Who gave the surveillance video to you?
The U.S. Attorney's Office.
Who gave it to them?
I don't know.
Did you say it was from a cheap system?
I don't think I said that.
Let me show you notes. So you called it cheap?
I don't know when this document was created.
But you thought the system was cheap?
In a way.
Let me play you 10C103. There are 2 minutes not shown?
This is my corrected version, but there are a few issues that we cannot correct. The system is buffering some of that time, and some portions were motion activated.
Let's again play the male coming into the elevator bank at 11:02, and then the timestamps are jumping around.
It's constantly playing catch-up.
Play ahead. We're at 11:11:28. The female picks up the house phone. There's some sort of cut. Can you explain?
Can you back up and go frame by frame?
Sure. But is the male separated from her?
Yes, the bag drop triggered it.
A 10-second difference. Let's watch it again. Did we just jump about 10 seconds on the timestamp?
Yes, there is a 5-second offset between the two cameras. That's what you just showed.
Okay, the female picks up the phone and the male walks away. Start again, please. Is this his walking away?
Yes.
Play more. Did you see this translucent or ghost-like figure in the cell phone video as in the surveillance video?
The cell phone video was not high quality enough to capture it.
But it's not there.
It is not.
Mr. Piazza, thank you so much for coming. We have no further questions for you.
At this moment, the redirect began.
So they are 5 minutes off?
My notes told me there was a 5-minute, 55-second difference and another offset of 5 seconds.
Do these videos reliably and accurately depict what happened?
Yes.
No further questions. The government calls Briana Bangalon. What else are you called?
Bana,
What do you work in?
fashion design.
What did Mr. Combs do to you?
Held me over a 17th-story balcony.
Any after effects?
Night terrors. I wake up in my sleep.
Who is this?
It's Cassandra Ventura, Cassie, my friend. I met her in 2013 at Young and Reckless, the streetwear company, then at Diamond Designs.
How would you describe Cassie's relationship with Mr. Combs?
Volatile. I did not want to meet him right away. I had seen a black eye. She begged me to meet him.
Did you do design work for Mr. Combs?
A little.
Where did Mr. Combs live?
I think in like Beverly Hills.
At this moment, the defense objected on grounds of speculation, and the judge sustained it.
Do you know the name of the street?
Mapleton, 200 South Mapleton.
What did you do with Cassie?
And we'd go shopping. We'd hang out with Deontay and others.
Is this a photo of you and Cassie shopping?
Yes, in April 2016. Puff texted Cassie, asked where she was, sent a list where we'd been.
Had you or Cassie told Mr. Combs where you were?
No.
How did it make you feel?
At this moment, the defense objected, but was overruled.
Like, oh my God, he knows where we've been.
Where would you sleep at Cassie's?
Couch or balcony?
Did Mr. Combs come over?
Yes, he banged on the door and came in.
Do you know how?
I don't know. He was upset. He threw a knife in her direction, and she threw it back. He left swiftly.
Were you doing drugs?
I don't remember.
Did you call the police?
No,
Why not?
I was scared.
Did you see injuries on Cassie?
She showed me on FaceTime before. We were at a party at the Blind Dragon, a karaoke bar in West Hollywood. Then we went to Cassie's house to help her pack. Deontay was there. Puff came.
Are you under subpoena?
Yes, I won't get in trouble if I am truthful.
Did Mr. Combs provide you drugs?
Yes, one was called G. I am not an avid user. Ketamine, marijuana, cocaine.
How often did you get drugs for Cassie?
Often. Those oxy pills.
Did she pay you?
Yes,
Did you get drugs for Mr. Combs?
yes, once. Cocaine.
Did you sell drugs to others?
Yes, sometimes.
Did you try with Cassie to stop?
Yes, we'd try to cook, but there were a lot of drugs around.
Has Mr. Combs ever threatened you?
Yes,
Let me show you a photo from April 2016. Who is in it?
this photographer who goes by the name Bad Boy, with an I. We thought it was cool that was his name. We thought we'd made some art. Puff came up close to my face and said, I am the devil, and I could kill you.
Were you taking drugs that day?
Probably cocaine.
Did you continue to see Mr. Combs after that?
Yes,
Why?
I don't know.
Did you tell the government about this threat in your first meeting?
No,
Why?
At this moment, the defense objected and was sustained.
What happened on the balcony?
I was there.
Who was there?
Cassie and my ex-girlfriend at the time.
What were you doing?
Sleeping on the couch with my ex.
Doing drugs?
I don't recall.
What did you do when Mr. Combs arrived?
I took my ex-girlfriend to the bathroom. I went shh.
Why?
I didn't want to expose her to what I saw.
Then?
Went out on the balcony and either lit the blunt or was about to. Mr. Combs came up behind me on the balcony. He lifted me up and put me on the railing.
Can you show us how he held you?
To myself,
Show us. How much did you weigh?
I can't say because of the drugs, but about 115 pounds.
What did Mr. Combs scream at you?
He yelled, you know what the fuck you did? I said back, I don't know what the fuck I did.
How long did he hold you there?
How long it takes to say that multiple times? You know what the fuck you did.
What next?
He threw me on the balcony furniture.
Were you injured?
I didn't know at first.
What did Cassie say?
Along the lines of, did you just hang her over the balcony? Then I heard, her girlfriend is in the house. He left, and I left. I wanted to take a shower. I felt disgusted. I saw a huge bruise on my leg, with like a piercing in the middle, and back and neck pain.
Is this photo a fair and accurate representation of your leg?
Yes, I called one of my managers, and they said, if you're scared of anything else, just go to a chiropractor.
Did you tell the chiropractor who done it to you?
No, they asked, but I just paid and took the neck brace.
Is the neck brace in this photo of you?
Yes.
Did you ever talk with Mr. Combs about this?
I said, I don't want any problems with you. He didn't say anything.
When did you last see them?
January 2nd, 2018.
How do you remember?
I tattooed the date on myself.
Why?
It's the day I decided to get sober. It was a New Year's thing in Miami at the one hotel. Puff, Cassie and I did 8 hours of ketamine together.
Are you aware Cassie included the balcony incident in her complaint?
Yes, I told her she had facts wrong. It wasn't in a hotel, and Tiffany.
Have you talked with Cassie about your testimony or hers?
No, I have nightmares. I scream.
When the last time you had nightmares?
The other day.
Have you hired a lawyer about the balcony incident?
Yes, my first lawyer. Hired in January 2024.
Did you mention everything in your first meeting with us?
No,
Did your first lawyer send demand letters to Mr. Combs?
multiple. And the demand was high. He picked it.
Did you approve the letters?
No, they were incorrect. I let him go.
Who?
Tyrone Blackburn.
Did people reach out to you?
Tiffany, Cassie, the producer Rob Holliday.
Was he friends with Mr. Combs?
Yes,
At this moment, the defense asked for a sidebar. Then they continued.
Who did Mr. Holliday say he was calling for?
Puff.
What offer was he authorized to offer?
At this moment, the defense objected and it was sustained.
How did you feel during the call?
I declined the offer.
At this moment, the defense said non-responsive. Then the judge said sustained. Move on unless you are prepared to ask some of the foundational questions we discussed at sidebar.
Did you talk with him again?
No,
At this moment, the defense asked for a sidebar, and there was an objection, which was sustained.
Your lawsuit, did you write it?
no.
How much is being requested?
$10 million.
Nothing further.
At this moment, the cross-examination began.
I need to ask you some questions. You have immunity as long as what you say today is true, right?
Yes.
Who decides if you're lying?
The prosecutors?
Ms. Bangalon, you were a graphic designer.
Yes.
You and Cassie would work on designs, including at her house. True?
Yes.
All right. You were focused on a t-shirt design.
There were a lot of things.
She asked you to come over?
Yes.
You suggested Cassie do a photo shoot in the pool in just a t-shirt?
That wasn't the first idea. But yeah.
You began to feel comfortable with her?
Sounds around it.
You spent the night?
Yes.
You went to parties with Cassie?
Not going to parties. We partied.
Okay. You did a lot of drugs with Cassie?
Yes.
How did marijuana make you feel?
Sometimes hungry.
How does ecstasy make you feel?
Uplifted.
How about G?
Like the negative parts of alcohol.
Perk?
I threw up.
Cocoa Puff?
Blunt with weed and cocaine.
You would agree with me that you and Cassie had a serious drug problem.
Yes.
You sold drugs to Cassie a lot.
Yes.
You got her hundreds of pills.
Yes. They were hers.
Name the drug dealers.
I don't know if I can.
Let's refresh. In this job, your clothing line did not work out due to the skater mentality at Diamond Supply Company.
I believe they saw the vision, but whatever.
You believed you were one of Cassie's best friends,
Yes.
but you didn't meet Mr. Combs for a year. You met in 2016, first time at a dinner at his house.
Yes.
He was standoffish with you.
Yes.
Did you talk with Deontay Nash after his testimony?
Yes.
But not about his testimony, right?
We know what's going on.
You don't need to talk because you know
At this moment, the prosecution objected, and it was sustained.
you hired Tyrone Blackburn to sue Mr. Combs.
It was to seek justice.
Your definition of justice is to sue Mr. Combs.
Can you rephrase that?
Suing for money?
Yes.
November 2023, you are aware Cassie filed a lawsuit. You were working together then.
Yes.
At this moment, the prosecution asked for a sidebar, and then they continued.
Cassie included the balcony incident in her lawsuit?
True.
Cassie said, this happened at a hotel, true?
She didn't say it like that.
You said, your apartment, it has a balcony.
I didn't say it like that.
Cassie told you she never saw you over a balcony?
No, ma'am. I don't remember.
All right, right here. Read this page, then look up. You had these conversations?
I don't know.
About this alleged balcony incident, you and Ms. Ventura talked about the date, the place, who was there.
True.
In 2015 and 2016, you didn't see any signs of violence, true?
I don't know the exact year.
The birthday party. What were you doing?
I don't remember.
Alleged knife throwing incident. He just walked in and threw a knife.
I'm not sure.
Are you telling the truth?
At this moment, the prosecution objected, and it was sustained.
Didn't you tell the government they would get in knife fights? Plural?
I don't remember.
Let me show you.
I was suggesting where the knife came from.
Because it makes no sense. You're saying you don't know how he got in to throw the knife, but once he's left, you're no longer worried.
I don't remember how I felt.
You say at a photo shoot, Mr. Combs said, I could kill you?
Yes.
But at first, you told the government it was at a party.
I don't know.
Your first demand letter said Mr. Combs said I could kill you while he hung you over the balcony?
He did both, just not at the same time.
At this moment, they had a sidebar, then continued.
You met the government January 18th, 2024, didn't mention the I could kill you, but put it in your subsequent demand letter?
Yes, in a demand letter. I don't know when.
Read this,
The whole thing.
this paragraph.
Then the judge said, as much as you want.
Thanks. Okay.
You didn't tell the government about I could kill you, and Tyrone was there?
Yes, I let him go.
Drugs were expensive, right?
They are expensive.
Now,
I don't know.
did you run out of money for drugs?
I don't remember that.
You and Cassie had a drug partnership?
Yes.
Cassie would pay for the drugs? You'd go buy them?
Yes.
Did you meet the government on May 25th, 2025, and June 2nd, 3rd, and 4th?
Yeah, that's not long ago.
That's today.
I'm not good with dates.
The balcony incident. Didn't you tell the government there was a party in the apartment?
I don't remember that.
You told the government your girlfriend was in the bathroom, not that you took her in there.
My ex.
Your complaint says you were smoking a cigarette on the balcony, not weed.
I don't remember.
Different things.
Yes.
You told the government you recalled he was charging at you?
Don't remember.
Didn't you first say Mr. Combs sexually assaulted you on the balcony?
I showed them where his hands were.
You said he gripped your breasts, or your lawyers said it.
My lawyers said that.
Didn't you tell these prosecutors 2 days ago that you couldn't remember what happened out on that balcony?
I don't remember.
Do you remember what drugs you were on?
No,
Didn't you tell the government you took Molly, G, and cocaine?
that's a lot of drugs.
Didn't you take them all?
Not all on that night.
What is this a photo of?
Drugs.
You sent this photo to Cassie?
Yes,
Now DX1287. What's this?
some type of drugs.
How many types?
I can't tell.
You're still doing drugs with Cassie on May 31st, 2016, right?
Yes,
Just before this, Mr. Combs threatened your life.
yes,
You weren't scared to continue dealing with Cassie?
I guess not.
Okay, you said Mr. Combs gripped your breast?
At this moment, the prosecution objected, and the judge told the defense to ask again.
Mr. Tyrone said Mr. Combs gripped your breast. True?
Some of the things he wrote were not true.
You fired him and hired new civil lawyers and they drafted a lawsuit. You reviewed it?
To the best of my ability.
Look at this document, only for the parties. Ma'am, isn't it true that your lawyer, Mr. Tyrone, alleged for the first time a certain kind of misconduct, and although you knew it was untrue, you began repeating it?
Can you rephrase that?
Mr. Tyrone alleged that Mr. Combs engaged in misconduct, right?
I can't speak for him.
You speak for you. You kept repeating the lie about the your breast?
Can you restate it?
Okay. You continued accusing Mr. Combs of misconduct, even though you knew it was not true.
It's really hard to commit to the whole sentence.
You knew that was the only way you could sue?
I don't recall.
You say you were screaming. Are you aware of anyone else calling the police?
I don't think so.
You didn't go to an urgent care?
I didn't.
You didn't tell the chiropractor what happened?
No,
Why not?
I was scared.
Okay, the girlfriend, what's her name?
Sarah or Friday.
Full name, please.
I think Sarah Siddell, SP, something like that. It was a while ago.
You told the government she was Friday and that she wouldn't know anything?
I'm not sure.
On October 4th, 2016, didn't you attend Mr. Combs' concert?
I don't remember the date, but yes, I went.
May we read the texts? You read Bana and I'll read Cass.
I don't know what I wrote.
Coolio, what time?
Luvia, thank you for yesterday.
You're asking Cass if Puff would like a sweatshirt. 2 weeks after you allege he held you over a balcony?
We were trying to be cool.
Repeat that.
We had the FaceTime call, and we were trying to be cool.
Isn't it true that you continued to see Mr. Combs and Ms. Ventura because Mr. Combs did not cause you those injuries?
Part of that statement is true, and part I can't agree with.
You see your phone number on this?
Yes.
This text is from October 15th, 2016, from Mr. Combs to you.
Yes.
Mr. Combs wrote, if you're going to do K with her, at least have her back. Do you remember receiving this?
Yes.
You remember the Bad Boy reunion tour. You started on it, but didn't complete it.
Maybe 1 or 2.
September 25th, 2016. The tour was at the Prudential Center in Newark, New Jersey. True.
I'm not aware. Not so sure on dates.
He was on stage with Lil' Kim.
I don't know.
And at the Harlem Salute to Achievement?
At this moment, the prosecution objected, and then they had a sidebar.
Is this Trump International Hotel stay of Frank Black include September 26th, 2016, in-room breakfast for $231? You see?
Yes.
You agree, one person can't be in 2 places at the same time?
Hard to say.
You told the jurors Mr. Combs injured you in LA on September 26th, 2016, correct?
At this moment, the prosecution asked for a sidebar, then they continued.
Mr. Combs did not cause you the injuries in the photo you provided with metadata saying September 26th, 2016?
I can't agree with that.
A person can't be in LA and NY at the same time?
My answer is the same.
No further questions.
At this moment, the redirect began.
Did you ever review the notes taken at your interviews?
No.
Did you give Cassie permission to put your name in her complaint?
No. After she filed, I hit her up to tell her of mistakes. Tiffany wasn't there.
When you filed your lawsuit, was its report of the balcony the same or different from Cassie's?
Different.
Is what you said today your best recollection?
Yes.
The demand letters of your first lawyer, did you write them?
No.
The demand letter that said Mr. Combs squeezed your breast so hard you had bruises, had you said that?
No, ma'am.
Do you demonstrate with hand motions? Please do.
He started at my armpit.
Were they on your breast?
Yes.
Do you yourself know the exact date of the balcony incident?
No.
Why not?
It was a while ago.
Any doubt Mr. Combs held you off the balcony?
No doubt.
Nothing further.
At this moment, the recross began.
In a follow-up interview with the government, you gave them pictures of your leg injury with metadata. True?
I gave them pictures.
When you sued Mr. Combs, you weren't rich.
I was not.
You saw this as a chance to make $10 million. True?
The judge would review.
It means a lot to you to become a millionaire and soon, right?
No, I am here for justice.
Meaning money, nothing further.
Here is the conversation in between, getting the next witness on the stand.
Thank you, Ms. Bangalon. Is there an exhibit? Publish it.
We object under Rule 106.
So, after the break, jurors, there'll be food for you in there. All rise. So, about these text message chains,
These are screenshots of messages between Ms. Ventura and Christina Coram. It first involved Ms. Ventura saying her phone was thrown off the balcony. Then, about Ms. Bangalon. The defense wants more in. They want in Ms. Coram's message that he says that didn't happen. But that's self-serving hearsay with no exception.
the allegedly completing statements are not admissible. Mr. Agnifilo, your client was looking at jurors and nodding vigorously. This can't continue, or I will give a limiting instruction you won't like, or other measures, including barring your client from the courtroom. Do you understand?
Yes.
At this moment, the next witness took the stand.
I have worked at the SDNY prosecutor's office for 17 years. I've done 3,000 cell phone extractions.
These 3 iPhones, whose were they?
Cassandra Ventura, one had a changed IMEI number. It had been repaired.
If a user takes a screenshot, what is the metadata?
Creation date, modified data, where it is stored.
This exhibit, is this another extraction?
Yes.
No further questions.
Some deleted messages remain?
Yes.
The September 30th is the capture date of the screenshot, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
First, some sealed exhibits under the pseudonym Order and because explicit. 1503. At this time, we call Jane. Where did you grow up?
California,
Your level of college?
junior college, then modeling.
With whom did you have a relationship 2021 to 2024?
Sean Combs,
What did you call him?
Sean, baby, Ernie.
Why Ernie?
We did that. I was Bert.
When did you meet him?
On a girl's trip to Miami in 2020. He was dating my friend. He was really funny and nice. We went on a yacht, partying. He gave me his cell phone number.
Did you see drugs?
Yes, that first night. One of my friends said she wanted drugs, I guess.
I don't want you to guess. Where did you go?
The studio in 2-Star. A man pulled out pink powder. My girlfriend was upset. She thought I was getting with Sean. So we left abruptly.
The next day.
Drinks by the pool, then movie night in the theater in his residence. He texted me, "I'd like to take you out." I replied that I felt complicated.
Where were you living then?
The East Coast.
Did Mr. Combs contact you?
Yes, he was flirtatious. He invited me to Miami.
Read these texts. What does he say?
He says, "Call me Ernie."
Who was pursuing who?
He was pursuing me, but I was being considerate of my girlfriend. But she got engaged and moved overseas, so I felt I could do this Sean thing.
Had she been seeing Sean and her fiancé at the same time?
Yes, I went to Miami in January 2021. He got me a hotel room,
Where did you have your first date?
the hotel balcony.
How long did your first date last?
5 days.
What did you tell him about your past?
I dated someone he knew. Also, my child's father didn't get along with Sean. He said he didn't mind.
How many children do you have?
1.
What did Sean say about his relationships?
Only my friend. He said it wasn't a real relationship.
What did you do?
We made a lot of love. We walked on the beach. Later, we went on a proper first date, dressed up, a restaurant. I was head over heels.
How did you stay in contact?
Texts,
Did you travel with him?
Turks, and Caicos. I was excited. I'd never been to Turks.
Who else went in February 2021?
Christina Coram, the chef, the butler, at one point a barber.
How long did you stay?
9 days in Turks, 6 days in the Bahamas.
We're going to play a video.
I took the video,
What do we see?
the villa, the vibe,
What did you tell Sean?
that I was a single mother. On social media, I called myself a content creator,
What was your work?
advertising brands on my social media.
What did he give you?
A love bracelet. He said he'd give me money because he'd taken me many days away. I really appreciated that.
How much?
$10,000.
What drugs had you used before?
Ecstasy, twice, 2014 and 2015.
You used it in Turks. Who suggested it?
Sean, like 10 times. In the pool, he gave me a pill, said it would be more fun. I was walking down the beach with him and I fell. I think I was screaming too. They put me in the shower. KK did.
Did you take another ecstasy pill?
Yes, but a smaller dose. It made me feel relaxed, euphoric. It enhanced touch and sense. It made me feel more loving and flirtatious.
What about coming down from ecstasy?
It was like your mind was kind of readjusting, coming down from a high. You're just tired.
In the Bahamas, did you continue taking drugs?
Yes, ecstasy. Sean gave it to me.
How much did he wire you?
$10,000. We started using the L word. He told me he was seeing multiple women. I was okay with it.
Why?
I liked him.
Did you have the sense you had the option of a monogamous relationship?
No.
Until when did you continue dating Sean?
Until his arrest?
Any breaks?
2. The 2nd in October, 2023, for 4 months.
When did you get back together?
February 2024.
How public were you?
It was private.
Did you post about your relationship with Sean on your social media?
Only once.
Where did you move?
From the East Coast to LA. He gave me $6,000 for a moving trip.
In 2021, February to May, how often did you see him?
Every other week.
What did he give you?
He was sweet. He would give me money here and there.
Cash, wires.
Both.
How often did you use drugs?
Every time I saw Sean. Ecstasy, Molly, cocaine, K, or caffeine. Molly enhanced like ecstasy. Sexual. Horny. Cocaine, it made me feel alert. I didn't like K. The walls were closing in.
In what context did Sean give you drugs?
When we were having sex.
What did you learn?
So many things. How he liked to have be playing. He liked me in lingerie and with high-end shoes. I was to put baby oil all over my body and his.
What type of rooms?
In his bedroom.
How was it lit?
We'd have red lights on.
How did you feel?
I loved them.
May of 2021. What happened?
I remember that when we would watch we would have a lot more fantasy conversation.
Do you need a break, Jane?
No. We would search things on these websites. He wanted me to fantasize.
In May of 2025, was there?
At this moment, the defense objected.
Oh, May of 2021. I am so sorry. Where were you watching the porn?
Mia, I had been awake for 15 hours, or 24.
What drugs?
Ecstasy and Molly. He said, I can make it happen.
Why did you say okay?
I thought I was playing into the fantasy. But when I came out of the bathroom, he was staring into his phone, really serious. He said, it can happen tonight.
How did you react?
I was like, tonight? Then, okay. Then we were in a hotel. I saw the assistant setting up the room. The lights were already red.
Do you remember which assistants?
I don't. He said, there's someone coming. He knows the guy. I was super nervous listening in.
Who did you think this guy was?
The fantasy guy.
What did you think would start happening?
Sexual things between me and the fantasy guy. He arrives and they are talking.
It was a regular hotel room or a suite.
A suite.
What did you do?
I said hello to everyone. I saw Don.
Who is Don?
One of the entertainers.
Publish the photo to the jury. What next?
I was on the couch with my robe on. My legs were crossed. I was nervous.
What happened next?
Sean said to stand up. I did and started to dance to get my nerve up.
What was Don wearing?
His underwear.
What was Sean doing?
Touching himself.
Was he masturbating?
Yes.
Was he talking? What was he saying?
Being encouraging and sweet. I was ready to speed things up a bit.
What do you mean?
Get it done.
What did you ask for?
A condom.
What did Sean say?
That these guys get tested at the time.
Later, did Don leave?
Yes. Then Sean and I made love. The next day I went home.
Any boat trip?
A nice yacht day.
How did you feel?
I felt exhilarated. It was taboo. I had a good time with my partner.
Did you think you'd do it again?
No. Or maybe a few times. Something taboo.
How did things change?
It opened a Pandora's box. There was so much of it afterwards. Too much of it.
How often?
All the time. I went along.
Later, did you tell him you did not want it?
Yes.
In writing or verbally?
Both. Many times.
What did Sean tell you about your rent when you said you did not want to have sex with other men?
That he'd give me maybe 3 more months.
How did you feel?
Frustrated. Obligated.
Obligated to do what?
At this moment, the defense objected, and then they had a sidebar.
Between 2023 to the time of his arrest, did he pay your rent and make you feel obligated to have sex with other men?
Yes.
What did you two call this night?
Debaucheries or hotel nights.
How often did you see him?
Often.
Every time you'd see him, did you have hotel nights?
Yes. Even though we'd spend a day or two together after. It all felt like a hotel night.
Who decided when?
Sean, on short notice. I always had childcare ready. I was always put together.
What do you mean?
My hair, my nails, my tan. He wanted me beautiful.
Did you go out with friends?
Not after a trip in summer of 2022. He was dismissive.
In the summer of 2021?
To France. I went to the south of France with my friends. He was angry in the voice notes.
Who did he want you to look?
Straight hair. Ponytail when we had sex. He wanted me to pierce.
Where?
My nipples.
We'll talk about that. Between 2021 and the break in 2023, how much money did you make and how?
Social media posts. But that went down because my presence went down. I was focused on Sean. He would give me money here and there.
How much at one time?
$20,000.
Did you tell him you wanted to make your own money?
When OnlyFans got big, I told him I wanted to do it like one of my model friends. He gave me this hesitant energy like, no.
What is OnlyFans?
Subscribe to models. I do.
But no sex acts?
Right, but he didn't approve.
Why did you feel you needed his approval?
I felt he was my boyfriend.
Sealed exhibit. What is this?
My lease, April 4th, 2023.
How much was the rent each month?
$10,000. Sean said, let's do a love contract. It was a flirty thing. He asked, how much allowance did I want going forward? I said 15. He said 10.
1,000.
Yes, I wanted a beautiful home for balance.
What's this?
A wire transfer.
To pay your rent?
Yes.
Who got you plane tickets to fly to the hotel nights?
His travel agent Jess, or KK.
What were the hotel suites like?
Red lights, sheets everywhere for the excessive use of baby oil.
How many bottles?
At this moment, the defense objected and it was sustained.
Per hotel night?
24 bottles or more.
This night, where was the hotel night?
In my apartment.
What did you wear during these hotel nights?
Lingerie, high shoes.
What would you and the other man do first?
At this moment, the defense objected and the judge said to rephrase.
Who would you greet?
The entertainer. I was on drugs. Sean told me to touch myself. Then the sex.
Forgive me for asking, but oral or intercourse?
Oral. Later, I would be with Sean.
Would you clean up the ejaculate?
No.
How long were the hotel nights?
20 or 30 hours.
We could break here. Good morning. How many times did you travel to Las Vegas?
Once on Sean's plane. He was hosting an event. Then he wanted entertainment for the night. We had that.
What do you mean?
An entertainer. We had
What did going off the grid mean?
getting free.
Did Sean call you a freak?
Yes. He wanted me to be wild and sexual.
Did you ask Sean if the entertainers could wear condoms?
Yes, that first time with Dawn and another. Sean guilty tripped me out of it. It was not something he wanted to see.
What was his tone?
Condescending.
Did he say why he did not want the entertainer to wear a condom?
He did not want to see a rubber.
Did you raise it ever when sober and not in a hotel room?
Yes.
Was this ever recorded?
Yes. One that I am aware of. I am trying to ask the entertainer if he can wear a condom. He's looking for it.
I'd like to call up this exhibit with an aid. Did you listen to this?
Yes.
And did you read the transcript that's up on the screen?
Yes.
Let's start at 8 minutes and 20 seconds. When you said, I think they're in the chair, what were you referring to?
Condoms.
What did you understand Sean to mean when he said, you were just taking that dick?
That we already had intercourse.
And when he said, if you don't touch yourself right now, what was he saying?
To just move on.
Why did you think you needed permission from Sean for the man having sex with your body to wear a condom?
At this moment, the defense objected, but it was overruled, and then they had a sidebar, then continued.
Why did you not say no?
He'd get agitated.
How would intercourse with an entertainer end?
He'd finish on me.
Then what with Sean?
We'd have sex.
Would you clean up the ejaculate?
No.
Why not?
Sean liked it. To play around with it.
Then what?
I'd take a shower and get ready for the next one.
Typically, how many rounds?
At this moment, the defense objected, but it was overruled.
Every entertainer was different. Some 3.
Who decided if you could stop when you were tired?
Sean.
Do you need a moment?
I'm sorry. What was your question?
How did you say you wanted to stop?
I'd say like, I'm hungry. Make little faces. I'd send him subtle cues.
What would he say?
He'd say, you're not getting tired on me, are you? Let's go out on a high note. Let's finish strong.
What would Sean give you to keep you awake and having sex with the entertainers?
Ecstasy.
Did you ever cry after one of these hotel nights?
Twice.
Tell us about the first.
I thought it was a date night, one-on-one, but he said there would be an entertainer, but just a quick one. I hung on to that, but 18 hours. And after 18 hours and 3 rounds with the entertainer, Sean said he had to leave. I started crying.
Were you with someone else?
I was with Sean. It was in the Waldorf in Beverly Hills, early in our relationship.
What did Sean say?
He said, are you crying? Like looking disgusted. Then he just sat there listening to music. I was clinging to him. He said he could move things around with him, family, and I could go home with him. I just wanted to be in his arms after all that.
And the second time?
I was in the shower after one of these nights.
Is your memory spotty? What do you remember?
I was so high. I was having sex with Paul. Then I was in the shower with Sean. He said, stop it. I'm too high. Stop.
Paul?
One of the entertainers.
Were these hotel nights work for you?
At this moment, the defense objected, but it was overruled.
It was work from start to finish.
What did you do to try to get them to end sooner?
I'd try to have sex with the entertainers fast.
What did you do to try to speed things up?
I'd do foreplay and bring them into the room. Sean would say, slow it down, more foreplay.
What words would he use?
At this moment, the defense objected, and it was sustained.
May of 2021 to October of 2023. What would Sean say?
He'd say, I'm not ready to see that yet.
How would you feel?
At this moment, the defense asked for a sidebar, Then they continued.
How did you feel?
I'd want to be with Sean at the end.
Where would you go?
To his residence,
Was there any part of these hotel nights you enjoyed?
being with Sean.
Would he text you?
To say I love you.
Did you text that you wanted to have sex?
Yes, with him.
Did you text him you wanted to have sex with others?
Yes, it was his fantasy.
Did you tell you want to text?
Yes,
Did he tell you what to text?
yes. He'd ask, what do you want? Be explicit.
Why did you write these things?
I wanted to make my lover happy.
Look at this one from November 9th, 2021. What did you write?
I wrote, I'm horny for you.
You don't have to read this, but did you write, I want to suck Paul's dick? Why did you write that?
I knew it would turn Sean on.
Who is Paul?
An entertainer.
You texted him you wanted to stop having hotel nights?
Yes.
What did you write here?
I'm so much more than being left in the dark of a hotel room. My heart is breaking. I don't want to play this role in your life anymore. I feel it's the only reason you pay for the house. We need to talk like adults.
How long had Sean been paying your rent?
5 months or so.
Did you see drugs in the hotel rooms?
At this moment, the defense objected, but it was overruled.
Ecstasy, Molly, cocaine, pink powder, which I believe is called Tusi.
Who gave them to you?
Sean.
Did you ever see any of the entertainers taking drugs?
No, that was my one rule. I told them they couldn't take drugs. I didn't want them to be out of control while they were with me.
How did ecstasy make you feel?
Full energy.
Why did you feel you had to take these drugs?
Otherwise, it would be too real. I wanted to, I don't know, feel like it would make things easier.
Did you ever do hotel nights without drugs?
Twice, once with Paul.
Why didn't you take drugs that time?
I didn't want to do that to my body, but it felt too real. So I asked Sean for a pill.
Did Sean give it to you?
Yes, I felt better.
The second time?
My partner was taking too many pills. He said, I'll do 30 days without drugs, but let's have one last sobriety party at the L'Hermitage.
How long did it last?
Too long? 18 hours?
What happened?
The first guy, the second guy. I was not feeling well. I threw up. I told Sean I'd just thrown up.
What did you say?
He said, that's good. Now you'll be ready for the third guy. He's here.
How did you feel?
I was just disgusted. I was just repulsed. I was just too mad at myself. I was mad I had let myself get into this.
At this moment, they took a break, then continued.
Did Sean ever run out of drugs during a hotel night?
Yes,
What happened?
he would call one of the assistants or butlers to bring more drugs. Sometimes his security.
What assistance?
Brendan, Frank, John.
Let me show you a photo of Brendan.
That's him. He would bring pill bottles. Then there would be cocaine, weed.
Who from security did he call for drugs?
Fahim. Sean called him Fa.
Who else brought drugs?
Guido. He brought mostly ecstasy, Molly, and Xanax. And coke.
Did you take Xanax?
Yes, after I put Sean to sleep.
Did you ever carry drugs for Sean?
Yes, from LA to Miami. KK told me, I'll have security come out and give you the package. I asked, is it safe and okay?
What did KK tell you?
She said, it's fine. I do it all the time.
Where did you give Sean the package?
In the bathroom of 2-Star. He opened it and then I saw colorful pills. I assumed,
I don't want you to assume. Did you take the pills?
yes, for a hotel night. It was ecstasy.
Did you move drugs for Sean another time?
Yes, in my luggage from LA to Miami. There, Sean and I used them. They were ecstasy.
Before May and October 2021, who reached out to the entertainers?
Sean.
Then who?
Me.
Why did you start choosing?
I didn't want it to just be a stranger. I assessed the dynamic of our relationship. We were walking porn, and I saw a performer and said, that one?
Why did you want to choose?
I couldn't get away from this.
Who did you choose?
Sly Williams. I called him Chef. He had a passion for cooking.
What were you and Sean doing?
Having sex on ecstasy. We started talking about Sly's size. Sean was acting all flirtatious about it. I sent Sly a message over Instagram.
Did he respond?
Yes, I told him I was a fan of his work. Maybe we should meet up one day. We did a FaceTime. Sean was there.
What happened?
It got hot and steamy. I asked him to show me himself.
He showed you his genitals.
Yes, and I was casting from my phone to Sean's television.
How did you get Sly from Atlanta to LA?
I told Sean I would arrange his flight. I booked it online on Expedia. Sean paid me back.
What happened?
He was cute and sweet. He was nervous too. It was my first time.
First time what?
Contacting an adult film star. I had told him it was me and my partner. He said fine.
What hotel?
L'Hermitage, I believe. It was the routine. The oils would come out. I'd be in a uniform. I'd dance. Then sex.
What was Sean doing?
Masturbating.
Then who invited him the next times?
I did. I would suggest Sly. He was familiar to me.
Where else did you meet Sly?
The Trump Hotel.
The Trump Hotel in New York.
Yes, I would book his flights from Atlanta.
And you paid him afterward?
Yes, $2,000 to $4,000.
Where from?
At this moment, the defense objected and they rephrased the question.
Where did the cash to pay Sly come from?
Sean, from the drawer. Sometimes we used Cash App.
Was there a second adult entertainer you reached out to?
Yes, Anton. I think Anton Harris. It was his stage name. I don't know his real name. We were watching Anton's films and I was really into him. I messaged him on Instagram. He was in LA. I invited him over.
How did Anton respond?
Positively. We were in my first residence.
What happened?
The same. Sean watched. Happy.
Did you see Anton again?
Yes. Sometimes at hotels in LA, sometimes in my apartment.
Did you FaceTime with Anton and Sly?
Yes, when Sean and I were alone having sexy times.
Why would Sean call them?
He wanted something live. I was doing like sexting FaceTime and screen sharing to Sean's TV. I told Sly and Anton I was alone so they would feel comfortable.
Did you ask Sly and Anton to send you pictures of their genitals?
Yes, Sean wanted them. He would say, "Get it."
Did Anton or Sly ever send you photos of their genitals when you were not with Sean?
Yes, I was polite and flirtatious, but not as flirtatious as when I was with Sean.
Did you ever see Anton or Sly in person without Sean?
No,
Are these your texts with Sly? Let me show you.
I was asking for explicit photos or videos from him. That's what my partner wanted.
What did Sly say?
He said, "I'm down."
What did you say?
I wrote, "I'm touching myself." Then, "What's your full name and DOB?"
Why that?
To book his travel.
What did you write?
She's booking. Jen was. November 9th, 2021. The flight.
When you received these explicit images, were you alone?
Yes, I sent a blander message. Then he texted me in April 2022. "Hello, beautiful. How was your day?"
Why did Jess book the flight?
I was too high to type. He'd be the entertainer.
Other entertainers.
Paul and Don. Sean coordinated others.
Between May 2021 and October 2023, how often were the hotel nights?
Often. Every week, every other week.
After February 2024, where did this happen?
2-star and LA.
In the LA residence you're still living in?
Yes,
After February 2024?
maybe 5 times.
How many different men?
I don't know.
Let's talk about some. Who's this?
Don.
Last time?
August 2024 at 2-star. I only saw Don in Miami.
Who's this?
Paul.
When was the last time?
End of July 2024. Before that, very often.
What did you think Paul did?
A personal trainer for Sean. In LA, Miami, Turks.
How did Paul get there?
He'd book his own travel. Or he'd already be there.
Who's this?
A man named Leo. I met him through Sean for one of these nights. I met him on my birthday.
Last time?
2023.
Where did you see Leo?
LA.
What else did you call him?
Italian.
Who's this?
A guy Sean brought into a night in 2021.
What happened?
Sean said he had someone coming over. I was repulsed. In L'Hermitage. He looked sweaty. He didn't look nice. He kind of smelled.
What did you do?
I tried to make it work. I tried to seduce him with my body. He just kept sweating so much. I looked at my partner. I'm not feeling this. I was in lingerie and heels.
What was he wearing?
Nothing. Sean said, "Do you want to taste it?" I said, "I'm not feeling this."
What did Sean do?
He laid me down and started having sex with me.
Where was the man?
Hovering over me. He was sweating on me.
Then what?
Sean told me to look at the man's private part, but it wasn't happening. Sean told him, "No worries," and the man left.
Then what?
Sean told me he had someone else coming. Paul. I was blindfolded. Sean wanted me to touch him. I took a liking to Paul. I was more comfortable. I thought he was handsome and nice, and he had a warm energy.
Did you want to have sex with him?
No, but if I had to have sex with someone, I guess it was not so bad with Paul.
What's this?
Photo of a man named Michael. I saw him twice, in 2022 or 2023. In the Edition, Los Angeles. Sean said something new was coming. Then, just a bit later, Sean was having small talk with this guy on the balcony. He invited me out.
What happened?
I thought Michael was attractive. He was from a website.
Who's this?
I don't know his name. I met him on my birthday in 2023, one of these nights.
What happened?
Sean told me to come to Miami. We would be alone. He was so sweet. We were eating sushi at Nobu in the hotel. Sean said, "We have entertainment." I gulped and said, "Entertainer."
What did he say?
"It's your birthday." I just accepted it.
Why?
I don't know. Upstairs, this man comes in. It was routine. I am like a robot. I am getting the guy comfortable.
Do you need a break, Jane? You said you were robotic. What do you mean?
I have done so many of these, I can just tune out. My partner likes to see. I just turn on this person.
What do you mean you turn into another person?
A person who can just do this.
What happened?
I was much quicker with this person. He felt more like a stranger to me than anyone. I don't want to do this on my birthday. I asked Sean for a condom.
Where was he?
He was behind this man. He gave me these dirty looks like, you better not ask for a f***ing condom. I could just hear that.
What else did you hear him say?
At this moment, the defense objected, but it was overruled.
I didn't want to sour the mood.
Why didn't you want to sour the mood?
I just didn't want my partner unhappy with me.
Do you need a break, Jane?
No, I'm okay.
What happened next? If you're ready to tell us.
Sean gave him a condom, but then walked away. He was so disappointed. The guy finished. I can't remember where.
What next?
The man left. We switched rooms to a bigger suite.
What then?
Sean was more loving. He was celebratory. He had cake there and balloons. Then Sly comes.
Any talk?
No, it was just hours and hours of that. Pleasing this guy. Doing so much. Just doing all of it. Foreplay. Things I know my partner wants to see. Going back and forth. It was morning.
What did Sean say?
That Don was coming?
What did you say?
Nothing. Like that it was fine.
Why?
I love my partner.
What did you do with Don?
Sex.
Let's break for lunch. Have you seen this man?
Sean brought him to our hotel room in LA. I was in a robe and lingerie. The whole wardrobe I usually had.
What happened in the living room of the suite?
I knew this was something I could not fake.
What do you mean?
I was repulsed by him. I tried for 30 minutes. Then I told Sean, "Can I talk to you in the bedroom?" There, I told him, "I can't." I tried again, but no. I told Sean, "I am sorry."
How did Sean respond?
Agitated. Then another man came.
Did Sean talk to you first?
No.
Who's this?
A man I met in New York. I told him I didn't want to go to New York if it was just to set me up with a man. He said, no, one-on-one. So I went.
Did you get Wi-Fi on the plane?
Yes. Sean sent me a text. Do you want entertainment tonight?
How did you feel?
Disappointed. My thought of seeing my lover was shot down.
Where did you go in New York?
The Trump Hotel. I saw the assistant setting up the room with red lights for a hotel night. I took this photograph.
What happened next?
I told Sean I don't want to do this. He was just like super defensive. On the way back to the room, Sean gave me a pill.
What was it?
Ecstasy. I took it. The man was in the room. We had small talk. I let the man touch my leg a little bit. I took Sean to the bedroom and told him, I can't do this.
How did Sean react?
Agitated. I called another performer.
Why?
That's a hard question. At that point in the relationship, I knew that's what my partner would want.
Was Sean paying your rent?
Yes.
Did he mention it?
At this moment, the defense objected, and the judge said, time frame? Then they continued.
Was this after Sean started paying your rent?
Yes. I called Sly. He was excited. He flew to New York that night from Atlanta.
What happened?
It was nice. We had sex in front of Sean at the Trump Hotel. Me and Sean had to go our separate ways, but I didn't want Sly to feel we were just leaving him. So cash was brought to the front desk for him by an assistant.
Which one?
Joey.
And this man?
I had sex with him in front of Sean.
And another?
A Spanish buff man. He was a bit odd, I felt. He was pulling out this scent to smell during sex. I don't know.
In front of Sean?
Yes.
Another?
A man who looked more European. At L'Hermitage, we had sex twice.
Which entertainers did you see most often?
Paul, Sly.
Which ones did you reach out to?
Them, Anton, Don.
Did you ever arrange hotel nights as a surprise for Sean?
Yes, twice. Like Valentine's Day or the return from a trip.
You saw cash during these hotel nights. Where?
Drawer, nightstand.
When Sean ran out of cash, what did he do?
He made a phone call to his security or assistants. KK, cash would appear.
How much?
A good amount.
To whom did Sean hand cash?
Paul, Don. He'd pay at the end.
What would Sean say before he brought out his iPhone to record?
Nothing. Or, it's just for me.
Did Sean sometimes act different?
Sometimes happy, sometimes not.
What directions would Sean give?
To put the baby oil on the man, to touch myself.
When you knew the camera was on you, how did you react?
It was just a part of it.
Did Sean ever record you while not on drugs?
No.
Did you act like you enjoyed it?
Yes.
Why?
I wanted to put on a good show.
What fantasy talk did you engage in?
So much. Role play, a fantasy. I'm sorry, there are just so many memories. He would create characters.
How is this?
Me and Don. The next one is me and Sly.
This?
Me and Paul. Then me and Leo, Anton and myself.
Was Sean present for all of these?
Yes, I wore the stripper shoes on the whole time.
What would happen with the baby oil?
It would drip down in the shoes. I would try to keep my balance.
Did Sean ask you to get your nipples pierced?
Yes, I said it would turn him on.
Who set up your piercing appointment?
KK.
Then,
They got caught on my lingerie and my nipples got infected. I took them off.
what did Sean say?
He said, "Where are my piercings? This is the last time I see you without them."
Did your back hurt?
Yes, from bending over so much.
Where else did you get sore?
My vagina.
Did you tell Sean?
No,
Why not?
I just didn't want to indicate any negativity.
Why did you keep going?
I'm not sure.
At this moment, they had a sidebar, then continued.
Do you have an estimate of how many times you told Sean you didn't want to keep having these hotel nights?
I don't have an estimate.
Did you write?
Yes, and sometimes I'd have the courage to text it to Sean.
What did you see in your text messages?
That I had been texting it since 2021, how I felt.
What's this?
November 2021, I felt jealous. I saw he was doing things with another woman on their Instagram stories.
Why did you feel jealous if you knew he was dating other women?
I came to do hotel nights with Don and Sly. Then he gives quality time to another woman.
This next text?
I wrote, "I need a breather and a break from you."
Play this exhibit, a voice note.
At this moment, they played a clip of Sean Combs' voice, and it said the following. She asks me to work out. This is the time you gonna be curse at me. I don't have a bunch of guy friends. Don't matter if I just f***ed her. Be sad, go crazy. I don't deserve being honest with someone.
How often did Sean call you crazy?
Often. It made me feel confused.
What did you say?
That she didn't just come to the gym. I don't even care who you are laying up with. I wanted that time with him. I said, "You just want the hotel shit."
What happened here?
I had sex with Leo. I was high. It made my partner happy. I was okay with it.
How many phones did Sean use then?
2, Sean started dating another woman. He did a big birthday for her.
How'd you see it?
IG.
What did you say?
I see what you are going for her. Why do you play me? Say she's just a business partner. Then you say she's spending money on you. How would you feel if I said a man was spending money on me?
You wrote,
I feel cheap.
after your first hotel night in May 2021 with Don, what did you do next?
Out on a yacht.
And later?
We would just sleep after hotel nights.
What did you write in this note?
I wrote, "Why am I just for your freaky desires?"
Did you send this to Sean?
No, I did not have the courage.
And this note?
I wrote, "You were partying with another girl. You just want me for debauchery. I'm done being used by you. You're trashing my house with dirty debauchery. I'm done."
And what was this?
Right after I spent my birthday having sex with these men in the hotel room, Sean went on a vacation with another girl he was dating.
How did he respond to your text?
He wrote, "I didn't tell her about your birthday."
What did he write to you next?
That it looked like I had a nice birthday dinner with my girlfriends.
Who paid for that dinner?
Sean.
But was he there?
No.
And here when you said you were tired?
After 3 men.
What did he write to you here?
He wrote, "I'm tired of you throwing sex in my face. Let's just be friends."
What did you think he meant?
Anytime I brought up the hotel nights.
What did you write?
"Are you really breaking up with me? You're the only man in my life. You took someone else to the place I have dreamed about."
Where?
Turks.
What did he write?
He wrote, "I'm tired of these long texts telling me what I'm doing wrong." I wrote, "What am I doing wrong?"
Please pull up this exhibit. What is this?
A note on my notes.
Were you writing what you were feeling at the time?
Yes. I wrote, "You lied straight to my face to use me for a hotel night before your trip."
When you took a break from Sean, where did you travel?
France. Sean started texting me again and again. Paris, Paris, Paris.
How did it make you feel?
That he cared, but I knew I had to stay strong. I went away for 5 days. He was adamant we should see each other. I missed him too.
Why?
Because I love him. Soon we were planning to go to Turks. I'd go to Miami first.
What did Sean write to you?
He said, "A night of debauchery, then to the beach." I said, "No, we have to reconnect." He said, "Cool."
Did that turn out to be true?
No.
What did you do in Miami?
We bickered about Paris. He said his girl can't just up and leave like that.
This photo?
Our dinner.
Then what?
He took a pill and we went to a hotel. We were watching porn and Sean said, "Do you want Don?"
What did you say?
Yes.
Why?
I was just used to it. Then we went to Turks.
And in Turks?
Paul came in.
What happened?
I'm back in an outfit. I'm going to try to do another round. It was really painful. I couldn't have sex.
Why not?
I was extremely sore at this point. Sean tried to lube me up. He said, "You can't take any more dick." I threw the bracelet and said, "You only brought me here to suck dick for you." I was talking, then sat on the steps of a villa.
Did Sean talk?
Yes, he said. How can you make me look like that in front of Paul? Sean told me to apologize to Paul. I messaged him and said I was sorry how I acted, that I was really glad he'd come out to see me.
Who told you to do that?
Sean.
What did you write to Sly?
If he could come to Turks, I told him he'd need a passport and vaccination.
What did Sly respond?
I'm willing, but I don't have a vaccination card.
Why did you do this?
To make it up to Sean.
Why did you write this way to Sly and Paul?
I wanted them to feel good, like they were not being used.
Why?
I just do.
What was the love contract in March of 2023?
He asked, how much did I want per month? I said 15 and he said 10.
He started paying your rent?
Yes.
Who is paying your rent now?
Sean.
What else did Sean pay for?
My teeth.
What do you mean?
Sean didn't like my teeth. I got new veneers. He also paid to furnish the house. My allowance just didn't do it. I used 3 credit cards. I had promised him an all-star party.
What's that?
I'd bring the top 3 guys all in the same night.
Why?
I was with my lover and he liked that. I told him, I have to be awake at 8 a.m. Sunday. I said the last time I got sick.
This first text?
He felt hesitation for me about the all-star party. He asked, does your hurt? You're not being straight with me.
The second, a minute later.
He quoted my text asking for help with more furniture for the house.
Here Sean writes, Rico is ready. Who was that?
Maybe the man named Michael. Or wait, maybe it was a role play and Sean was Rico.
You don't know?
I don't.
Why did you send Sean a photo of pink toilet paper?
To show that my period was about to come down, that I needed the night off. Let's postpone.
What did he write back?
You're getting your hair done for nothing. I'm done.
What did you mean movie night was not on my mind? What was that?
We would not have an entertainer. We just watch our own movies of the hotel nights. We called it movie night.
What did you write?
I wrote, why do you talk about the father of my child? All because you don't get your way one night and bust a nut?
What did he say back in this voice message?
At this moment, they played a clip of Sean Combs' voice, and it said, I don't have time, baby girl.
How did you interpret that?
Making sure he's happy, including these nights.
How did you respond?
That he always brought up paying for the house. It felt like, I don't know, this guilt trip.
I think this is a good time to break for the day and week. Good morning, Jane.
Good morning, Miss Comey.
Publish this photo to the jury. Who is this?
Sean's security.
And this?
Sean's deputy butler.
Who did you call ATL?
The entertainer Sly, because he lived in Atlanta.
Your message to Sean, what was it about?
My trip to New York in 2023, he wrote, send me some shit of you being bad. Then Sean says, I got the phones, just send me what I don't have. Don't say no to me, please.
What did you write?
I wrote, you are traveling with our phone?
You mean not Sean's 2 main phones?
Yes, his assistants had access to those. I wrote, you're using this to get your card for someone else.
And he said you. What did you say?
I wrote, I'm not coming to New York. You just want me there for a hotel binge.
Why did you say that?
I saw a podcast.
What about?
About Sean bragging about having sex for 48 hours, straight on a yacht trip to an island near Miami.
When did the podcast air?
A month after Sean said he'd take me on that yacht trip.
What had Sean said he'd do with you on this yacht trip?
At this moment, the defense objected, but was overruled.
That after a 2-day hotel night, we'd go and do more on the yacht. But we never left, had to recuperate. I saw on social media he took a girlfriend there.
What did you write in your notes app?
I wrote, I don't want to come to New York to be treated like a hoe.
Why did you write this in your notes app?
I wasn't sure I was going to send it.
But did you send a version of it?
Yes.
What did Sean reply?
He said, it was just podcast talk. I said, you took her to the Bahamas on a yacht, not me like you'd promised after the hotel night.
Can you read your text?
I quoted him on the podcast, you made Papa proud.
You wrote, I don't want to feel obligated, that you'll stop paying my rent. What did you mean?
The guilt-trippy things that he would say, that I had to perform.
For how long had you felt that?
Since I got the home in April 2023.
Play this exhibit.
At this moment, there was a Diddy voice message played, and it said the following. This is a true open relationship. Why do you have to make it a problem? Now I'm sick.
How did you reply to this voice message?
Call me back. Then we had a FaceTime. He said all the things to calm me down.
What did you send Sean from the plane to New York?
A photo of my outfit.
Where were you planning to wear it?
To dinner.
What did Sean send you?
He said, we're going to dinner.
Did you?
A late night lounge thing.
I'll read this for you. You wrote, I miss hard.
And I wrote, yes, I have my passport with me.
Then what did you write?
I wrote, you turn me on so crazy, can't wait.
After the flight took off?
I got a message from Sean.
What did Sean ask you?
He asked where Sly was. Then he asked, entertainment or movie night, let me know. I'll get a hotel.
How did you react?
I felt upset and a little defeated.
What did you send next?
Baby, just got Wi-Fi again.
What did Sean write?
He said, check red phone. The other message he'd sent me. He said, I have a surprise for you. Just one.
What did you take it to mean?
That there'd be somebody new.
Who?
An entertainer. I hated it.
What did Sean send you?
A picture of the man. I rolled my eyes. I wrote back, it's not loading. We are landing now.
What did you send Sean?
I suggested we go to Casa Cipriani, but I was driven to the Trump Hotel. I put on my outfit.
What happened that night?
He was late. We went to that lounge. We bickered a bit. He was defensive. But we went to the room and Sly came.
What did you text to Sly?
I asked if he could come to NY. I felt I needed to make it up to Sean.
Did he come to the Trump Hotel and did you and he have sex in front of Sean?
Yes.
After that New York trip, where did you next see Sean?
In Miami, at a hotel.
Did you two take these pictures?
Yes. We had Sly in Miami as well. Then I went back to LA. We had an argument there.
Tell us why.
He wanted to set up a party. He wanted me to reach out to entertainers. I noticed something online, that he was with an ex-girlfriend of his. I was furious.
Did you ever speak with any of these other women?
No, I found out on Instagram.
These text messages, October 15th, 2023. Please read what you wrote.
I texted, you got that girl next to you? Her is already starting.
Meaning?
Drama. I told Sean, introduce her to P.
Who?
Paul, one of the entertainers. Then I wrote, I am not a porn star. These experiences are desensitizing for me.
And here, on October 16th, 2023, the same fight. Please read these.
I wrote, I don't want to be in these rooms. I felt there was more pressure on me than the others. There was an imbalance. I had to earn basic things for my romance, love and romance. He was giving it to others. He was clearly capable of it. I wrote, it's been 3 years of me having to fuck strangers. He wrote, so we're breaking up?
Is that what you were proposing?
No. I wrote, I need a break spiritually.
What did you write next?
I wrote, sex is sacred to me. I wrote, you always push me to do more and more. I said, I need time to myself. I said,
At this moment, the defense asked for a sidebar. Then they continued.
What did Sean write to you?
He wrote, I want to spend the day with you. I wrote back, you make it crystal clear exactly what you want me for. You're going to spend the day love bombing me?
What did you mean?
Sean is very love bomby. I said, I'm not just an animal people can fuck on. He said, you're crazy?
How often did he call you crazy?
Often. I said, you want to have me suck some dick so you can jet off with Gina? I said, I'm drained. He said, I'll leave you alone.
In the next message, does he use your true name?
Yes.
And does he say, that's my house too?
He does. He wrote, I'm coming over. You gotta let me in or not. Is your baby there? Are you gonna let me our house? Again and again. Sean wrote to me, I'm so stressed. I'm horny. SMH.
What does SMH mean?
Shaking my head. He said his knees weren't good. I said I was hitting up my mom. She said taking bone supplements is key.
Then you saw Sean?
Yes. We had the sobriety party at the hotel. First, I went to a concert. I stood with his security. With his security, Jonathan, I went to the store for supplies for the hotel night. Sean was in the hotel waiting. He called me, what the f is taking so long? I got there. His assistant said, you don't deserve to be called a bitch.
At L'Hermitage, what happened?
I didn't want to take drugs.
Who was the first entertainer?
Rico, then Paul, then Anton. Then I threw up. Sean said, good. You threw up? Now you'll feel better. Then I had sex with Anton. I felt terrible.
Whose text is this?
Mine. I wrote, baby, I love you. Do you think you could put something in my hotel?
Did Sean respond?
No, I needed furniture for the house. I wrote, you weren't too busy to make sure Chelsea was ready in DC.
Play the voice note.
At this moment, there was a Diddy voice message played, and it said the following. I don't know where the Chelsea is. I ain't with no biz. Leave me the alone. I'm single.
What frustrations did you feel?
Not being heard about how I felt about the hotel nights.
Did you use names for the other women?
Yes, it was misdirected anger. I asked, what does the house have to do with what I'm saying? I wrote, I'm not Gina or Cassie.
Were you telling Sean you were going to speak out about your relationship?
At this moment, the defense objected, and it was sustained.
Please read. Did you reference your child?
Yes, I said, you got me f***ed up. I said, just complete what you promised about the 2 years, about the home. I said, don't contact me.
What did he say in response?
He said, I'm super clear now. I said, you had me on constant pins and needles. Now I'm sick. Leave me alone.
Does the next message reference a prior relationship you had?
Yes. Then he says, I was told you were crazy. He said, "You took it too far, baby girl. You'll see." He was threatening me about the rent, that we don't need to do anything we don't want. I wrote, "You're mad at me about a grown-ass man."
Was this referring to your prior relationship?
Yes, I wrote, "You wasted my time in this toxic-ass relationship."
And did you then refer to your previous relationship?
Yes, you invited me to New York to pair me up with some random man, any for your own sick sexual.
What were you talking about?
The two men I had chosen for myself, Sly and Anton. Sean kept trying to say I chose them. I had wanted it. I wrote, "You want to gaslight me."
What did you mean?
He wanted me to believe I had wanted these things.
What else did Sean text you?
He said, "You and me don't have no beef." I said, "You created all this evil inside me." I wrote to him, "I regret everything, all this toxic shit which overran my life." He said, "You are burning a bridge that you are going to need tomorrow."
What did you write?
I wrote, "I don't trust you." He said, 10 hours ago, you loved me. Not this. He wrote, "It's a free country. I'm an adult and you are an adult. You are writing a whole book about what you hate about me. We both made promises that we didn't keep. If you don't want to talk to me, there's nothing I can do."
Did you get the phone?
Yes.
What did you write here?
I said, "You knew I would finish strong. Pep talks to keep me performing. I know I was consenting. Like you said, you didn't know I didn't want it. This is my truth. I love you very much. I need to take a pause."
Why did you say, "I know I was consenting"?
I pick up the word from him. He said, "If anyone saw these videos, they'd say I wanted it."
Was that true, Jane?
I'm still trying to figure that out.
What did you see in the videos?
I was high. I was just following a pattern, performing.
Exhibit. Please read it.
It's from my notes. I wrote, "I am having PTSD from these nights.
Why in your notes app?
Get my feelings out."
Did you see Sean that day?
Yes, at his home. I was comforted by him. I was able to talk about the pain I was feeling. He was hugging me.
What are these?
Photos I took of us in his master bathroom. I felt he understood me in this moment. He had a Halloween video shoot. That was nice. But his birthday was approaching and I felt nervous. He'd want to party hard, but he spent his birthday with his family. I got him a mobile television. We had these things called movie nights, our videos. I felt this TV could substitute for the entertainer. Then Cassie's lawsuit came out. It was everywhere on social media. I think I fainted.
Why?
Because there were 3 pages that were harrowing what I was experiencing.
Did you screenshot those pages?
Yes,
Do you recognize this?
it's Cassie's lawsuit, filed November 16th, 2023.
Had you met Cassie?
In 2015, a fashion show in celebration for Sean. That's the only time I met Cassie. I was reading these pages and it felt like a nightmare. I had a lot of sympathy for this because
At this moment, the defense objected, and the judge told the prosecution to ask a new question.
How did you react?
I can't believe I am reading my own story.
Read your messages the day after Cassie's lawsuit.
4 in one night, and now I'm going to the doctor.
Then 3 days later?
I wrote, "I feel like I'm reading my own sexual trauma. God finally woke me up about this cycle. You gaslit me."
We're going to play some audio with your true name redacted. Show the full transcript to the jury.
At this moment, there was a Diddy voice message played, and it said the following: "I love you. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to stop all this madness."
I don't know.
Did you know you were being recorded?
No,
Did you know you were being listened in on?
no.
At this moment, there was a Jane voice message played, and it said the following: "Who's there when I close me eyes and I have these things in my head?" At this moment, there was a Diddy voice message played, and it said the following: "I'm trying to be there for you. You know what I'm saying?"
I'm just fucked up right now.
Then Sean said, "Are you recording me?"
Jane, were you recording him?
Absolutely not.
At this moment, there was a Diddy voice message played, and it said the following: "What you did is not right. You know what I'm saying? I can't talk on this phone. I don't know what the f is going on. I need you to support. You got me that video thing."
What did that mean?
The mobile TV I got him. I was commenting about the girlfriend of another rapper. I said she is so beautiful.
Was this rapper an old friend of yours?
Yes, I was flown to Las Vegas. There was a birthday party, and we went to a strip club. I recognized Anton.
Other than that time, had you ever seen Anton other than on hotel nights?
No?
This friend, was it platonic?
Yes. In the hotel room, Anton was having sex with a woman. The rapper and his girlfriend were there. There was flirting.
How were your finances in January 2024?
Better. I decided to do an OnlyFans.
What kind of content did you create?
Lingerie, swimwear, implied nudity.
What's that?
Your hand covers your, body. I wanted to stand on my 2 feet. I was also getting child support. and some money from Bear. I advertised his brand on my social media. He offered me money. Actually, he just sent it to me.
How much?
$9,000. He said, if you want to post for my brand, do. No big deal. Sean messaged me he'd had a dream about me, that I was on the Concorde.
Why did you answer him?
I missed him dearly. He said, so what you want to do on your birthday? I said, I'm traumatized by my past birthdays and what they led to.
What did Sean write?
He said, if you change your mind, I miss you. Stay happy. Love.
What did you write?
That I'm just being mature. I don't think I'm ready to see you.
Did you see him for your birthday in February 2024?
Yes.
How was it in Miami?
Sean had candles. My heart was beating super fast. And I think his was beating fast too. We were oddly in the same color. I thought that was nice.
What happened at dinner?
Balloons. A 5-course dinner. We used ecstasy. Then Sean asked, do you want to see Don?
What was your reaction?
I was high. I said, okay. Me and Don had them 1 star. Then we rested a couple days. Then we flew to LA. We were back together.
In 2024, where did you visit Sean?
Miami in May, July, and August. And at my residence in LA a couple of times.
Did you and Sean go out in Miami and LA in 2024?
No. Things had really hit the fan. A lot was going wrong in his life. The press was after him about Cassie's lawsuit.
With which entertainers did you have sex with in 2024?
Anton, Don, Larry. We stayed in the residences. There was a lot of focus on Sean elsewhere. I showed him how lucrative OnlyFans was. Sean was putting on music and he went to my phone. He asked me, who's Bear? Why are you texting like this with him? The money thing came up. That Bear had sent me money. He started getting dressed. I started crying. I felt misunderstood.
What did Sean text you?
He wrote, what's going to happen if I come over tonight? I said, do you want me to be alone? I can arrange that. I wrote back that he was supposed to see his mother. In air quotes. I meant another woman. He wanted a party.
What did Sean ask?
He said he wanted me to sign something for him so he could have closure. I thought he meant so I wouldn't be a threat.
Had you ever sent him a demand letter?
No. Sean said, you are making your own money.
What did you reply?
I said, I am working on paying off my debt after being on call. Unfocused.
How did you go into debt when you were dating a millionaire who gave you thousands?
At this moment, the defense objected and it was sustained.
What did you write?
I said, I'm tired. You can't even make it to the 2 years without bringing it up to me.
What did Sean say here?
Bear, my colleague. I said, I hate living in fear. The roof over my head was just going to come off. I asked, did you tell Robin, that's his accountant, to cut it off? He said, you make your own money?
Did he continue to pay your rent?
Yes, he kept paying.
Did you learn his houses were searched?
Yes, NHS, I came to my house.
Who hired you a lawyer?
Sean.
Is Sean still paying for your lawyer now?
Yes.
Did you talk to Sly after the 2024 searches?
Yes, he called and said he had a tape, and he intended to release it bit by bit on the dark web. I asked Sly how he got the video. He said that Sean picked up his phone and recorded with it. I asked Sly, Cabral, how much he wanted. He said $10,000. I told Sean, Cabral just tried to extort me. Sean was
Crawl?
Yes, I told him this was sextortion, and I would not talk with him. Then a media company called me and said they bought the tape. And did I have a comment? I fainted. We had to control the situation.
Did the media company ever publish the video?
No.
Do you know why?
No. Then the hotel video of Sean and Cassie came out. I was with Sean in Miami.
How did you first learn of that video?
There was a knock on the door. Sean was called out. I went down and everyone was talking. It was at 2-star.
What happened?
Sean was huddled with his team and his family. I was just giving everyone space. Later we had a huddle. His sons were involved.
Huddle for what?
To come up with an apology. He showed me a draft of what he would say on social media.
Did you read it?
He addressed Cassie by name in the draft I saw. I felt it was more heartfelt. I thought it was good enough.
Did you talk later one-on-one with Sean about the video?
Yes. He said that Cassie hit him too. Then I was told that KK was coming and I had to go into another room. I did, and I went back to LA.
Do you recognize this?
Sean's IG apology.
How did you feel about it?
Disappointed. I felt there was no heart.
At this moment, the defense asked for a sidebar. Then they continued.
What did you understand he was referring to?
The hotel elevator lobby video.
The next time you saw him, June 18th, 2024, where did you see him?
Home in LA. Date night in the house. Jonathan came to help set up.
What did Jonathan do?
Put some candles around the home, decorate with red lights, make the environment cozy.
What was the plan? To have an entertainer?
No, I wore a long brown dress. I opened our patio, which has a really nice view.
Did you two get into an argument?
Yes, we had champagne and some tequila. I started confronting him about who he was with on his family trip to Utah.
What did you say to Sean?
I said, "You are a pedophile." He was 25 or more years older. I said, "If a girl can't buy her own drinks, what makes you interested in her?" I believe she was under 21.
But older than 18.
Yes, I pushed his head into the marble.
Then what?
I started throwing candles and glass. I was angry. He was probably cursing and calling me crazy. I wanted to lock myself in the master bedroom.
Did Sean touch you?
Not yet. I locked the bedroom door, but he kicked it down. Then he kicked down the bathroom door, off the hinges. He kicked his way into my closet. I tried to run, but he kicked me and put me in a chokehold, and I couldn't breathe. I went to the front door and to a wall 6 blocks away.
How long did you hide there?
2 hours. Then I went back. I saw Sean. Sean kicked in the guest bedroom door. I was throwing glasses and candles at Sean. I shouted that I hated him. He started punching my head and saying all kinds of things.
Saying what?
That I was trying to keep him away from his kids. I said no, but he kicked me on the ground. I was balled up. Then he grabbed me by my hair and arms and dragged me back to the house.
What was he saying?
That I was crazy. I kept saying, "Just leave me the alone." I called the girl I thought Sean was with and asked if she was on the trip with Sean. She said very insulting things. Then Sean held me down, so I had to listen.
What did you do?
I told her to shut up and that he was beating my ass. Sean hung up. Then he told Jonathan to tell me he wasn't with no girl on his family trip.
After the FaceTime. What?
I went into the shower to cool off.
Who was with you?
Sean. I saw a black eye forming, welts.
How were you in the shower?
Naked. Sean was in his pants. He slapped me. I fell to the ground of the shower.
Then what?
I was exhausted. I just sat there. Sean said, "Just put some ice on it and put an outfit on."
Outfit?
Lingerie and heels. Sean was using my phone to play pornography. He texted Anton on my phone. My phone was screen mirrored to the TV. Sean texted, "Hey, what are you doing?" Sean scrolled up and saw Anton's message about our mutual friends. Sean asked me how the mutual friends were. I said I didn't know.
Why did you lie?
We were on a break. I didn't think I needed to say it. Anton showed up. I moved my hair so that my injuries couldn't be seen and used makeup like Sean said. I greeted Anton and tried to be polite, asked him how his day was. Sean was giving me his evil stare. Sean said, "I need to talk to you." We went into the guest bedroom.
What happened there?
He said he wanted to know about the mutual friend. I told him I went to Vegas with this rapper and his girlfriend. I saw Anton having sex with another woman.
What did Sean say?
He said, "Do you have this star having something over me?"
Did you take drugs?
Yes, right around this time. Sean told me, "Take this pill. You're not going to ruin my night. Go out there and suck his d." I said, "I don't want to."
What did he say?
He said, "Is this coercion?"
What happened to the pill?
I consumed it. I performed oral sex on Anton. I felt sick. I was like, even in my own body, I felt disgusted. I felt terrible.
How did it end?
When Anton finished, I excused him, tried to put on a good face. Sean called me a whore. After he left, he sent his security with money to me for Anton. $10 or $12,000 in cash for Anton and the 4 damaged doors.
What did you do with part of the money?
I Ubered $3 or $4,000 to Anton.
Have you ever fixed your doors?
No, there were other bills.
When did you next see Sean?
A few days later.
Why?
I missed him. We were trying to have a Sunday fun day, but it was tense.
Did you and Sean talk with Jonathan?
Sean FaceTimed Jonathan, asking him what he saw that night. For a moment, Jonathan saw me in the corner crying. Then I shot a video of Sean and me out in the yard.
Did you inadvertently film your injuries?
Yes, my welts.
And when you learned that Sean went to Wyoming?
I was outraged. He was with another woman.
Did you block him?
Yes.
How long?
2 or 3 weeks. Then I saw that his mother had been hospitalized. I wanted to put what happened between us to the side. He said, "This was just too far for me." I said, "You had me in a box."
Do you saw the name of the rapper?
Yes, I flew on a red eye to meet Sean.
And what did you do?
We had a really nice time. Sean said, "You could tell me when you're tired."
What did you say?
"Let's stop for now and see each other later." His demeanor changed. He said, "A man spends all this money on you and you say you're tired." He threw water on me. He called me He gave me an ecstasy pill.
Then what happened?
Sean was celebratory. He said, "Let's go."
Did Paul come to Miami?
Yes.
Did Paul come to 2-Star?
Yes. I was given a spray bottle, liquid Molly into my mouth. I felt a surge of high-octane sexual energy. Paul comes in. I greet Paul with that energy.
Did you have sex with Paul in front of Sean?
Yes.
When was the last time you saw Sean in person?
August 2024 at 2-Star.
Did you have sex with Don in front of Sean at 2-Star?
Yes.
Did you go to New York to see him?
No.
Why not?
He was arrested.
Did you get a subpoena?
Yes. I had to come in November 2024, then January 2025, and after.
Did you see a therapist?
3 months now.
Do you have an attorney for this case?
Yes.
Who is paying?
Sean, I am still processing.
Nothing further.
Jane, we met before. Then you stopped meeting with the defense. That was your choice, right?
Correct.
You are testifying against Mr. Combs?
I'm testifying against him
How many times did they prep you on how to be cross-examined at this trial?
maybe 2 or 3 times.
Did you bring in other prosecutors to cross you?
Yes.
And they granted you immunity at the grand jury, right?
Yes.
You said you had regret about some of the choices you made with Mr. Combs.
If you have it, I'd love to look at it with you.
You chose to participate in that lifestyle for many years, and you did not want to break up with him, right?
I did not want to.
You had sex with other men for years?
I resent the emotional control. I was hooked from the start. There was pressure to perform these acts my lover desired.
You used the word partner again and again on direct. He was your partner?
Yes.
You said you're having trouble answering for yourself why you had sex with these men?
Yes.
You are in therapy now?
Yes.
You love Mr. Combs.
I love to spend time with my partner,
You wanted to cuddle with him?
to give him foot rubs. You said,
At this moment, the prosecution objected, saying, "Objection to counsel making herself a witness." But it was unclear if it was overruled or sustained.
I love to bathe him, and we watch his favorite show,
Which show was that?
Dateline,
Did you believe he was not doing this with anyone else?
during this time period.
You'd look at his messages?
Yes. He was vulnerable in those hotel rooms, and I shared that with him. It was conflicting. I was breaking all my boundaries so that he would feel loved.
This brought you two together?
Yes. The lovemaking afterwards. That's why I enjoyed it.
You tried to be very sexy to him in those rooms?
I think I was sexy in those rooms.
Because you are a beautiful woman. Did you choose the wardrobe?
Initially, he did.
He liked baby oil. It turned him on.
Yes.
How old were you when you started your relationship with Mr. Combs?
35.
What are examples of your fantasy talk in those rooms?
He would have me and the entertainer be in a role play, cheating role play, that Sean left town.
How high were your heels?
6 to 7 inches. Usually I wear 3 to 4 inch heels.
You wanted your child to be closer to your child's father, but did the father see the child?
What does that have to do with this?
Would you fly weekly to Miami to see Mr. Combs?
Sometimes.
We listened to 5 voice notes in which Mr. Combs sounded angry, but he'd sent you thousands, right?
Yes.
Why did you feel he was larger than life?
Bright light. He introduced me to the gospel. He had a favorite pastor. He'd watch on TV.
Has that stayed with you?
Yes.
Do you watch that pastor today?
At this moment, the prosecution objected, and it was sustained.
How much did he invest in your dress line?
$20,000.
Why did you join OnlyFans?
If I could get off it, I would. Financial need.
Mr. Combs gave you money throughout the relationship. In 3.5 years, does $150,000 sound right?
I would assume.
You told the government you gravitate toward providers?
Yes, as a woman, I like that.
You called the house our house.
Later, I saw it as my house.
You thought it was important that his staff not know about the entertainers, right?
At this moment, the prosecution objected, but it was overruled.
Right?
And that's a reason you got the house, that and a yard for your son?
Can you say, my child?
I'm showing the jury some of your text and audio messages with Mr. Combs from March 2023, right after the Turks and Caicos trip. You testified earlier that during that trip, he surprised you with an entertainer and a hotel night, which caused an argument.
Yes, it really upset me, and it affected us for a few days.
But in the messages you two exchanged afterward, you both sounded affectionate. Mr. Combs told you he loved you?
Yes, in a voice note.
He also mentioned something about a contract. What was that?
He was referring to our love contract. After we agreed on it, he rented me a home for $10,000 a month.
And you recorded a message back to him. Would you say you sounded happy?
Yes, I told him I had so much fun on the trip, that I loved him and felt closer to him.
You said, everything just feels good and I'm so happy.
That's right. I did have fun with him. I was expressing love for the time we spent together, except for the part involving the entertainers. When I moved into my rented home in April 2023, Sean paid $40,000 up front to cover the security deposit. and the rent for the first month and the last month.
The landlord already possessed several months of rent payments in case Combs ever decided to stop paying the rent, correct?
Yes,
Did Combs indicate that he was also open to paying 3 more months of your rent, even though you were about to break up?
yes.
Did you ever believe Mr. Combs would stop paying your rent?
There were some times that I definitely felt that he would do that, and he used it kind of like a little tool. The rent was always just like a little reminder.
Can you confirm the conversation you had with Mr. Combs regarding your financial situation?
Yes, he asked me, "You need 3 months' rent." I told him I was struggling a bit.
And what happened after that conversation?
I confronted him later about some things, and then, out of the blue, he sent me $20,000.
Was this money solicited by you in any way?
No, I didn't ask for it. It was completely unsolicited.
And how did you use the $20,000 Mr. Combs sent you?
I used it to buy some nice furniture for my place.
The court heard you sent Mr. Combs a text after receiving the money. Can you describe that message?
I texted him to say thank you and called him baby. I was just grateful for the help.
So, to clarify, you expressed gratitude and used an affection, correct?
Yes, that's right.
The court heard a voicemail from Mr. Combs where he referred to you as Crack Pipe. Can you explain what he meant by that nickname?
It was just a playful thing from our trip to Turks and Caicos. We had a lot of fun, and he gave me that nickname, Crack Pipe. Well, he said he had an addiction to my texts. It was mutual, just fun banter.
And how did you respond to this voicemail from Mr. Combs?
I texted him back, something like, "Crack Pipe is so real for the both of us. It's definitely mutual. I just like everything you said. I am so thankful. I had so much fun. Turks was absolutely incredible. I am so happy."
So, your response was positive, expressing gratitude and enthusiasm about the trip and the nickname?
Yes, exactly. I was just happy and having fun with it. The trip was amazing, and I wanted him to know I appreciated it.
To confirm, this exchange was lighthearted and reflected a mutual enjoyment of the time you spent together?
Yeah, it was all in good fun. We were just joking around and enjoying the vibe from the trip.
You mentioned things changed when Mr. Combs started spending time with you in Miami.
Yes, it became difficult for me about 6 months to a year after we started dating.
What made it difficult?
Their relationship was very public. They posted about each other all over social media. Meanwhile, mine with him was very private.
How did that make you feel?
It wasn't what I signed up for. I didn't agree to date a man who was in a public relationship with someone else.
You testified about a trip to Miami when you were still getting to know Mr. Combs. Can you describe what happened during that trip?
Yes, we were in Miami, and he bought me a pair of shoes, a Bottega Veneta bag, and a bracelet.
During this trip, did Mr. Combs discuss his lifestyle with you?
Yes, he explained that he led a polyamorous dating lifestyle.
And how did you react to that explanation at the time?
At first, I didn't mind. We were just getting to know each other, so it wasn't a big deal to me then.
But your feelings changed over time?
Yes, as I developed deeper feelings for him, it became difficult. I was feeling my man and wanted him to be mine.
You also mentioned feeling there was an imbalance in how Mr. Combs treated you compared to his other girlfriends. Can you elaborate?
I just felt like the way he treated me wasn't the same as how he treated some of the other women he was seeing. It felt unequal.
So, to clarify, your concerns about the imbalance arose as your emotional attachment to Mr. Combs grew? Let's talk about your first trip to Turks and Caicos. What did you observe about him?
On the flight, I noticed his hands were shaky. His eyes and teeth looked off, and even his coloring seemed unhealthy. I could tell he wasn't taking very good care of himself.
Did you suggest anything to him?
Yes, that he considered going to a rehab center in Thailand.
So, you knew early on he was a drug addict?
In the beginning, I didn't really know how to label it. I just saw someone who was overdoing the partying.
But later on?
As our relationship went on, I started noticing a very strong pattern. I still didn't call it addiction at the time. Now, I'd say he was a drug addict. But back then, I just thought he was a really big party guy.
Did you know if he was on any prescription medication?
Toward the end of our relationship, I found out he was taking antidepressants.
And you wanted him off drugs?
Yes, I wanted him to return to his natural form. He even told me once that he was interested in trying ketamine therapy.
Ms. Jane, would you agree that you willingly participated in the so-called hotel nights?
At the time, yes. I felt I had to keep the relationship.
But no one forced you to take part?
Not physically, no.
And you were aware that Mr. Combs practiced a polyamorous lifestyle,
He told me early on, yes,
yet you chose to stay in the relationship for quite some time?
I did. My feelings for him grew deeper.
And during this time, he supported you, paid your rent, gave you gifts, covered expenses?
Yes, he did all of that.
Would you say he was kind and generous at times?
Yes, he could be very generous.
So your relationship, though complicated, had moments of affection and mutual agreement?
It did. But that doesn't mean it didn't hurt or feel controlling.
During the hotel nights, did you and Mr. Combs spend time alone together?
Yes, we'd usually have about 30 minutes to an hour alone before the entertainer came. And some time afterward, too.
And how did you feel about that alone time?
I actually enjoyed it, especially when we made love. That part felt intimate.
So he gave you the attention you were seeking?
Yes, he gave me the affection I wanted during those nights.
Was that typical of him?
No, he wasn't generally that affectionate, but on those nights, he was the most affectionate.
Were red lights and baby oil only used during the hotel nights?
No, they weren't exclusive to those nights.
Where else were they used?
He used them during our other sexual encounters, even in his private residence.
Were you aware that the hotel nights were being filmed?
Yes, I was okay with it.
And Mr. Combs told you the videos were just for the two of you?
That's what he said.
You put on a good show for him in these videos because you knew he would watch them again?
Yes.
Isn't it true that you enjoyed rewatching the hotel night videos with Mr. Combs?
No, I did not like that part.
But you still did it?
Yes, it was just a part of the relationship, something I tolerated, even if it made me uncomfortable.
Let's talk about the hotel nights. What was your understanding of why Mr. Combs wanted them?
They were driven by his desires. I'd label it as cuckold, a man being turned on by watching his woman have sex with another man. That term was spot on.
And why did you participate?
Out of love, I wanted to please him.
Did Mr. Combs ever explain his motivations?
He liked to call it voyeurism. I use the word cook for myself. I also think there may have been some bi-curiosity involved. Cucks can be curious, but too afraid to act on it.
Did he ever stop a hotel night because you wanted to?
Yes, there were a few times he ended it early when I spoke up and said, I wanted to stop.
And if you weren't comfortable with one of the men, he'd dismiss them, correct?
Rarely. Only after I had already tried to interact with them sexually for some time.
But he was responsive when you were uncomfortable?
No, not readily. I had to go through the motions first before he considered letting them go.
Let's talk about the 2 times you said you cried after a hotel night. Do you remember the first?
Yes, it was early in the relationship. I cried because Sean was about to leave right after the hotel night.
And when you asked him to stay with you?
He changed his plans. He stayed to comfort me.
The second time, you were in the shower together?
Yes, somewhere in the middle of our relationship, I started crying in the shower after another hotel night.
And was Mr. Combs high on ecstasy at that time?
He said he was. He told me, "You're going to ruin my high," and said he was too high to see me cry.
Let's go back to your earlier testimony. The hotel nights, or as you also called them, freak-offs.
Yes,
You described these nights as being driven by Mr. Combs, correct?
that's right.
But there were moments, weren't there, when you had some say in how things played out?
There were a few times I voiced what I wanted or didn't want.
Was it entirely without your input?
No, not always. Sometimes I was able to speak up, though it didn't always change the outcome.
Let's go over the messages between you and Christina Coram. These were sent around the times he allegedly asked you to bring to Miami, correct?
Yes,
You testified earlier that you had a phone conversation with Ms. Coram, during which she told you it was fine to bring the drugs and even instructed you to put them in your checked luggage.
yes.
But the messages read here today, they don't mention her saying anything like that, do they?
No, they don't. But we spoke on the phone. She said it verbally.
When Ms. Coram traveled with Mr. Combs, do you know if she flew on his private jet?
I assume she did, yes, but I can't say for sure.
Would you describe your relationship with her as close?
Not at all. We weren't close. She didn't like me.
And how did that affect your relationship with Mr. Combs?
It made things hard. She was always with him. I believe she had strong opinions about me, and those opinions influenced how Sean treated me.
Jane, I'd like to revisit your messages from around Halloween 2021. Do you recall texting Mr. Combs that you wanted to see him?
Yes, I do.
And he replied that he'd had a rough day and wanted you to lead tonight?
That's correct.
You responded by suggesting the two of you freshen up, have a drink, and see where the night goes?
Yes,
Did Mr. Combs mention he didn't feel like being around people?
he did.
And the two of you ended up having what you referred to as a hotel night after those texts?
Yes, we did.
Now, the next day, you texted someone named Sly asking for explicit videos. Is that correct?
Yes, I was with him at the time. He asked me to reach out to Sly for those videos.
Then a few days later, you texted Sly again, this time saying, I'll organize, and asked about a visit?
Yes, we were still together, trying to plan when we might see Sly.
You mentioned earlier that you were pursuing a modeling career. Can you tell the court a bit about that?
I did some modeling, yes, mostly commercial work.
These were exchanges between you, Mr. Combs, and an adult film performer named Cabral. Do you recall those?
Yes,
These messages included sexually explicit content, correct?
they did.
Let's turn to the text messages between you and Mr. Combs from November 2021. Do you recall planning to see each other?
Yes, I remember.
In those texts, Mr. Combs asked you to be explicit, correct?
That's right.
And in response, you sent him sexually graphic messages involving yourself, Mr. Combs, and someone you referred to as an entertainer?
Yes, because that's what he wanted. That's how he liked to communicate.
You both exchanged a series of these fantasy messages. Eventually, Mr. Combs asked what you wanted to do. How did you respond?
I said I wanted to spend time with my favorite person.
After that, did he ask if you wanted him to come with an entertainer?
Yes,
Did you agree to that?
I did because that was the only option I was given, and I wanted to see the one I loved.
I'm now going to read aloud a message you sent to Mr. Combs. Reading, I want to sit on your face. Do you recall sending that?
Yes, I do.
Can you explain the context of that message?
It was part of a sexual exchange. That kind of talk was expected.
And in these messages, you also used the water drops emoji several times. What did that emoji suggest?
It was meant to suggest sexual arousal or desire. It was part of the way we communicated.
Jane, in several of these messages, you describe in detail what you would do to the entertainers Mr. Combs hired for these so-called freak-offs. Do you recall those texts?
Yes, I do.
Were those your actual desires at the time?
No, those were things that wouldn't have occurred to me on my own.
Then why send them?
Because that's what he wanted to hear. I was giving him options, trying to please him. It wasn't about what I wanted. It was about keeping his interest.
Let's talk about one of the more graphic messages you sent to Mr. Combs. You initiated the exchange, correct?
Before I answer, I just want to say this wasn't who I naturally am.
Go on.
I felt like I had to speak that way. I needed to keep him happy. I was in 2021, really madly in love and wanting to please him and appease him.
So this message, it wasn't about your own desire?
No, I was being agreeable. That's what he liked, so I adapted.
Jane, you offered to buy black matrix underwear for Mr. Combs, correct?
Yes, to please him. I knew it was something he'd like.
So you knew that kind of language, that kind of gesture turned him on?
Yes, but it wasn't real intimacy. It was just what he expected from me.
Did he often offer you one-on-one time?
Rarely. Most of the time, the option he gave me was him and Paul.
And when you agreed to that?
I said yes because I wanted to see him. Meeting with an escort was my only option. I wanted to see my lover.
In some of the later messages, you brought up the idea of attending sex parties, correct?
Yes.
Why did you initiate that?
Sean had been telling me about them. He said we should go to one.
So this was your idea or his?
It was his. I was just giving him options, saying what I thought he wanted to hear.
Did you and Mr. Combs discuss hiring escorts like Dawn and Cabral?
Yes, he often brought them up.
In fact, you reminded him that he wanted to save Cabral for a grand finale. You called it a showstopper, big boom, game over situation, didn't you?
Yes, I was trying to delay it, just making excuses to get out of something he was pushing me to do.
Let's talk about the voice messages from November 22nd, 2021. Combs told you, the last vision we had included Dawn and Sly, the entertainers you used frequently.
That's what he said.
You replied suggesting he wait until after the album dropped. Why?
Like I said, I didn't want to go through with it. I thought if I played along and pushed it down the line, he'd drop it.
But later you saw on social media that he was with another woman?
Yes, he told me he wanted to see me, but there she was, posting with him.
And in your texts, you expressed frustration. You said he pressured you for hotel vibes with Dawn and Sly, but spent that time with someone else, someone he bought a Chanel bag for?
Exactly. I gave in to things I didn't want, with strangers, and still didn't get the same care or treatment.
Mr. Combs gifted you a Van Cleef necklace and a Bottega Veneta bag, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
How much do Bottega bags usually cost?
How much does my body cost?
At this moment, the judge told Jane, Ms. Jane, please answer the question as asked.
Again, how much does a Bottega bag run?
Around $1,500 to $5,000, depending on the bag.
And do you know how much a Chanel bag costs?
No, I'd like a break.
After that question made by the defense, Jane took a break. Then they continued.
Earlier, you testified that your current home is quite different from where you used to live. Can you remind the court how large is your current residence?
It's about 5,300 square feet. much larger than my old apartment, which was 1,400 square feet.
And one of your businesses, that was started with a $20,000 investment from Mr. Combs, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And he never asked for a share of the profits?
No, he didn't.
Yet earlier, you said you weren't able to do anything professionally during your relationship with Mr. Combs. Is that still your position?
Yes, had I not dove headstrong into that relationship, I probably would have been a bit more successful in that time frame.
So the relationship held you back?
In many ways, yes. Had I not dove headstrong into this relationship, I probably would have been a bit more successful in that time frame. But that's neither here nor there.
Good morning. Let's look at your message where you said, I feel as your lover, I wanted to please you, push through. What you really wanted was the cuddle with Mr. Combs?
Our intimate time.
Tell me about the mobile TV you got him.
It was an LG cordless. You can move it around.
And see your movies on it?
Yes.
After Cassie's lawsuit went public, how were things?
I came to find out that another woman had the same experience as I had. I put out that energy on him, and he was already down. So, resentment, everything was hard.
A hard month?
Yes.
Let's play the voice note.
At this moment, a Diddy voice note was played. It said the following: I don't want to be in a relationship like this. I don't want to make anyone feel like this. Let's end this cycle so you don't feel like I wasted your life.
Are there more messages like this?
Yes.
Did Sean often say to you, I'm a solutions person, I just want solutions?
Yes.
You wrote, I tolerated, I took on a lot in those rooms, please don't discredit me. And he wrote, never discredit you?
Yes.
You wrote that you wanted $100,000 for each wasted year and more. $450,000, you wrote this, right?
Yes.
And you said you were thinking of hurting yourself, and he said, don't. He cared.
I don't know about that.
You said you didn't have friends at that time.
At this moment, the prosecution objected and the defense rephrased.
I can rephrase. You said you talked about your feeling with Sean because you didn't have other people.
Okay.
Sean still paid your rent?
Yes.
The $9,000 from Bear, you had known him from your modeling days?
Yes.
Did you have to do any work for the $9,000?
No.
The rapper you mentioned, he was close with Mr. Combs?
Yes.
This rapper, they would record together. He's also an icon in the music industry?
Yes.
You went to the birthday with the rapper's wife or girlfriend. Did you know Anton traveled with them?
Yes.
And Mr. Combs knew?
Yes.
When Anton was having sex with the woman, how many people were in the room?
7 or 8, just watching.
The rapper was flirting with you?
Yes.
You flashed your breast to the room. Who asked you to?
It was just the moment.
What did the rapper say to you?
That he had always wanted to f me.
So he had a crush on you.
Yes.
How did you bring up Cabral?
They asked if I knew anyone else in the lifestyle. I said yes. At the time, I thought Cabral as a safe and confidential person.
That was for the rapper and his partner?
Yes.
How did they know to ask you?
Maybe they just picked up the energy or heard that Sean and I were into the lifestyle.
You flew to Miami around the time of your birthday.
Yes.
He set up a grandiose birthday for you?
Yes.
There were candles on the walkway?
It was very romantic. His heart was beating.
Was your heart beating as well?
Yes, I was just about to say that. It's all painted pink and silver. A 5-course dinner. What I wanted for my lover.
No ecstasy at the dinner?
No, none.
Afterward, you took a pill and he took a pill and Don came over?
Yes, at 1 star.
You said you were willing to have sex with Don because of the birthday party?
Yes, it was nice.
This is between you and Paul Arthur, in which you asked, do you have plans for Valentine's Day?
Yes.
You said you wanted to see Paul as a person?
Yes.
You said after Cassie's lawsuit, you saw changes in Sean?
Yes.
You said Sean would write to you, I'm single, I'm polyamorous, and that hurt you?
Yes.
After the lawsuit, he went to saying, we are in a relationship. You are my girlfriend. That meant a lot to you.
It did.
When you saw the video of Mr. Combs laying hands on Cassie, you felt sick?
I did.
That was not the man that you knew, right?
Right.
At this moment, there was a sidebar. Then they continued.
You remained in contact with Mr. Combs after the video?
Yes.
You stayed in Miami with him for a few days, then left?
I did.
He flew to LA in June with his children?
Yes.
Fair to say Mr. Combs posted about his road trip with his children on social media?
Yes.
This is a photo of how you set up the house. Some set up by you, some by Jonathan.
Yes.
And this is a big bottle of Cliquot.
Yes.
And this is a photo on the patio, right?
Yes.
You were drinking champagne?
Yes.
Now it's 8:30 p.m., already dark outside. Tequila shots, but no ecstasy yet, right?
Yes.
Jonathan brought the candles?
Yes.
Play the video. Half an hour later, you were fighting, right?
Yes.
You testified you called him a pedophile even though you knew she was not underage?
Right.
And you pushed his head into the counter?
I did.
You had never had a physical altercation with him, right?
I had not.
You pushed medium hard?
Yes.
And you threw a candle at him?
Yes.
When you say you locked the door, was it a button?
Yes.
So he did not force a physical lock, but a button lock.
Right.
What was he saying?
That I'm crazy. A lot of yelling.
You go in the closet.
Yes.
You take your working out seriously, right?
Yes.
But you did not put on active wear, but rather a dress. Why?
Because I could put it on easily.
After the altercation and you ran and hid behind the wall, where was your phone?
Back in the house.
When you went back, you saw Mr. Combs.
He was out on the street.
This had been hours.
It had.
You were angry and screaming, called him a pedophile,
I called him a monster.
but he didn't kick you again.
He didn't.
You punched him in the back of the head and he punched you?
He punched me twice.
While you fought, Mr. Combs was yelling, "You're trying to get me to never see my kids again, right?"
Yes.
You said he was dragging you by your hair, right?
Yes. I was telling him to stop.
You got his phone?
Yes.
And you called the woman in Miami?
Yes.
You ask her, "Did you go to the Grand Canyon with him?" I'm asking you woman to woman.
Yes.
And she said, "You're worrying about wrong things, woman to woman."
Yes. I told her, he's beating my ass. Then Sean hung up the phone, and she called back multiple times. His phone lit up.
Did she call you a bitch?
Yes.
Did you talk about her previous relationships?
Maybe.
Then after you called Jonathan, you were in the shower naked, but Mr. Combs was in pants?
Short.
And you called him a son of a bitch?
Just a bitch.
Okay, just a bitch. Then he slapped you?
Yes. Hard.
Then he tells you to put on an outfit?
Yes.
And he grabs your phone?
He went into the messages and said hi to Anton in the text thread.
It's about the night in January you sent to Las Vegas?
Yes.
How far is it from your home in the gated community to the gate?
A minute or two?
So, like half a mile?
Yes. I drove and let Anton in.
Champagne and tequila, but still no drugs?
Right.
You and Sean go into the bedroom. You told him you went to Vegas?
Yes.
You told him you flashed your breasts?
Not then.
You told him you'd referred Cabral to the other rapper?
Not yet.
Did Mr. Combs yell at you? How could you go to another man's freak off?
Yes. He yelled that.
Then you say Sean told you go out and pay him and you said no?
I said no. Then he pushed a pill in my face.
But you didn't have sex with Anton?
Not that kind of sex.
You gave Anton oral sex?
Yes.
Then Sean dismissed him? You told Anton you'd send him money later?
I did.
This was the first time you didn't have an intimate moment with your partner after the entertainer left?
Yes.
And he said again, "I can't believe you went to another man's freak off?"
Yes.
Talking about that rapper?
Yes.
He just kept saying, "How could you have gone to another rapper's freak off?"
Yes.
After that, you called and texted each other?
Yes.
You went to see him and broke up?
We had 8 or 9 hours of breakup conversation.
You saw him traveling with another woman in Wyoming and it upset you?
I was at home with a black eye.
You hadn't had forced intercourse with Anton?
It was forced oral sex.
Mr. Combs says, "I'm not going to belittle myself for someone named Bear or for my friend." That means the rapper, right?
Yes.
Mr. Combs wrote, "Sorry I didn't take you on trips. I was tripping. The baby daddy, you and KK would have talked yourself into paranoia. You didn't get along with KK.
I didn't.
You bring up OnlyFans there. You'd been on it for 4 or 5 months earning well, right?
Yes.
You asked him why he couldn't balance it, hotel nights and private travel.
Right?
You wrote, "Did the other girls just pressure you more for trips and I didn't? I just want to know where I went wrong." Mr. Combs said, "That is my friend. I was okay where we should stop." You said, "We broke up and I went to one birthday party, not with the rapper, but with my friend." You wrote, "I don't even have anything postable." You meant Instagram?
I did.
In my late 30s, I don't have time. Play more. That last part, that's about your child's father?
Yes.
You wrote, "I just wanted to travel with you."
Yes.
You sent the clown emoji and said, "If I more, I could have
Y'all status Bill Hubble. I bought Lennox Mall for my brothers. Sold your bag, told the cutter. I got it out the field, fuck Russell.